services plays imperative role in strengthening humanitarian capacities in Asia Pacific. Through intensified dialogues and sharing of experience as well as practices, challenges can be collectively overcome and collaboration can be fostered. Again, the symposium has supported the realization of this recommendation. As we go through the 6 selected papers, different experience and practices on DRR will be highlighted to enable us to learn and improve our ability in coping with future challenges. Third, the need to transform our traditional ways of working. Business as usual is no longer an option. As we learn from the hard lesson brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to start, evaluate, and revisit our ways of work in humanitarian agendas, including in disaster management areas. Only through robust and thorough evaluation can innovation be resulted. The symposium with the papers have served a forum for humanitarian actors to start rethinking and evaluating the old ways of working with critical and analytical lens and tools. Therefore, I'm glad that we will hear plenty of innovation and recommendation that will transform our old approach to disaster risk reduction. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the symposium with its selected theme is positioned in a unique and right opportunity. The recent Asia Pacific Disaster Report by UNESCAP has mentioned that disaster prevention, response, and recovery action have been interrupted by COVID-19 measures. And while countries have to address the impacts of the regular sequence of natural disasters, COVID-19 pandemic has added more burdens to those countries. There is no better time to us to exchange knowledge, especially on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic to our DRR efforts. The symposium can serve as great benefits in preparing for the challenges ahead. The lessons we learned today could also potentially shape our understanding to prepare for the future deliberation of disaster-related issues in many platforms in Asia Pacific. 2 of them are, first, the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction hosted by Australia, and the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction hosted by Indonesia in 2022. I hope the lessons we learned today can lead us to many other innovative initiatives and sustainable regional collective efforts on humanitarianism in Asia Pacific. I wish you a great symposium, and I thank you very much. Back to you again, Oliver. Thank you very much.
Habib, thank you very much indeed for those great words of wisdom and guidance, and completely share your view that what we're doing here is trying to help prepare for the future threats that we face. So thank you very much indeed for that. May I now please introduce Mr. Stephen Scott, who's the Deputy Head of Mission at the Australian Embassy to Indonesia. Of course, Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has provided a really strong political, advisory and financial support to this lessons learned process. And the embassy in Jakarta has been a tremendous support to our work. So we look forward to Mr. Scott's thoughts on this process going forward. Mr. Scott, you have the floor.
Thanks, Oliver. Good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Can I also pay my respects to Bapak Ahsanul Habib from the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia, and thank you also for your opening remarks today, Bapak. For me, having just come out of our humanitarian division in Canberra, where I spent 6 years, it's a great opportunity to participate and give some welcome remarks at this symposium. I understand how important it is, the work that is done through Siap Siaga on disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, because having worked on the humanitarian side, I see what we have to do when we don't do enough preparedness and don't get our actions right in advance, and then we end up doing far larger responses to various events and disasters than we might have otherwise needed if we don't do the work up front. And We know that consistently across the globe, we tend to underinvest in the preparedness work because it's hard to prove the counterfactual, and we then overinvest in humanitarian response because we haven't done maybe quite as much as we should have up front. So look, distinguished guests, I'm really pleased to be here today, and also, to speak alongside my colleague Habib from the Foreign Ministry, and I wish to recognise the leadership that their leadership through convening the regional conference on humanitarian assistance as well earlier this month, which the embassy actively participated in, and obviously the desire that this symposium be a follow-up action to that event. And it's great to see that we have, I think, around 300 people representing various agencies across the region that are going to participate in this event, and it demonstrates the high level of interest given the impacts of COVID-19 on disaster risk management in our region. In our region and globally, we're facing really a complex and difficult time as we tackle both health, economic and social challenges that have really been brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. And this comes on top of other trends that we're dealing with, challenges posed by climate change and various other types of disasters. So it's really been an incredibly tough period. In the Indo-Pacific, there is really a wealth of experience in managing disasters and also managing public health emergencies. And we've shown this during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think improving the sharing of knowledge across countries and institutionalizing good practice is really a key to strengthening disaster risk management efforts and strengthening how we address our shared challenges in the region. As the pandemic continues and we're going to have restrictions on the mobilization of people, I think what we've seen is it's been increasingly important for all humanitarian actors that they are able to adapt and really support effective local leadership to deliver assistance to those communities most in need. And this was certainly from my previous role, something we've been working on in Australia for a number of years. How do you give agency and empower local actors to drive the responses to the various disasters that hit their communities and not always rely on broader global responses to manage those challenges wherever possible. This is also consistent with the approach Australia articulated in Partnerships for Recovery. This was a policy document we actually put together very quickly in Canberra. As we could see, we're entering into the first global pandemic in a century, and wanting to ensure that, the 4 billion plus we have in our development assistance programs that are focused largely on this region, that those partnerships are able to pivot and adjust and make sure they remain relevant during this pandemic period, and we're giving the right sort of assistance that communities would need in this extraordinary time. And for Australia, this was about prioritising localisation in humanitarian assistance and working in partnership with local actors to really build more equal relationships and support local leadership. So I'm certainly keen to see what the outcomes of today's event provides us in terms of the evidence base, and to find out what we have done right and also what still needs to be changed and improved as we work our way through this period. I also very much appreciate that this symposium includes a focus on issues around gender equality and disability, social inclusion as central themes of 2 of the 6 papers presented here today. These are really important issues for Australia. As you know, our Foreign Minister is also the Minister for Women, and she's got a really strong focus on the work of our development program in promoting gender equality and social inclusion. Let me also extend my appreciation to the authors of these 6 papers. They've really brought a broad range of perspective across the 3 areas of inquiry around governance, partnerships and technology that emerged during the webinars hosted by Siap Siaga in June this year. I really hope that the outcomes of this event will contribute to the global platform for disaster risk reduction and the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, which will be hosted next year by Indonesia and Australia respectively. So a real good opportunity again to strengthen our partnerships through these really important meetings. We also acknowledge with gratitude the partnership with the Indonesian government in the form of the program Kemitraan Indonesia Australia untuk kesiapsiagaan bencana, which, as I said, is known colloquially as Siap Siaga. Much easier to say that than the full title of the program. We're grateful for the collaboration on this regional program, which is bringing together key regional humanitarian stakeholders. The outcomes of this symposium will be an important element in judging, future areas of focus for the program. So, yeah, your engagement today helped important to us. So again, I thank you. The symposium is also really a manifestation of the strength of the Australia-Indonesia Partnership on Disaster Risk Management. It's been forged in incredibly tough times in the wake of the Indonesian tsunami, over 15 years ago now, and the cooperation that came out of that. I've been around this region for a long time, so I know how far we've come in disaster risk management preparedness in the wake of some of those events. But we continue to want to improve our focus, and share knowledge and learning to continue to get even better in this space around disaster risk management. So with that, thank you, and selamat berdiskusi dan salam tangguh. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Scott, thank you so much. That was a really helpful set of remarks. I'm interested in this Partnerships for Recovery paper you mentioned. I'll try and find that. But also thanks indeed for referencing the point around gender equality, social and disability inclusion. Really important, and I'm glad that those have come through quite so strongly in two of the papers that we will be discussing during the course of today. Thank you both very much indeed for your time and for your engagement. This concludes the opening session of the symposium. Now, before we turn to business, we'd like to take a group photo, which sounds rather odd, but apparently this is a thing. So I'm asking if everybody, I think there are about 160 people in the Zoom, if you could all switch your cameras on, then our technical team will take, I think, probably 3 or 4 photos, and then we will move on after that. So Pak Noto, I think if you can advise us what you want us to do, but I think if everybody can turn on their cameras right now, then we can take the picture.
Yes, if everyone can turn their camera on, we can start taking a picture. Smile. We have so many people here, so it will have to be 7 times. Picture 1, smile. All right, 2nd, cheers. 3rd, cheers, smile, everyone. 4th, yes. The 5th, okay. 6th, and the last one, 7. All right, we took a picture, Oliver, back to you.
Wow, 7 pictures. Okay, I don't know how we'll present those, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so Mr. Scott and Habib, thank you so much indeed for joining us. Okay, now before we dive into the work of the day, we need to do a bit of technical tweaking. Some of you have done it already. I sent out an email a bit earlier this morning asking if you could just do some tweaking of your profile name. For those of you that haven't done it, it's kind of important that you do it now, because that's how we're going to allocate you into breakout groups. It's pretty simple. Can you please add either a 1, a 2, or a 3 in front of your profile name in Zoom? So as you know, we have, if you've read the agenda, we have 3 breakout groups this morning. Breakout group 1 is going to be discussing the 2 papers around governance and institutional leadership. And if you want to join that group, please put 1 in front of your name. If you want to join the group that's discussing partnership models in breakout group 2, then please add the number 2 in front of your name. And if you're keen to join the breakout discussion on technology and communications, then it's number 3. So I hope that's clear. If you need to know how to change your profile name, if you look in the top right-hand corner of your profile, you should be able to see 3 dots. You click on those dots and then you just say rename. And then you can type the letter in front. Now, the reason we're doing that is that then the gentlemen who are clever in the background, ladies and gentlemen in the background, I should say, who are managing the whole Zoom process for us, can then allocate you fairly easily into the appropriate working group over the next 15 or 20 minutes while we just conclude the plenary business before we dive into the breakout groups. So good luck with that. Now, before we go into the presentation of the 6 papers that were commissioned for the symposium, which I hope you've all had a chance to at least have a look at, I think it makes sense to ensure that we're all on the same page about why we're here today. So I'm really pleased that Lucy Dickinson, who's our team leader, she's the SIAP-SIAGA program team leader, is going to take a few minutes now to walk us through this lessons learned process, which started sort of 6 months ago, around the beginnings of some thinking around, how do we do this, which led up to some webinars in June, which I think many of you attended. Thank you for coming to those and for lending your support to those, through to the lead up to this event, and then forward to the completion of a lessons learned document of some description that I think we haven't quite yet shaped out. Today will be very instructive in doing that. And then the plans for how that will be shared in 2022. And I was particularly grateful that both Pak Habib and Mr. Scott referenced the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference next year, because I think those will be 2 interesting venues that we'd like to use to share the lessons at. With that said, Lucy, let me hand the floor to you, or the screen to you, to take us through that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oliver, and good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be participating in this symposium today, and I wanted to thank the many participants and organisations represented today for already taking the time to join this discussion. I'd also really like to thank our opening speakers, Babak Habib from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as Stephen Scott from the Australian Embassy, for their excellent opening remarks. I think, both of our opening speakers did such a good job in really highlighting the fact that we are faced by such a deep and complex set of both chronic and acute issues when we're, for those of us working in the disaster management and humanitarian space. And they really highlighted the importance of adaptation and empowerment of local communities, and that business as usual is just really not an option any longer. And that COVID-19 is serving to sort of shine a magnifying glass on that situation and the opportunities that are available for us to transform. So as Oliver said, before we get into today's main program, we just wanted to share a quick overview of SIAP-SIAGA's journey to the symposium and our work to date on lessons learning and knowledge exchange on the impact of COVID-19 on humanitarian action and disaster management in the region. So with our opening speakers' comments in our minds, we really believe that that as a community, investigating and analysing the impact of the pandemic on humanitarian action and disaster management in our region, as well as trying to identify what are the best practices and opportunities that are presenting itself, is a really important first step in the process of transformation. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are not familiar with SIAP-SIAGA, I'd like to briefly say a few words about our programme. We're a 5-year partnership programme between the Government of Indonesia and Australia, aiming to strengthen disaster management both in Indonesia and in the wider region. So the programme runs from 2019 to 2024 and is funded by DFAT. And in our work, we have two overarching objectives. Firstly, to improve Indonesia's ability to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from slow and rapid onset disasters, but also to strengthen cooperation between Australia and Indonesia on humanitarian issues in the region. As the slide notes, there are four key outcomes, two of which are relevant for our discussions here. The first is strengthening cooperation between Australia and Indonesia on regional humanitarian issues. And the second is the strengthening of regional learning, innovation, and inclusion. So in other words, in this area of work, we are focusing on supporting Indonesia and Australia to be able to better understand and articulate where and how improvements can be made in humanitarian action and disaster management in this part of the world, building on the lessons that are emerging from the pandemic itself. Next slide, please. So the symposium is one of the key events in a series of lessons learning dialogues and engagements that SIAP-Siaga is facilitating in the lead up to the 2022 Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. We're focusing on three key objectives here. Firstly, we want to contribute to enhancing national, regional and global knowledge on disaster management. We want to promote best practices and lessons learned in disaster management during the COVID-19 pandemic. And finally, we would like to influence international and regional organizations in adapting policies and procedures for a post-pandemic world. So there are essentially four phases in this journey. And as you can see, we're in the second phase with the regional symposium. Prior to this phase, we conducted a process of 6 regional webinars in June 2021, which focused on locally led humanitarian action and ideas around transformation of humanitarian architecture. Our analysis of the discussions has helped us identify 3 priority areas for a deeper dive on COVID-19 and disaster management and the interface between them. So the 6 papers that have been selected for presentation today on these 3 issues, we hope will help to generate more discussion and additional insight, as well as a set of clear recommendations by the end of today. Next slide, please. The regional webinar series that preceded the symposium focused on 6 areas of inquiry. Firstly, we had an initial broad discussion on how the pandemic has disrupted business as usual in the disaster risk management space, especially when it comes to response. We then had a discussion on whether the pandemic has changed the role of local organizations, and if these changes were positive changes that we wanted to expand and sustain. Thirdly, we drilled down into the local level adaptation strategies that are being employed by different actors in the system and tried to see whether local level resilience had been strengthened. We also had a look at the impact of technology on the way we are delivering and coordinating assistance. We all know that technology has played a huge role in our lives during the course of the pandemic, and we only need to look at today's discussions to know that we all use technology in an entirely different way than we did 2 years ago. Next, we also had a discussion around the changing role of international and regional actors, and there we asked the UN, ASEAN, and the Humanitarian Advisory Group about how they had adapted. And finally, we had a look at the role of the media, including social media, in supporting messaging on disaster management in the context of the pandemic. So as you can see, we were lucky enough to attract a really top draw set of experts from across the region and beyond. And we also had a very lively and engaged audience of some 300 participants who really helped to complement those insights and draw out a range of learnings from those discussions. Next. Next, please. So the webinar discussions led us to the conclusion that while it goes without saying, the pandemic has caused an unprecedented level of disruption and destruction, there has also been an acceleration in the space and opportunities for a transformation in the disaster management space and an opportunity to strengthen local leadership. But we've also found that there are three big pots of issues that are still very problematic. And these are governance and institutional leadership, partnership models, and technology and communications. And of course, these are the issues that we'll be discussing today. Next. So when it comes to governance, systemic change remains quite a difficult problem and is not sufficiently being driven to allow local actors to actually assume leadership roles. There's also a limited willingness to invest in local actors, despite the commitments that were made in 2016 at the World Humanitarian Summit. And in fact, if anything, COVID-19 may have made this worse, as risk tolerance on the part of donors has decreased, and they've pushed a greater proportion of their resources through the multilateral system. 5 key issues were identified here. Firstly, vested interests in maintaining the status quo, a dependency on traditional financing models, which are not really keeping up with the times and changing as we need them to. There are still low levels of risk tolerance, and we're also seeing that there are unfilled capacity gaps despite years and years of capacity development programming. And finally, our discussions revealed that the regulatory frameworks that we're using are still not conducive to change. Next. When it comes to partnerships in general, there was quite a surprising sense that the ways in which partnerships are constructed haven't changed for the better as a result of the pandemic. Local actors are indeed at the front line of response, but are often seen by the bigger players as contractees and not really true partners. This hasn't changed much as a result of the pandemic. And the key issues and drivers here that have emerged from our discussions are that there remains limited ambition when it comes to partnership, and that local organizations are still being subjected to success criteria that have very little to do with meaningful partnership. And there remains a lot of short-termism and a lack of commitment to long-term and sustained partnerships. In addition, we still struggle to align interests, align our different interests, given our differing mandates and our perspectives and our different objectives. And interoperability between standards and operating procedures, for example, has also been seen as a barrier to meaningful partnership as well. And then finally, when it comes to technology and communication, we can all see that there's been a very significant leap forward and a really big shift in the way that we're working. But its utilization hasn't as yet led to a transformation of the overarching business model. Digital capital is largely untapped when you compare it with other sectors, such as global supply chain management or cash transfers, for example. And given the importance and the scale of our sector, this seems to be both surprising and worrying, and it's clearly time to ask ourselves why the humanitarian system is lagging behind so badly. Humanitarian governance seems to have kept technology at arm's length rather than inviting it in to help solve some of the very difficult issues that we're facing, such as protection or data security. And of course, technology has its own challenges as well. And the rise of fake news, for example, as well as a kind of focus on the drama around response, rather than the kind of contributing to positive messaging or disaster preparedness, is really kind of detracting from a kind of positive shift in the overall technology space. So the 6 papers that we've selected for presentation today have been commissioned to help gather additional evidence around these issues. And the outcome of today's discussions will feed into a lessons learned document to help inform corrective actions that can be taken in the region. It's also intended that these lessons and recommendations will be presented to a global audience at the GPDRR conference in May next year, and hopefully in other international fora as well. So with that quick summary, I just wanted to thank you all again for your time in participating today, and just to say how much we're looking forward to discussing all of these issues, and I suspect more in the sessions throughout the course of today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Oliver.
Lucy, a huge thanks for that. Really helpful to just kind of get a bit of an overview of how this process has been working, and really for explaining the rationale of why we're all here today, and the fact that this is kind of a key element, maybe the key element in this learning journey as we throw this open and ask everyone for their views and opinions. Okay, so let me just introduce how things are going to work during the course of this morning. When we first conceptualized this gathering back in March as sort of part of a process, we really thought and hoped that it'd be possible to hold it face-to-face or in a hybrid format. You know, conditions have eased somewhat, but we decided to keep it online only, which presents quite a lot of quite interesting challenges. I hope we've overcome most of these, but please do bear with us if we experience glitches during the course of the day. Now, as we kind of go through the process, we'll explain to you how you can navigate from one session of the meeting to the next. I think everyone's got the agenda, but you know, there are some steps to be taken to get people from one place to the next. Please listen into that. And if you get confused, the best thing to do is just type a message in the chat function. Our technical team are keeping an eye on that, and they can answer any questions that you have, and they'll make sure that you get where you need to be virtually. So as Lucy explained, the June webinars drew us to these three big pots of stuff for further inquiry. We put out a call for papers back in at the end of August, and a small team from the two governments, Indonesia and Australia, and Siap Siaga went through a process of identifying 6 regional experts from a submission of about 21 abstracts. And these 6 experts very kindly have agreed to share their wisdom with us through the papers that we've commissioned and which were made available about a week ago for review prior to this meeting. You know, that said, in the next session, the authors are going to present their papers in 3 different working groups. I mean, I've just been checking the attendance list. Please, as I said, you know, we would like everyone to assign themselves to a breakout group. Hopefully you've signed up for the breakout group by now. Just pop a number in front of your name, please, if you haven't done that already. Now, let me briefly introduce to you the people who've kindly agreed to help us manage the breakout group discussions this morning. For each group, we have a team of 2 people, a moderator and a note taker. For the first working group 1A, which will discuss the 2 papers on governance and institutional leadership, your moderator is going to be Mr. Udrek from the Indonesian Disaster Management Authority, and the note taker will be Ms. Yusnia Nurdin, who's from the Siap Siaga program. For working group 1B, which looks at partnership models, your moderator will be Lucy Dickinson, Siap Siaga team leader, who just provided the overview presentation now. And she'll be supported by Ms. Melissa Laik from the subnational Siap Siaga program, who will be acting as the note taker for that session. For working group 1C, which is going to take a deep dive into technology and communications, your moderator is going to be Simon Ernst from the Australian Embassy, and your note taker will be Mr. Odon from Siap Siaga team. So once again, breakout group 1, governance and institutional leadership. Breakout group 2, partnership models. Breakout group 3, technology and communications. Now, if you find when we go into the break that you haven't been assigned a breakout group room, please send a message in the chat saying which group you want to join, and our technical team will try to make sure that you get into the room as quickly as possible. But our preference is that you put this number in front of your name, which makes the whole process a great deal easier for the technicians. Now, these breakout rooms that you're going to go into, they will be used for the pre-lunch session. and the session immediately after lunch. So you don't need to leave the breakout room during the lunch break. But if you could kindly turn off your cameras and mute your sound during those breaks, because members of the facilitation teams are going to be using the rooms to get ready for the next session. I mean, the moderators will explain this to you when you go into the groups. So now we have this magic moment, which I hope is going to work, where I'm going to ask you to go to the breakout rooms, where the moderators will lead you through the process up until the lunch break. And I'm just going to ask Pat Noto if I have got all of that correct, and if there's anything else that we need to explain to people before the breakout group window comes up.
I think it's good, Oliver. If you see in the bottom of the Zoom, there is a breakout room options. For those of you who hasn't put the number on your name, you can just select one of the breakout room and click join. We'll be waiting for you there. But for those of you who are already putting a number in front of your name, we can immediately assign you to the breakout rooms.
Okay, so if you have put your number, you should automatically go to the breakout room. If you have not put the number, please choose the room now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go.
For the past 7 years, she has led the disaster law team for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies in Asia Pacific. She works with government, parliamentarian, academia, and grassroots actors in disaster risk management and climate change adaptation laws in over half of all countries in Asia Pacific, and has been deployed to support humanitarian diplomacy and humanitarian access in various emergency settings. Originally from New Zealand, Gabby has also served as the policy and advocacy manager for the New Zealand Red Cross and as the humanitarian and development advisor at the United Nations of the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Today, Gabby will present her paper entitled Laos Disaster and Public Health Emergency, Asia Pacific Lesson from COVID-19. So I give now to Gabby. Gabby, time is yours.
Wonderful, and thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And Salamat Pagi, welcome everyone. Thanks very much for joining this breakout session. And I know Adelina and I are very much looking forward to co-presenting our papers during this governance session. I would just ask that my PowerPoint is push up, please, and I will. Great, so hopefully you can all see that one now. So yes, as introduced, my name is Gabby Emery and I work with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. For those who may be not so familiar with the IFRC, as we call it, we are the secretariat body working in support and coordinating the very important work of our national Red Cross and Red Crescent societies globally, of which there are 192 member societies, and here in Asia Pacific, 38 societies. And we have a kind of a very unique program that we have as part of Red Cross and Red Crescent, looking at legal frameworks for disaster risk management. And today I'm going to be presenting a paper that I've developed for this symposium, looking at laws, disasters, public health emergencies, and some of the initial findings and reflections for Asia Pacific. So if we could move to the next slide, yes. So yes, as I just mentioned, we have this kind of unique expertise in IFRC and with our national societies that we've been gleaning over the past 20 years or so, advocating research, developing an evidence base for disaster law. As many of you may be aware, there's no kind of comprehensive international legal framework for disasters as there is for conflict situations where you have international humanitarian law. And a lot of this really came to light in the experiences here in this region in Asia Pacific after the Indian Ocean tsunami, when there was a lot of confusion about, you know, what is the international rules of the road for how international actors need to work with the domestic systems at times of disaster response. And that really led us into this work. And over this 20 years, as was mentioned in the introduction, I think we've worked in nearly every Asia Pacific country somehow, supporting governments, working alongside communities, to provide legal and policy advice for disasters, and more recently also looking at climate change adaptation, and of course now with COVID also looking at the aspect of integration of public health emergencies as well. And as one of the regions most prone to disasters, as we know, I think Asia Pacific knows firsthand the importance of good governance for disasters, and really the importance of being prepared. So I think there's so much leadership already in Asia Pacific. I think it's very much seen as a leader in the world in terms of some of the really, really innovative governance models we have for natural hazards. And my paper will really be looking at how we can also bring some of those learnings over into public health emergencies and ensure better kind of coherence between the two systems as well. So as I said, Asia Pacific knows firsthand the importance of good governance, and we have seen over the course of this 20 years many, many common regulatory issues arise in response to all types of hazards, and we really can't stress enough the importance of good legal preparedness to better, you know, help the response, minimize, you know, the impact of a disaster, and ensure that everyone knows what they're meant to be doing before, during, and in the recovery of disaster. And that's, you know, both within government and also with non-government. Laws really lay the foundation of effective risk management, be it disasters that might be caused by natural hazards, biological hazards such as the COVID-19 pandemic, or, you know, as we're seeing more and more climate-related hazards as well. So without a strong legal base, preparedness and response activities can be uncoordinated, they may be ineffective, they may delay the urgent assistance that people need most. And really used effectively, we've seen that laws really can prevent hazards from becoming disasters in the first place. We've seen really so many good examples from this region on how innovative uses of law and policies have helped prevent disasters in terms of how you might integrate, you know, risk reduction activities into building codes, or to land use planning, for example, and also, you know, to ensure that, you know, those early warning and early action mandates are really formalized and mandated. So if we move to the next slide as well, please. Great. So yeah, so back in like all of us at the outset of 2020, and as we saw the COVID-19 and this pandemic kind of roar through the globe, we really started to see so many new laws and regulations enacted. And it really started to make us think, you know, what is the, you know, what does this all mean? What does the legal landscape look like for COVID-19? What should it look like? And also, are there any synergies or lessons learned that we might already be able to apply in terms of our long history in natural hazard response in this region? And are we building on systems and laws and policies and actions that already work really well? So in 2020, we started to conduct this country level research globally. So we looked at 120 emergency declarations, as well as we looked at, an in-depth look at 31 institutional kind of laws and policy frameworks globally again, but there was, I think, about 18 from here in Asia Pacific. And we were really looking at, to see if there was any emerging good practice or recommendations in terms of effective responses, what, we might need to see in our laws for good legal preparedness, as well as, could we start drawing out any recommendations or synergies with other kind of emergency laws and disaster risk management laws. In addition to the domestic level, we also looked at, that international normative framework. What are the kind of international laws, if any, or the international policies in this area? What are they saying? And we examined the main ones were the international health regulations from 2005. These are actually an international legally binding instrument, which most countries in the world have signed up to. However, very little have actually implemented. We also looked at aspects of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, which, as you know, also has some provisions looking at health aspects, and in particular, looking at the Bangkok principles, which very much advocates for an integrated approach between health and disaster risk reduction as well. We looked at the other global frameworks, and there are references to health in the Paris Agreement. There's also a lot of health-related SDGs as well. So certainly we don't have an absence of international kind of frameworks in this area. We also looked at, whether there was any guidance or instructions coming from the different regional arrangements that we have. And as you know, in Asia Pacific, we have really been paving the way in terms of regional collaborative mechanisms, at least for natural hazard responses. So we looked at mechanisms and frameworks that existed in ASEAN, in South Asia, and in the Pacific. And by and large, although very strong in natural hazard responses and collaboration, we found that regional mechanisms that exist for coordination between states and actors for public health emergencies was a little more limited. So that kind of gives you the background of what we were looking at. We produced and launched this global research middle of this year. And from that global piece of research, in this paper, I have brought down some of those learnings and provided a bit more analysis into the context here in Asia Pacific. So if we move to the next slide, please. Great. So what were the kind of key findings? So I will save you having to read through the very big global research that we did, because it is near on 200 pages. But for the Asia Pacific paper that you may have read, we come up with kind of 7 key findings in terms of legal preparedness for public health emergencies in Asia Pacific. So I would imagine that all of you actually in this breakout group, I think you could probably call yourself all experts in terms of public health emergencies, because you have all been impacted by some kind of law or regulation during this COVID response. Be it you might have had stay-at-home orders, quarantine mandates, school closures, vaccine mandates, undergone some kind of declaration of states of emergency. So I can say that we all have been impacted somehow by law and regulation during this COVID-19 response, maybe both as institutions and at a personal level. And when this COVID-19 response began, never before have we seen so many laws enacted, new laws enacted for one event. So when the COVID-19 emerged, old laws, policies, and contingency plans had to be dusted off. And when I'm talking old laws, some of them were dating back over 100 years. A lot of these laws were then found to be outdated. Many didn't fit modern reality, and this required the quick and rapid development of new laws, some of which weren't so great, as you know, making any law and policy in the middle of a crisis isn't your ideal situation. So as outlined earlier, we know that laws provide the foundation of good risk management in national and local systems. They clarify who needs to be doing what and when. And this really helps in terms of, what Adelina is going to be talking about next in terms of localization. By having a very effective and strong national and local system, which is well clarified in your laws and policies, it really helps also clarify to any international actors how things need to be done in your country. And that will really support any international actors who might be wanting to provide support, really follow your rules of the road in any type of emergency as well. Overall, this experience of COVID-19 has shown that many countries, and in most countries, were not legally prepared for a major public health emergency. And as stated before, it is really too late. And I think the opening speaker as well also really reiterated, it is really, really critical that we need to be prepared for any type of hazard that we face. It's just really too late trying to remedy this in the middle of a crisis. So people need to be clear about the rules of the road and about their roles and responsibility therein. So it's really critical that these governance arrangements are clear beforehand and people are aware of their rights, their roles and their responsibilities. Overall, I talked about these international frameworks. We're certainly not short of different international frameworks and a lot of international commitments on both public health and on disaster risk management. However, what we're finding is that there's still limited implementation to bring those commitments down to action and to bring those commitments down into your national and local laws and policies. So, looking forward as we going into the kind of next phase of the global agendas, I think, it's not so much of this global rhetoric now, but really making sure that we action these commitments where it's needed most. So we also, the number 6 recommendation there is we still see this kind of formal disconnect between public health emergencies and disaster risk management systems at both the regional and at the domestic levels here in Asia Pacific. And while most countries operate, and in my next slide I'll show that countries operate at a hybrid system for responding to public health emergencies, in reality we still saw a level of fragmentation and a lack of coherence between the systems. And I'll be speaking more on that in the next couple of slides. So if we could just move to the next one. Yeah, great. So so internationally and also in most domestic systems in Asia Pacific, biological hazards or epidemics and infectious diseases are also classified as disasters. So under the Sendai framework for DRR, they are very clearly within the definition of a disaster. And when you look at most DRM laws in Asia Pacific, I think about 80% of the DRM laws and policies also include biological hazards as in types of disasters. And although this happens, they predominantly are still regulated and managed quite separately from other types of hazard events. So we found predominantly there's kind of 3 ways countries look at public health risk management. So if we look on the left-hand side there, you have public health emergency dominated frameworks. And as its very name suggests, this is largely governed by public health legislation that sits under the Health Ministry and health policies, and really has very little connection with other systems in the country. This was, one of the minorities, this kind of approach, and there weren't so many examples in Asia Pacific. I mean, there were some examples. And then on the other side of the spectrum there, you have disaster risk management dominant frameworks. And again, as the name suggests, these are largely managed under the disaster risk management laws and policies. Again, not so many examples from Asia Pacific. There were some examples from memory from Barbados and South Africa, which have these models. But predominantly, most global frameworks tend to use this hybrid approach, and this was certainly the case here in Asia Pacific. So when I say a hybrid approach, I'm saying that the public health laws tended to be the dominant laws, but we saw this clear role for disaster risk management laws and policies as well. And we saw this disaster risk management laws and policies really coming into play in terms of coordination, and often where a lot of the states of emergency powers would sit. So, we can already see, at least on paper, that this hybrid model is being envisaged around how we prepare and respond to different types of hazards that we may face. But then we started to look a little bit deeper, and we found an overall lack of detail on actually how these two systems really should come together. And as I said, the law is a really important place to start, because they allocate those roles and responsibilities and accountabilities. So there needs to be more detail in the various laws around, who has the powers, who's the lead agency, how states of emergencies need to be declared for a public health emergencies. So we definitely thought that was some areas that needed improvement. And we also found that overall, many of the good practices that we have learned here in Asia Pacific haven't really found their way yet over to public health emergency systems. And I will talk in the next slide now, as we moved into that, some of the analysis of when we looked at the public health system in Asia Pacific. So next slide. Great. So this slide here is looking at kind of the problem analysis, and this is specifically on our analysis of the public health emergency laws and policies in Asia Pacific. So as I said, age of legislation. So we found that many of the public health emergency laws that we examined globally and in this region were very, very old. Some were dating back to the late 1800s or early 1900s. And this was particularly true for many South Asian states, as well as for many Pacific states as well. So these laws tended to apply to only a very specific list of diseases which were no longer prevalent. And this meant that there was no flexibility in those laws to respond to new types of kind of infectious diseases. So this resulted in what I talked about before, these kind of ad hoc laws and regulations needing to be hastily developed. Some of these ad hoc laws and regulations didn't always build on tried and tested systems that already existed in Asia Pacific. So our report really recommends to governments, to lawmakers, to policymakers and their partners that they need to urgently review their public health emergency management legislation to make sure they're fit for purpose, they fit the contemporary realities of your country, and to make sure that you're building on the synergies of what already works in terms of your emergency preparedness and response systems. So implementation, I covered this before, and this was really about some of those international frameworks. Very limited implementation of the international health regulations into those national laws and policies, even though that's a binding legal treaty. Countries really hadn't implemented many of the core capacities of that. Ditto for Sendai, although that's not binding, but particularly the health aspects of Sendai haven't been brought down into DRM laws as much as they should have been. And I think implementation also, I mean, it's the perennial issue of any laws and policies as well. It's not, it's around making sure there's implementation and awareness of the laws and the frameworks, so everyone knows how they work, what their roles and responsibilities are, so that domestic implementation down to the community level as well. We look at that third box there saying reactive, lack of early warning. So many of the public health emergency laws that we analysed were very response driven, and I think this would probably, for the DRM practitioners in this session, it would be kind of looking at those kind of pre-models of DRM laws, very reactive, emergency response driven models. Certainly there weren't many public health emergency laws that were incentivizing risk reduction approaches or kind of even wider preparedness measures. Certainly there was no kind of touching on terms of like longer term recovery around some of those laws as well. So in terms of that, we think there's so many good approaches and peer learning that needs to be happening between DRM sector and the public health sector, and some of those kind of lessons the DRM sector has taken around comprehensive risk management, proactive risk management, and how we can bring that way of thinking as well into public health emergencies. So I kind of that early warning, early action. One issue that we did find that was quite concerning was at the domestic level, there was limited evidence of there being duties on public authorities to provide early warning to the general population of health risks that may cause a public health emergency. And we saw, what that limited early warning can result in as well. So coherence, I've talked about that before, but certainly the fragmented approaches continue to exist, not only in the systems, but also in the laws and policies. We think there's so much opportunity to build on synergies, to build on those systems that are already working, and to look at how we can join up approaches in a more integrated way between public health emergencies, health ministries, and DRM agencies and actors going forward. Participation. So as we've seen from this pandemic, I don't think there's one sector of government or community that hasn't been impacted by some way during this pandemic. And we've seen certain sectors of the community impacted disproportionately by COVID, just the same as we see in other types of disasters too. So it's really critical that we have those mechanisms in place, and that they are actually even brought up to laws and policies to mandate the engagement of different sectors of government, as well as those particularly at-risk groups, into the needed decision-making tables as well, so that they are also involved in the planning around for public health emergencies. So this is very much lacking from the laws. Coordination is the next one. We talk about coordination a lot in disaster risk management. We know, I think it's probably the most common regulatory issue that we see in type of emergency response, and it's probably where laws play a very critical role, because that coordination aspect, in the law allocates who needs to be doing what and by when, and it sets up those accountability mechanisms. And that's not coordination just, you know, across government, but also with non-government and also from the national level right down to the subnational level as well.
You have 5 minutes left, Gabby.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'll run along with some of this. So yes, so we saw that in terms of public health emergencies, those coordinations was not very well spelled out for primary biological hazards. So this is also an area I think where DRM and the public health sectors really do need to come together in terms of how coordination will work across government for future. Humanitarian access. We have seen lots of great inroads around ensuring that not only government actors, but also the humanitarian community can, you know, respond to emergencies and assist those most at risk. However, a lot of mobility restrictions that the humanitarian actors weren't able to work in ways that they normally do in disasters. So research recommends that humanitarian actors really must be provided with appropriate exemptions from restrictions during public health emergencies. So safe floods, so really critical as well. And the last one there is protection and inclusion. Laws and our policies aren't there to set, you know, kind of systems and states of emergencies, but they are there to, they concern people, you know, and particularly they're there to protect and include those groups. However, when we look at a lot of the laws and policies, they're either silent or they don't have enough specificity on how you actually need to engage and ensure that different mechanisms can work in times of emergency mechanisms. So that is relevant for not just public health emergencies, but also laws. Moving to the next slide. So again, this is looking at the DRM laws in the region, and I'll just skip through this one quickly because I've covered quite a lot of it. So as I said, about 80% of the DRM laws in Asia Pacific actually include the definition of biological hazards or public health emergencies under their definition of disasters. However, we found that those definitions tended to be left to the definition section, and then really in the policies and plans and the laws, there was very little guidance for a primary biological hazard, how those mechanisms needed to work. So only 20% roughly of the laws we thought had the necessary specificity to guide law policymakers, practitioners on how the DRM mechanism should work. Generally, we found Southeast Asia and Pacific look to have a more integrated model, but certainly I think a lot of work would need to be done in South Asia for this, as well as really the rest of the region as well. So the paper has quite a lot of recommendations on this area, which you can read if you're interested in later. So I'll skip to the important parts. If we move to the next slide. Great, so what are the key implications if you don't get this right? So it's not just about law and policy for law and policy's sake. As I said, and I hope I've made my point over and over, that legal preparedness is so critical, and it's not just about the law for law's sake, but the real implications this has on the ground. So if you don't get this stuff right, it can cause a lot of confusion. So it can cause confusion between the different actors about who should be doing what, and this also leads to unnecessary power struggles. Sometimes we saw these power struggles playing out during COVID because a lot of their DRM actors or the health ministries were kind of in a bit of a struggle for the different roles, responsibilities. So really important, stick it in your law. Duplication, again, you know, we need to build on things that work well, things that have already shown that fit our ways of working in society. Let's build on that and let's grow from there. You know, if we don't mandate this in our laws, we can also have lack of participation. And we know that if you're not engaging with the right groups beforehand, you're not going to get the right responses that include all. So very important to include your local authorities, to include your communities and at-risk groups. Again, we found some of the implications of this, that some of the systems we had in Asia Pacific weren't capitalized on. This is not only just for national systems, but we also saw some of those really great regional mechanisms not used, like we have the ADMER and SARC and whatnot. Some of those mechanisms we didn't find used as well as they could be fit for COVID. And ineffective actions, the ultimate thing is that, you know, people might not be able to get the assistance they need in time. So just to the next slide now. So what are the key recommendations from the paper? So we talked about at the beginning of the presentation and the symposium about how we use this opportunity from COVID to capitalize on this political momentum that's been generated, where policymakers, lawmakers, parliamentarians are all looking, you know, at what we could be doing better and how we can be building back better from COVID-19. And I would really urge everyone to start looking at the governance arrangements and to start making sure that those laws and policies are right. We need to break down the silos. I know it's easy to say, but, you know, we really do need to come together. There's so many really great lessons already here in Asia Pacific and wonderful ways of working in terms of natural hazards, but how do we bring that together also around public health emergencies, ensure this multi-hazard response. So we need to leverage the success and the learnings. So how we bring this together, not only at the domestic level, but also at the sub-regional level and the regional level as well. And for those who are interested in reviewing their laws and their policies, please, you know, jump on the IFRC website and have a look. We've developed a lot of specialized guidance in this area, and, you know, now with this new COVID-19 and disasters guidance, I think it could be a really good first step to support governments in these efforts. So I will stop there.
Yes, thank you, Gabby. It's a really nice presentation, and for me, the 5 key points is what we have experienced for COVID-19. Okay, so let me move to second presenter. So the second presenter will be Bu Adelina. So let give me to introduce Bu Adelina first. Sorry, where is it? Okay, yeah, Bu Adelina Kamal, who described herself as a humanitarian enthusiast with more than a quarter century experience with ASEAN, and she is leading the AHA Center for almost 5 years as executive director from 2017 to August 2021, and prior to that, working with the ASEAN Secretariat for over 2 decades. At the AHA Center, she facilitated ASEAN collective response to major disaster, including multiple emergencies in 2018, in which the AHA Center played a key regional coordinating role. Prior to working with AHA Center, Adelina worked for the ASEAN Secretariat for 22 years, managing environment, transboundary haze, and disaster management. She took a primary role in developing the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response and its work programs, and establishing the AHA Center in its early stage. She played a key role in ASEAN response to 2008 Cyclone Nargis in Myanmar, establishing and leading ASEAN first ever large-scale humanitarian response operation on the ground. Adelina will present her paper, creating a level playing field, lessons from COVID-19 on improving localization. Okay, Bu Adelina, now time is yours to present. Your time is 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I start counting. Thank you very much, Pak Ujang.
Yes, thank you.
Introduction, and I would like to ask the organizer to pull my presentation. While doing that, thank you again, Siap Siaga, for inviting me to speak in this regional symposium, and also for accepting my paper. Thank you, Indonesian government and the Australian government also for selecting my paper and inviting me to speak. The paper is around 17 pages, and as Pak Udrak said, you can look at it, and if you have time, please read it. 17 pages because there are over 16 footnotes, but it's really a good opportunity for me because it's the accumulation of what I have learned in the past years on localization. The paper looks at the relationship between humanitarian assistance and COVID-19 and why change in localizing humanitarian aid and orienting humanitarian action to be more locally led and locally owned has not been transformational, despite the good opportunities presented by COVID-19. The paper further identifies whether there is something that we can do about it and provide some recommendations for local, national actors, as well as international partners, particularly those of us working in Asia and the Pacific region. Next, please. So, for those of you who had the privilege and the opportunity to participate in the World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul 5 years ago, when the Grand Bargain was launched, you would probably remember the joyous moment when the Grand Bargain document was signed and adopted by some of the largest donors and humanitarian organizations in the world. It was perhaps as joyous as when the Paris Climate Agreement was adopted in 2015. Everybody was like so happy after the Grand Bargain was adopted. It was a remarkable attempt by the international humanitarian community. And one of the most common buzzwords, most common soundbites from the Grand Bargain document is that humanitarian action should be as local as possible and as international as necessary. There are over 50 commitments in the Grand Bargain if you look at it, but I will highlight some of them that are relevant to this discussion. For example, it says that at least 25% of humanitarian funding should be channeled to local and national actors as directly as possible. Other commitments include having investment in both institutional and financial capacities of local and national actors, supporting complementing national coordination mechanism, removing barriers that will allow us to work, international partners to work with the local partners, and reducing administrative burdens and transactional costs. And then I look at the Grand Bargain document again, and interestingly, if you see the document, it also claims that the Grand Bargain is a level playing field where all meet as equals. Also interestingly, the document acknowledges that the current humanitarian system needs to move from the supply-driven model towards a demand-driven model that is more responsive to the people and the beneficiaries. Now, 2021, 5 years on, has the Grand Bargain created a level playing field that it claimed 5 years ago? Next, please. So I asked that question, right? And then I asked more questions as presented in this document. And I tried to answer this question by, next please, studying over 25 publication, research papers, studies, webinars on grain bargain and localization. And I got the privilege to participate in many of the webinars and podcasts. So I got the perspective, not only global perspective, but also regional, local and national, as well as perspective from other regions such as Africa, the Pacific, South Asia. And I also gathered my own observations from the field experiences of the AHA Center working in the field, our after action reviews with the member states, with the UN OCHA, discussion with the Red Cross and so forth. And also some interviews that I did recently with the prominent local humanitarian figures, particularly in Indonesia. So I gathered all that, synthesized that to come up with recommendation. Please click not only for national and local actors, but also for international partners in different situations. When the condition is politically conducive and when the situation is very challenging, like in the conflict. So let's go to the key findings. Next, please. So there are some pluses, many pluses. And this actually gathered from the annual independent evaluations of the grain bargain and many studies and discussions. For sure, the concept of and rationale for localization is no longer in question. Localization has been accepted as norm of international humanitarian action. International actors are moving away already from questioning the need for localization into discussing how to do it, which is good. And there's also an increasing number of signatories to the grain bargain, and we have now over 60 signatories to the grain bargain. So these are good. But then the papers, the research and the study, please click, indicate that there are technical and political challenges in realizing the full potential of grain bargain and localizing aid and localizing humanitarian action. And it shows a slow progress, translating the norm into system-wide practice. And the system has ignored the underlying architecture. Is systemic, and it boils down to power in decision-making and money. And the system is still geared towards donors, is donor-centric, and not the beneficiaries and the people. And if there is change, there is change, and I'm going to speak to you how much change. While there is change, it's more driven by the external pressures rather than the change driven internally within the system to remove the barriers. When I prepared the paper, I spoke to one of the key local humanitarian actors in Indonesia, and he said to me, Adelina, well, he called me Lina, there are two ways of growing seeds. One, planting the seeds by dropping the seeds from the top, or letting the seeds to grow from the soil. So reflecting on this slow of localization, the slow progress of localization, I was asked by this gentleman to observe whether those from the top of the aid chain have genuinely provided good quality of seeds, enough water, and good fertilizer for the baby plants, for the seeds to grow. Is there any visible input? Can you see the efforts and the progress and the resources to nurture the seeds? And by the way, Lina, he said, there are two plants in this world. And if you're not Indonesian, Google this. He mentioned two, lamtoro and mengkudu, that will grow naturally even without having the need for seeds, water, and fertilizer. So change is happening, but it's not driven internally. It's more of the external factors. Anyway, throughout my study, I found one of the most interesting findings is that apparently while there is a universal agreement on the importance of localization, there is no single definition on localization. And this has led to lack of understanding and lack of shared understanding and lack of clarity on localization. So it seems that the different ways of defining localization seems to depend on who defines it. Therefore, it brings me to my first recommendation for the paper. Please click. There is for us to define localization first. If we cannot do it at the global level because it's been difficult, why don't we start at the national level? And then, if possible, at the regional level. I learned that the Pacific leaders have agreed to a definition on localization. So those in ASEAN, I think we should also be doing the same thing so that we all have an agreement on what success looks like. Next, please. So how much change is happening? Let's find out. Apparently, there is no transformative change. Transformative change is as unlikely to happen unless there is a change in the incentive for those who benefit from the system, from the status quo. After all, it boils down to the power in decision-making and money, as I said earlier. And humans are homo economicus. We are driven by incentive and disincentive. So if there is no incentive within the system to change from the status quo, they will not change. They are holding on their power and privilege that undermines the spirit of localization. And if there is change, it's more of tokenistic. Will you agree with me that decentralizing and nationalizing your country offices, are this localization really? There is no significant progress. We talk about 25%, but the local actors said it has to be seen in the quality of the seats and the water, the depth and quality of financing, the partnership equity, long-term investment, both financially and technically, institutionally, for local and national actors. Okay, that brings me to the next recommendation. Click. The best way, therefore, to define progress in localization is by looking at practices on the ground and the dynamics of the actors working together over time. Then you would see the change and you can evaluate the change from the perspective of those on the ground. Looking at how the seeds and the baby plants grow. And that is the highest order, colleagues, the highest order. If we ask our end beneficiaries to actually tell us whether we are doing a good job or not, and ask whether there is actually impact that has been felt and seen on the ground. Next, please. So that now back to COVID. Has COVID-19 accelerated change? Unfortunately, no. Opportunities from COVID have not been fully capitalized by the humanitarian system. You know, there is this recognition on the role of local actors, but it's, you know, the international community is driven more out of circumstance rather than choice to localize. It's more of a remote monitoring and remote management. That is not localization. That's not sharing power. And it seems to me, tragically, decolonizing aid agenda and Black Lives Matter are stronger external pressures than COVID-19 when it comes to pressures for localization. So the conclusion is that until there is a change in the incentive, in the way, next please, in the way, the architecture is changed, and that is if these incentives, the power in decision-making and the money are still firmly nested in the international humanitarian system, don't expect a transformative change in the localization. in the near future. It will be far from reality because a global crisis as big as pandemic, a COVID-19 pandemic has not actually driven the change that we need. Next, please. So can we still expect something? Next, please. The humanitarian system is described as an oligopoly. You Google that, it's just a few people working at the top. Vertical, top-down, supply-driven ecosystem, not even an ecosystem. I describe it as a humanitarian pyramid. Next, please. But we have to accept that there are strengths that the international humanitarian system brings to the table. They bring with them large-scale funding, pools of global knowledge, and pools of expertise and governance. And that includes accountability, principle, and standard. And these are all good and very attractive for all of us that are still learning and developing, right? However, this has been like supply-driven and top-down because those that have the strengths make all the strategic decisions on how their money will be managed using the success indicators and the parameters that they created. So, ladies and gentlemen, our playing field, the local and national actors' playing field, already different. How can you compete with that, right? And those at the national local level, please click. We'll need to wait until the resources trickle down through the aid chain, and sometimes they're not even aware because the resources go through many layers. However, local and national actors also have some strengths, very good strengths in terms of understanding of the local context, ability to adapt and change, and acceptability and trust because they're closer to the ground and communities. Next, please. So in some webinars and podcasts, I said that radical change is called disruption, making the status quo irrelevant. Look at Gojek versus taxi industry. Look at Airbnb versus hotel industry. Disruption or changing the status quo is rarely driven by the internal process. It's always the disruptive forces from the outside that challenge the status quo. Learn from the Star Wars, the rebellion versus the empire, right? And we have learned actually when it comes to localization, it's more of these external pressures, and that also includes governments and local actors being more assertive. But these are all external pressure. So with all this, again, as I said, even with the global crisis as massive as COVID-19, we're not able to break this humanitarian pyramid. So next, please. Should we wait for this stronger, more destructive power to come, more powerful than COVID-19? Next, please. Please click. So I came up with this alternative scenario, which is quite scary, but this could happen because it could be the one that will force the pyramid to reach an equilibrium. It's an alternative order that exerts massive pressure stronger than COVID, disruptive, but it could be market-based and not necessarily humanitarian principle. Or, next please. Or a less disruptive scenario, but this requires those at the top of the aid chain to strip down their power and break the elements from the ecosystem into an ecosystem. And what I call this as a humanitarian ecosystem. It's not centralized, it's inclusive, diverse, collaborative, no major forces managing the aid chain. There is a check and balance. The elements are dependent on one another. They're interconnected and they rely on one another. So there is a power balance. It's like a real life ecosystem. And the best way, the way I say it, to create this ecosystem, please click, is at the national level. because then we can create this level playing field by creating ourselves the strengths that actually are at the top of the pyramid, right? So we are actually creating this external pressure, but at the national level. So we come up with this knowledge. We do have knowledge in Asia Pacific. We have the accountability standards. Okay, it may not be as good as what the international system has, but we can adapt to it. We can modify it to be close to that, right? And use them. And we can use the different elements in the ecosystem. Now, I must say that the paper is not negating the commitments made in the grand bargain. And it's not negating the commitment and the role of international actor, because it's a remarkable attempt, the grand bargain. But it requires also for the local and national actors to change. We cannot ask others to change ourselves, right? Themselves. Next, please. So that brings me to recommendation for local and national actors, particularly for governments who are functioning and who have administrative structure in place. And many of them are in Asia and the Pacific. Now, if you can click next. So I like this picture. I got this when I went to this global climate reality training that Al Gore organized recently, and it explained about climate justice. And I realized, looking at this picture, right, there are some similarities between climate justice and localization. And this is where I think governance play a key role, because governance, in particular government, through your regulatory frameworks and other incentives, training and all that, can actually help the local and national actors to work towards equity. So we have the level playing field. We can see the sun, we can see the players in the fifth ball. But not only that, the government is also needed to remove the fences and the barriers through regulatory frameworks. So here are some recommendations in summary. Please look at my paper, because it has more details on analysis and more prescriptive in terms of recommendation, 5 of them. First, build allies from within. This is the call for the local CSO and local NGOs. When we talk about localization, it's not only about local CSO, local NGOs, national NGOs. It's also governments at the national level and at the local level. Governments are our allies. We can actually get their help, because then they can actually force for the change to happen by asserting national leadership. However, it should not only be governments. And here comes the very good example of BNPB with its pentahelix policy, the contribution of the 5 actors. But I must say, pentahelix policy and other multi-stakeholder policy in other countries shall be supported by regulatory frameworks. Otherwise, like Gabby said, it will not provide clarity on the role of the different actors, how coordination should be undertaken. And the government play a key role in facilitating all this and get them together and agree on the common objective and success indicators. But this have to be codified in the regulatory frameworks. Second, create a collaborative system that is inclusive, diverse, based on coordination and collaboration, and not command and control. This is what we call collaborative governance. Different actors play different roles and provide different contributions. Based on my experience, the problem in ASEAN, right, and perhaps in the Pacific, it's not about the lack of resources within the country. No, it's about the ability to coordinate and mobilize the different elements and the resources that we have within the country. But there has to be a facilitator, and that's the role of the government to bring the different stakeholders together. And to agree on the success indicators and the accountability system, right? Third, create an enabling environment by providing the blocks and removing the barriers, the fences. I talk about local incubator in my paper. It's something like the startup in the Korean drama, or government grooming small, medium enterprises and provide them with sandbags. In humanitarian field, we can provide training on monitoring, project management, standardization and certification like AHA Center is doing with Indonesia, and also strategic aspect on coordination, communication, and negotiation. One of the local actors told me, so that the local governments and the local NGOs will have assertiveness when dealing with the international actors. We are too timid sometimes, no? Because we are not used to dealing with them. And governments provide regulatory frameworks that will allow for cash transfer facilitated by local and national actors so that beneficiaries have more purchasing power and ability to choose. I actually make a reference to the batik industry in my paper, so please do look at my paper. Fourth, demonstrate preference for local actors. Gabby and I basically refer to this as IDRL, Managing International Assistance, International Disaster Response Law, many reference about it. So we can demonstrate preference for local actors as Indonesia did, but this have to be institutionalized. It cannot be a whip in the moment, solely based on apprehension or absolute resistance for international assistance. It should be based on knowing what is needed, having the ability to say, no, we don't need this, yes, we need this, and having the knowledge and confidence to lead. And those responsible in managing international assistance should be professionalized. And their roles and responsibilities should be put clearly into regulatory frameworks, cannot be ad hoc. Otherwise, it will create confusion, as we have seen. The intent may be good, but it has to be codified into regulatory frameworks so that it's clear, not only for those within the country, but also for international partners. And lastly, invest in localization pre-disaster, for us not to dependent on the traditional humanitarian financing. We have seen this, that local and national actors, when getting hampered to have access to the international funding, they become resourceful and innovative and look for resources within the country. So it's possible, but the government need to support this. For example, by regulating it into laws, rules, and regulation for the so-called Islamic financing, right, to be able to be used for humanitarian purpose, or proactive country-based pool funds for anticipatory and forecast-based. And this should,
minute left, Bu Adelina.
This should be managed by local and national actors. Okay, Pak. So next recommendations are for international partners. Can you go to slide 10, please? There may be cases when international assistance is still needed. And this is when coordination capacity of the central government is still lacking. The resources are stretched perhaps because of COVID, and other elements in the ecosystem cannot fill the gaps. But click. Remember to come not with this kind of mentality, the so-called cavalry mentality or hero mentality. It's got to be a reinforcement, not replacement, right? And if there is assistance needed, better coming from the international community already residing in the country who have gained knowledge, or those who have worked in partnership with you, such as your closest neighbors and regional organization in the context of South-South cooperation. Next, please. My recommendation for international partner is to, you go too fast, slide 10 still. My recommendation for international partners is to prioritize strengthening, not that Slide 10, please. No, you go too fast. Yeah, to focus on strengthening the governance capacity, create resilience, not reliance, agree on the success indicators. The intent of the international partners will be seen when we sit down together with the local actors, but the national government should be there, or the national actors like bigger national NGOs should be there so that we can provide the support in the negotiation and build partnership. There's this a model that was offered to me about a consortium of local NGOs, the smaller local NGOs with the big national NGOs and the international NGOs supported by government. And they work towards partnership equity, sharing not only the benefit, but also the risk, and treat the local partners as partners, not as subcontractors. Next, please. And this is my last slide for the recommendation. There will be situation when the government is not able and is not willing. And this is happening in one of the ASEAN countries. And I found a very good example from Africa that at least these two key ingredients should be there. And they actually can work in a more politically conducive environment. And these are, click please, build trust over time, work with local actors that the local population already trusts, and add values in partnership. If you're still offering values for the same 10 years, then you are creating reliance, not resilience. And don't worry, partners, when there is a systemic structural problems, right, within the country, the local partners will still rely on you. But you need to change over time on the values that you offer to the local communities. And last slide are the conclusion, a change in the mindset for everyone. Click. Not only for the international partners, but also government in particular, assert the leadership, strengthen governance, build trust for everyone. International partners stay relevant, move away from the hero mentality, otherwise you'll become irrelevant. Government, address the risk, provide the enabling environment, local actors, liberate for change, push for change, and for Siap Siaga and others who are supporting localization, including ASEAN, including the Pacific, provide the water for the local systems to grow. Otherwise, next please, my last slide, Pak Drek, we should not be waiting for a bigger crisis to drive change and let this global pandemic go to waste. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for Adelina. So we have already enjoyed the very amazing presentation from two presenters. I think I can't say anymore. It's really amazing, and all of is a problem from BNPB as well, I understand. So we will move to Q&A. So we hope there are some of participants that raise hand. So now I think we have Ida Kurniasi. Raise hand, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Udre.
Okay.
I have two questions for Ibu Adelina. First, thank you very much. A very interesting presentation on the localization papers, especially taking lesson learned from the COVID context. So my first question, I would like to know, when you're mentioning about some of the positive side on the localization progress, if you can please explain, I think, a little bit on the methodology background, like which perspective that you use when you're defining this sort of like a positive progress in localization, because I think it's interesting, if we maybe for the local actors themselves, they're not really referring the localization to their grand bargain or tracking the progress from that. I don't think that's quite relevant for them. But so I think it's very interesting to have a look from which perspective. And then the second question, I think I also like to know, like, you mentioned about the persistence of the international humanitarian structure, which is very challenging to be changed throughout the localizations. What do you think, like the major factor that make it hard for them to shift their role, you know, from responding and relying on them having a direct response on the field, to shifting step aside and being just a partner, or even, you know, provide something more less visible in the humanitarian actions? I know that you have a strong experience working in the AHA Center at the regional level. I think it will be interesting to have this reflection question from your perspective. Thank you very much, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Ida. Bu Adeline, so there are two questions. I think it's very clear and it's related to your professional level. So please, time is yours to answer.
Thank you very much. I thought you want to collect all the questions first, but Ibu Ida.
Oh, yeah, I think it's better.
So should I respond right away, or you want to collect?
Yes, better to make it directly. So yeah.
To respond right away?
Yes, right away.
Okay. I didn't really get the first question, but I think it's about
asking about the more detail about the localization aspect.
Yeah, what I gathered from Ibu Ida is that she's asking me what perspective that I was using when analyzing the progress of localization. I use different perspectives. As I said, I had the privilege and the opportunity to participate in the discussion, not only at the global level, but also at the regional and national local level. And as I said earlier, kindly look at my paper. I tried to find really the common definition of localization, and there is none. Is even confirmed by the IFRC as the co-convener of the work stream on localization, that there is no single definition of localization. And for me, it's difficult if the different actors have a different meaning or different expectation on what the localization will mean for them, right? And therefore, I come up with this recommendation for us, at least at the national level, to come up with this definition on localization. And for us, at the national level, facilitated by the national government, and if possible, bring it up to the regional level, like what the Pacific has done, to come up with this common definition and the success indicators. Before actually I said that the progress has been slow and the change has been transformative. I'm being very careful, not only looking at one research and one study, but several. And this is actually the culmination, of many publication, research, and studies. But it's very interesting if we went to the field, right? We went to the field. There was this one after action review that the AHA Center did, and we seen that, well, the government actually provide the opportunity for the local and national actors to have a role, right? And by basically limiting international assistance. So that's good, but that has to be actually institutionalized further. So, and then I also see, and this is again based on research from our center and some other after action reviews that we did, I already left the center, that in the first 2 weeks after the disaster, unfortunately, the local and the local actors, right, the NGOs, were left alone. But they were able to actually organize themselves because they had built these networks, right, among them during the preparedness stage. So then they, use that partnership network and then bring it at the response stage. In the meantime, people like us, as well as the national government, were busy controlling, not only controlling, managing international assistance coming in from the international actors who tried to create presence only at that moment. And that is actually very, very problematic because you have hundreds of them coming, right, through the government, and center facilitated. And then they were kind of like surprised why the government was very assertive in basically defining what they want. So it's not only with one country in ASEAN, but I've seen that in many countries in ASEAN. And sometimes it's also about not only being assertive, but also about governance. So the tendency is also not only about the system, but also the mentality, I must say. Ida, I experienced myself. Even I was not a local actor, I was not a national actor, but being Indonesian, I would see, this kind of mentality still coming to the countries in ASEAN, right? So the change, I said, we are Homo economicus. The change will not happen unless there are incentive for those within the system to change. So there have to be this creative, and I mentioned this in my paper. And for people that I talked to at the national local actors, they're very hopeless. And then I said to them, why don't we create change ourselves, liberate ourselves? Indonesia gained independence because we liberate ourselves, we emancipate ourselves. And I talk to people in Africa, don't worry, Sabelo, the future is not going to be only white, because he said there should be also black. I said it's going to be more colorful. So the change has to come from us at the national level. So I'll stop at that, and we can entertain your question later on, bilaterally perhaps. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bu Adelina. I hope this answers already fulfilled what Bu Ida Kurniasi from the Ministry of Social Affairs of Indonesia, right? So we move to second question from Pak Ahmad Faisal. So please inform your organization and place first. So time is yours, Pak Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. Thank you, Pak Moderator. I'm Faisal. I'm the president of Mercy Malaysia. I would like to have two questions for Gabby and a couple of questions for Ibu Adelina. So Gabby, just a very interesting presentation, and I fully agree on your layout of public health emergency laws and the disaster management, disaster risk management laws, disaster reduction laws, and a hybrid model in between. My first question is, where do you see climate change and environmentally related, environment protection related laws coming in? As we know, and as COP26 is gathering momentum over in Glasgow, there is, of course, as Secretary General Antonio Guterres says, there are three major paradigms for our world going forward: climate change, COVID-19, as in pandemics, future pandemics, not just COVID, as well as conflicts. And so, like it or not, climate change will be there. And of course, we also know that there are relationships between public health emergencies and the climate. So my question is, where do you see the climate change and environment protection laws coming in? Do they come in a hybrid manner, or do they come under about the dichotomy between protection and access? While in some instances there's more access to healthcare and to and better access to rights, etc. During the pandemic has also shown that in some instances there has been less. In Malaysia, for one, some vulnerable communities have had less access to healthcare, and it only took it took the pandemic, it took COVID-19 to actually surge beyond control, to actually put some sense into some of the government structures, not all. To be fair to the government, some ministers and some people in the ministries that were concerned were actually very concerned, were actually very supportive and very inclusive in their methodology, if you like, in including vulnerable communities, including migrant workers and refugees into the health system. But a few others were not. And there's a tension, especially between, for example, immigration law and public health emergency law. And so how do you see that going in the future? And this will mean also more access and more humanitarian space for humanitarian actors if there is a better balance. My questions to Ibu Adelina, great paper, Ibu, and I can't agree more with all your conclusions and your way forwards. I just have two quite provocative questions. So I have no problems with all the recommendations. Number one is, do you think the governments, though, as you are alluding to, because I certainly don't get the feeling, but do you get the feeling that the governments in ASEAN especially, maybe not so much in the Pacific, I think perhaps in the Pacific they're more receptive, but in ASEAN, do you see that governments in ASEAN are receptive or not to this idea of more equitability between international, national NGOs, national civil society organizations, and the governments, with the governments playing a catalyst role, with the governments playing a open space role, and as you mentioned, and yes, by doing so, we can actually not just enhance resilience, but also build capacity, improve governance, etc., but also contribute to your question as to what is localization, yes, and build capacity from the bottom up. But do you think governments in ASEAN are actually ready? And if you can give us some examples, because I have a feeling that they are ready halfway. They are not ready for it to go all the way, because it will mean that there will need to be more opening up for civil society to flourish. That's my first question to you. My second question is also a sensitive one, perhaps, and I raised it in the workshop which I had the privilege of speaking in a few months ago, which is in our definition of localization as we bring this forward in this region, at least, as you say rightly, we cannot wait for the global definition of localization to materialize. Like you, I've been waiting for what now, 6 years now, since 2016. It's not come, and I don't think it will come in the very near immediate future, because there's so much disagreement. But do you think in ASEAN at least, and in the Southeast Asia region, one stumbling block, I would think, would be how do we define and how do we agree upon the status of international NGOs who are localized or nationalized, and how do you define them? Are they international or are they national? And then when they come into the equation, do they come in as an international partner, or do they come in as an equal national partner? Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Ahmad Faisal Firdaus. So please, Gaby, answer the question, and after that, Bu Adeline.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for those wonderful questions. I think you really hit the nail on the head with the issues you brought out. Certainly, I think I didn't touch on that, but that connection or that nexus that's needed between all these agendas, the health, disasters, and the climate, is really important. And I've talked a lot about those global frameworks, but they're all saying the same thing as well. The SDGs, the climate, they're all trying to make that connection. But we go down to the national level again, and we still see quite a lot of fragmentation happening around the different agendas. And I would say even now with the climate agenda, and because of a lot of the funding coming behind climate as well, unfortunately, we're seeing at the national level even kind of some more fragmentation in this area as well, with different kind of systems being set up for climate change, and not those necessary links that need to be made across all the systems. So it's not easy trying to make those linkages, and we're certainly not saying that there only needs to be one governance framework or one system, but we are saying that those different systems need to have a way of joining the dots together, building on the synergies, and also being able to kind of somehow link up with each other as well. So we're seeing a lot of that's not happening. In terms of climate, where you probably in the environmental protection laws, where really rubber hits the road with risk reduction and kind of climate change adaptation, is actually not in your DRM laws or whatever. It's actually on all those sectorial laws. So you have to look at probably every system or law or policy you have in your country and make sure they're having a risk-informed approach. So like really important ones to be looking at is like your land use planning, your water laws, your building. You have to be looking at all of those and be thinking in terms of those sectorial legislation as well, how to take a risk-informed approach, be it either for climate or health. So I think that's really, you know, in terms of some of that climate and some of that long-term planning, you have to be looking across everything. So I would really encourage countries to look at that. Your other really good question, access and protection. I think COVID has really shown up that there were really vulnerable groups that we often haven't considered or thought about in terms of our normal DRM planning. And, you know, particularly in Asia Pacific, that has been migrant groups. I think, you know, there have been groups that have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic, either because, as you say, they've been left out of systems, or they've also been trapped because of the travel restrictions as well. They've ended up being trapped in certain countries as well. The pandemic has shown, you know, that unless everyone is, you know, accessed and assistance is provided, then no one gets ahead. So I think in Malaysia, certainly there's been really, you know, some really positive, you know, lessons learned in that. And I know that in Thailand as well, there's some excellent work that's been done and kind of reaching out to vulnerable migrant groups. And I think we have to have that lesson learned in terms of our planning going forward. And I wouldn't just say it's just for, you know, refugee groups or migrant groups, but we are going to be seeing more people just displaced by climate change and disasters as well generally. So I think it's not just people coming from other countries, but we have to be thinking of displacement or internal displacement inside our own countries. You know, you've got such big experience of that in Indonesia, but, you know, even how to be thinking about, you know, people at risk of displacement in terms of our current plans and policies, how we engage with them in terms of the planning, and how we make sure our assistance can also reach them as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Gaby. So please, Bu Adeline.
Thank you very much, and I would recommend everyone to look at the study by FRC. It's really very interesting, even for me, to see the importance actually of capitalizing the moment from COVID-19 to improve our governance, and the time is now. Thank you very much for Dr. Ahmad Faisal. Good to see you again virtually. Thank you so much for the great questions. Very tricky question for the first one, because I used to work with 10 governments in ASEAN. But if you ask me whether there is the an intent, whether there is an appetite, there is, but it's half cooked, right? It's half cooked, and I think partly it's also because of us not presenting perhaps enough studies and enough evidence on the benefits of localization, right? And this is also one of my reasons to speak up more on localization, because the future, we have to accept it, the future of disaster management and humanitarian assistance is not in this region, Asia Pacific, it's not going to be government dominated. And it's good. It's good because we cannot reach out to all the 200, how many people that we have in ASEAN region? That's quite a lot, right? And it's sayang, no, unfortunate if we are not capitalizing the different ecosystem that we have, the different ecosystem players that we have. So the future is not going to be government dominated, and we have to accept it. How? By presenting them with the studies and facts. The government, I'm pressuring not only the international system, but also governments anywhere, also need to have humility, right? We have to accept. I spoke to this great lady, a prominent local humanitarian actor who also worked at the global level, international level, you know probably who. And she said to me, Lina, even the national NGO, as strong as what I am leading right now, cannot cover all the provinces or all the affected areas in Indonesia. These are being covered by the smaller scale NGOs. But they don't have the assertiveness because I'm a professor, I'm speaking English, I'm sitting in this board, and so on and so forth. So there has to be facilitator that will actually help the local CSOs and the local actors, including local government, because we need them to reach out to the 80%, she said, of the communities that we cannot reach. So that has to be some studies again that will open the mind, and we need to openly discuss it. And I believe that the ASEAN governments, if they are driven with the facts, they will adopt it. And probably Indonesia should be the one championing for it, because this forum is co-organized by Indonesia and Australia. And Indonesia has actually provided very good case studies for the world, you know. We actually asserted leadership, but this has to be institutionalized, yeah, into policy, and not just different actors doing the coordination. And there have to be linkage, clear linkage between the national and local actors. Don't leave them behind. We are homo economicus, so we need to present to the government what actually are the benefits of localization. Is for our own country to be resilient. It's a lot of headache, Pak Faisal, as you know, to manage international assistance. So if you have resources within the country who can do that, why don't we rely on them? It's just like batik, you know, if there are, you know, if I am the batik promoter because I love them, and the government of Indonesia should promote batik, right? And then we have this young consumer promoting that everyone is pushing, you know, for us to wear batik. So we should also do the same. And we need actors for change. Who are these actors for change? It can be us, Pak. It can be you, Pak. You know, we need to replicate more Ahmad Faisal. Now, local definition, definitely. Indonesia came up with the definition during the World Humanitarian Summit, by the way. And this actually was used in RDEX as well as Central Sulawesi response. Nationally and locally led response supported by regional mechanism and international assistance when and as necessary, applied in Central Sulawesi response. But this has to be codified further. And this is put as an ASEAN joint statement. So there is an intent, but we should follow it up further into supporting documents. AHA Center did that in our regional paper for the next AHA Center work plan, but I think we need to do more and translate how we actually support localization of the ASEAN countries, you know, and ASEAN countries need to agree. If the Pacific leaders have done it, why can't ASEAN define localization? Indonesia, let's do this, right? And take the lead. You're doing the standardization and certification through ASEAN, and you ask AHA Center to do it, right? It's part of governance as well. So, well, I guess a lot more to say. What else, ya, Pak?
Yeah.
I'll stop at that.
My second question, Ibu. My second question.
Apa ya? What's your second question?
how do you view and where would they sit in international NGOs who have been localized or nationalized? Yes.
I don't think decentralization or nationalizing international NGO as localization efforts. No. Remember the picture I show you about climate justice, right? It's a masking. No, it's a masking. Tambal sulam. You know, you just put a shield and then just change the outfit. It's more of a remote monitoring and management. But this is really the role of the national government, no? You know, to define who actually are the local actors. And I'm not actually saying that we should be negative all the way to international partners. Mercy Malaysia goes international first before you go local, right? But knowing actually when we need them. So if there are international partners who are already working in the country and they have a nationalized office, talk to them and then you know, have an agreement with them to have this partnership equity. It's not equality, it's equity. Equity meaning that smaller scale local actors need to be provided with more boxes and sandboxes, and the government need to actually remove the barrier through regulatory frameworks, demonstrate local preference. Indonesia has done it. Some other countries have done it, probably, but Indonesia has done it. But this have to be regularized. It has not been. I'm sorry, it has not been. We have to, we will get the benefits.
Okay.
So the answer to the question, no, I won't consider that as localization, Pak Dato.
Okay, thank you, Bu Adeline. I hope Pak Dato already get the answer. So the time is so limited, so I really hope that Pak Fakhri Karim, please inform your organization and country, and please make it short. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Udrek. My name is Fakhri Karim. I am with United Nations Capital Development Fund. I try to be very short. First, thank you very much for both presentations. Ibu Adelina, I really enjoy your pyramid. I think it's very true. And then that I hope your hammer can broke that. The experience we have that, as you said, the thing that slowed down the localization, where it is lack of policy supporting localization, lack of system mechanism, and also structure and infrastructure. You know, we try to do localization with one general policy, national development policy, and then every corner of the country need to follow that. Even different situation, different condition. Take example Indonesia as archipelago. We should be benefit from a small island province, but the small island province have to follow national policy. Then they cannot use the potential to solve the problem. And then my question, I have two questions actually. First, what do you think of using the existing structure in supporting this localization? But I say existing structure here can be formal or informal. The formal one, for example, this MOHA, let's take Indonesian example. MOHA have a structure until very low to the desa level. When we implement every intervention, we see all ministry using their online ministry to implement it, where we know that line ministry doesn't have necessary structure in below. Like ministries, social ministry, education ministry, they don't have the structure like MOHA having. That's one. Second, also we can, what do you think of using the informal structure? There a customary system, customary law that should be utilized, should be capitalized. I'm in Bali right now, for example. Bali very strong with that. If we don't use that, then we waste the potential we have. The last question, where should we coordinate this localization process? I agree with you saying bring things down to local government, to local level, national, the international NGO. It doesn't mean localization. Localization is the acting by local authorities or local structures, but how to coordinate it, where? Should be at national or at province or at lower than that? Thank you very much. Over.
Okay, Bu Adelina, please, your time. Make it short.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Udrek, and thank you very much, Pak Fakih, for the great questions. I think it's more of a recommendation rather than a question, and I would agree with you that we need to capitalize on both the formal as well as informal structure. As mentioned by Gaby, the moments are there, right? And we have seen when managing COVID-19, countries are actually, some of the countries using the mechanism within the disaster management sector, because the ones in the health sector, I think it was India, the one in the health sector was too old, and then they use it as a hybrid. So within the formal structure, I think we really need to take stock first, you know, what actually are the formal structures there that are available, like what you said. If within Indonesia, the MOH is much stronger, why don't we actually look at that? Or the social welfare, I also know quite strong. Why don't we look at that, as well as you know, the BNPB, and see, you know, what can actually be done to improve. And there should not be silo, as Gaby said as well, right? It's about coordination. Informal structure, we have seen a lot. I don't have to say much about it. And I think we've seen that people are getting very creative and innovative, and that is actually the elements of one of the elements of the pentahelix, right, or the ecosystem. But the government needs to institutionalize this, and need to recognize and institutionalize this. Otherwise, you know, all the good things that already happen, we are helping one another, you know, within our village and all that, will not be institutionalized, and that will be unfortunate, right? So when the coordination on localization should start, I think it should start at the national level first, right? I don't know who, if it is Indonesia, it depends. It depends really on the governance structure in countries. I don't want to specifically just zero in on Indonesia, but it should start at the national level first. But it has to be done in a consultative manner for the government to actually facilitate the discussion and agree what is important. Yeah, what is important is to agree on the success indicators and the definition, including how would you define NGOs who localize and decentralize their offices, right? Who should be supported, because there are informal CBOs, grassroots networks, perkumpulan ibu-ibu, perkumpulan anak muda. Should they be supported? Right. And what about the accountability and all that? So there's a lot of discussion, a lot of work, but unless we do this governance, you know, then we will not have the hammer to break the pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Adelina. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have already bring to the end of the morning panel discussion session. And let me thank to our two speakers for sharing their thought with us, also for the all of the participants who also asked a question. And it is very interesting discussion. So I try to pick up some points. So something that really I think all of us agree with this, that okay, COVID-19 has give us of so many problems, very suffering, disaster, but we learned a lot also from this crisis. So this crisis provides opportunity for change, but at the same time pose a serious question. So if we cannot make change to occur now, can change really occur in the future? So it is one of the something that I think come from this discussion. And change comes with a package called incentive and disincentive for change. So the idea for the hybrid and also localization that I mentioned from these two speakers is really the point with also provide us some of the questions that need to answer, because try to think internationally, nationally, and also locally. And external force is a powerful force for change, sometimes stronger than internal force. Yeah, we also think this point are also addressing by the presenter. So some point that already informed from this meeting, I think is really a good discussions, and also be fruitful and very dense. So we really hope that from this point, and also maybe I would like to add another point about the law and policy, that both are at the top of food chains. It will affect everything, including localization. So talking about the ecosystems is really interesting, and I really enjoy about what Bu Adeline talked about the planting the seeds. It is very interesting for us also. So ladies and gentlemen, the last one is government has a strong role to grow local actors. So but as about the seeding can seed from the top, and also we hope that it also grow. So working together internationally, I think is something that also the lessons that we can get from the COVID, so we can work together. Sometime maybe we can say that thanks COVID as well. So while you are enjoying your lunch, dealing with your emails or attending other calls, please can you reflect on what you heard this morning and start to think about how we can articulate this finding as both lessons that we need to learn and recommendations that we would like to make as we head into the next session. As we close, a reminder to come straight back into the working group after lunch, and not to a plenary session. If you are staying in this room, please mute your mics and turn off your cameras as the facilitation teams will be using this virtual space to prepare for the afternoon session. So again, thank you very much for all of your participation. So I hope we can have something also very important discussion or activities from the afternoon after lunch session. So I, as a moderator, would like to thank to all of you, and thank you very much for all.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak.
So we close this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this breakout session. We have quite significant participants even though in this afternoon. So the way we will run this session, it's more like a focus group discussion. There will be no speakers, no presenters. This is all of us, although we hope that the previous speakers will be joining this session as well. My name is Said Faisal. I will be your facilitator today, and I'll have a team, Ibu Yusniar, who will be trying to construct all the important points of our discussion today. The way we will run the show is very much, we'll start with the summary, what we have learned from the first session. That would be 3 slides talking about what are the key points that we learned from in the morning session. We'll talk about some of the recommendation, and also most importantly, questions. So today is, or this afternoon is basically, we are asking all of your expertise, knowledge, and experience in answering some of the questions, or there are some of the points that we missed in putting into the recommendation or key takeaway from the morning. So it's very much a free discussion. well, a facilitated discussion, of course. Don't worry about who get first question to ask and so on. I'll facilitating that part. But also, most importantly, this is a continuation of the first morning session about governance and institutional leadership. We have about an hour, then we'll come back to the plenary. And Ibu Yusniar here will remind us as well if we are approaching the time before the plenary. So you will have a what we call after this, listening to the speakers from Malaysia, Ibu Jamilah Mahmud, sharing her experience about pandemic in management of pandemic in Malaysia. So let us start the discussion today, and please, I really hope lots of you will give the inputs toward our discussion. So can we get the screen up? Thank you so much. All right, first slide, please. So this is what we have learned. And again, please feel free to add for those who are attending the morning session. I think what we have learned in the morning that COVID-19 pandemic has led to many issues as well, many lessons for the next changes. Now, I think this is very interesting, as mentioned by Pa Udre in summarizing the discussion in the morning. If we cannot make change happen now, when that appropriate time would be, when that perfect time would be. Because for those who are involved in disasters, know very well that the crisis, disaster is one of the a good atmosphere for change, particularly the regulations and many other forms as well. So we have seen this, and everyone is experiencing changes, including the way we conduct webinar today or a symposium today. It was unthinkable in the past. But we have a bigger issue than conducting a digital webinar, which is what we call the impact of COVID-19 toward the management of disaster. A lot of issues talking about localization, giving an opportunity for local actors to lead. The question is whether this, whether we can make those changes, expected changes during this time. And we have heard some of the speakers in the morning elaborated their views on the possibility of change and what needs to be done. Number two is about there is no single system to manage the disaster management, humanitarian activities, climate change, or environmental related issues. There is a need to build a synergy to link each other. And this is, again, we have heard many times, there are group that will think it's good to, like have one policy that put a lot of things inside that, but the other would say that, you got a specialized single law for single issues. Some we have heard from Gabby as well, the hybrid model, combining between disaster management and other crises like pandemic. But there is an issue of how do we link this different laws, regulation, and policies to serve the purpose. Now we're talking about pandemic. Number three, the national government playing a crucial role in localization as the regulator by setting up the system mechanism for many stakeholders, to get many stakeholders involved in this game or in this change. So I think it's always there, the role of government when we talk about how to bring many parties together, because government has authorities, and at least not only authority to convene, but authority to provide incentive and disincentive. So again, the role of government that we have heard in the morning is quite strong if we expect some change to occur. Number four, while the crisis provides opportunity for change, but at the same time, change also need incentives and disincentive to occur, including the external forces, laws, and policy. And we heard from Ibu Adelina as well this morning that what would be the incentive for people to change? In a simple term, we're talking about what is in it for me if I change, and then what will I lose if I don't change? That is very much, the transactional cost of change. If we want people to change, that element will need to be there. But again, we can discuss more about this. And we heard as well this morning, there's a fragmented of laws and policies regarding the disaster risk management and public health emergency, whether would be the best to converge, to have a convergence of these two, or again, as mentioned by Gabby, that some of the laws are very quite old, and crisis is very much speeding up the review of the existing law, in particular those related to COVID-19. Next, please. So, I think it's would the speakers have already provided a lot of recommendation for this. We try to see what would be the simple way of providing the fundamental recommendations in terms of what we have heard in the morning. Capitalize political momentum, as mentioned that in the morning, that this is the momentum for change, and a lot of political decision being made in this what we call period of time. I don't know in the other country, but in Indonesia at least, that we have seen the shift of regulations quite a lot. So we need to capitalize the political momentum to the change that we want to have. And then strengthen governance. And at the cornerstone of localization, it's always about the issue of governance. And then also mentioned by the speakers, it's about investment or invest in trust building, because I think a lot of discussion moving toward partnership, and trust is the foundation of the partnership. And we think that the SOP might be able to replace trust, but that would be a difficult assumption, because we have seen that organizations that have a high degree of trust will have less SOP. But the question whether that is the way to go. Trust is something that we need to earn, and in environment that moving so fast, then the SOP as part of the governance is important element. So why this trust is always an interesting topic to discuss. Is it so difficult for us to get trust, or we have a different dimension of trust? So that is something that we can discuss as well. Next, please. This is very much the question for all of us to discuss in this afternoon session. And I really hope you raise hand, because that would be a nightmare for me, after this slide, no one is asking questions, and that would be a very difficult moment. And in that case, I know some of the people in the room, so I'm going to pick some of you. So those who knows me, that be ready, that I might ask you directly if no one is raising hand. So you might prepare to raise hand now before I try to go to each of you. Question number one would be, what would be the appropriate approaches for regulatory framework to strengthen localization? We learned that it is important to have a regulation. It is important to have law policies in order to strengthen the localization. But what is the form of that? Is it law? Was it only policy? And how do we approach it? I mean, how do we design it? So, and on which part of localization that need to be adopted in certain law? So this is one of the questions. Question number two would be, what are the challenges in forming the collaborative ecosystem? We heard the speaker mention about collaborative ecosystem, collaborative governance in humanitarian action, in particular localization, because this is one of the alternatives. It's from the top-down centralized approach. Perhaps we start thinking about, what about a collaborative approach? Would this be possible? Or is it more a market mechanism in which when supply meets demand, then automatically the collaborative ecosystem will form itself? Or is it something that we need to be driven by the external force? Then this is again, we heard this morning, how do we define success for localization? Because if we do not know the finish line, we will never know whether we have achieved into that what we call finish line or not, whether we have achieved the quote unquote localization or not. So what is the finish line for localization? How do we know that a country or a system, we said, oh, we are successfully achieving localization? Or perhaps that is not the approach. There will be no finish line for localization. So that is something that we can discuss. Then we ask the next question: what would be the incentive and disincentive for changes, particularly for those that need to change? If my organization is being quote unquote forced to change, what is it in for me? If I go for that direction, will I get something out of it? If I don't go into that direction, will I lose something out of it? So this is something that we can discuss, because it would be very difficult as well to leave it as it is without thinking that at one point we need to think about a structured mechanism that can provide incentive or disincentive for those quite reluctant to change. Change to what? And as we discussed today, very much to support the local leadership. The last question would be, this is very much, again, we heard about lack of coherence in laws, policies, and regulation. And this is very much, the root of it could be the silos mentality. It's not only in the country, I mean, in the big organization, you will see one policies have a conflict with other policies. So can we enhance coherence in laws, policy, and regulation? So this is the questions that we will discuss today. And I'm very thankful of my good friend here, Pak Fakri Karim, already raised hand. And I would like to give the floor for Pak Fakri. Thank you so much, Pak Fakri. Time is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Pak Said Faisal. I tried to raise my hand before you pinpointed me. I know it will come, so I better take my initiative. So yeah, I have one comment. If you come back to the first slide, somehow colleague can manage.
Please, can we go to the first slide, please?
Yeah. Here, thank you very much. So here is very good conclusion. But we look at the all good. Number 3 also very good. But I think what missing below number 3, the local government also playing very important role. Because when national government playing very important role, perhaps in putting a good regulatory framework, put a strong coordination, help the mechanism on this kind of thing. But local government, they also have to understand their role and function and prepare their capacity for that. And also, of course, translate all of this policy into their planning process, in their development planning process. Otherwise, national government playing good role, and then local government playing raising help mindset. That what mostly happened. Not just in Indonesia, I see in the region where the local government who, in fact, in the front line, all of this disaster, they're not well equipped with the capacity, they know well understand what the role and function, and it's not this disaster risk management sometimes is not even well reflected in their development plan. So if possible, I think I'd like to suggest to add one other conclusion. In this key conclusion is the important role of local government. Thank you very much. That to start, Pak Syed Faisal. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pak Fakhri. Yes, it is very good point you mentioned about local government. I strongly agree with that, because when it comes to disaster, I think those who are closer to the affected area will take the immediate action, and that usually the local actors, including the local government, whether it can district level or provincial level. Thank you so much for your input. Anyone else? Can we stop share screen so we can see the whole participant? All right. I see the photo of Pak Sugeng like smiling at me. So that could indicate that I might call Pak Sugeng to give some of his thought if he's available. And then I might go to Ahmad Faisal Firdaus. I might go to Victoria and some others. And Gabby and Adelina, hope Adelina is here as well. I might come to you as well to clarify some of the question. Anyone trying to ask a question? Okay, good. Pak Nur Lambang, please.
Well, thank you, Pak Syed. I just wondering whether the problem itself came from the behaviors of the people. And we know that the behavior itself is not really concerns about the administrative boundaries of the local government. So I would say that it should be intra-government policies, or it's a functional areas that we have to be concerned, that we have to be considered, rather than using the local government boundaries to face or to scrutinize the problems itself. So I still don't see that they are not concerning on the functional areas. For instance, Jakarta itself, are they really facing their own people or their own populations? While the population itself, they are go back and forth from outside Jakarta to Jakarta and go back to their own home outside Jakarta. So I think that's shows that the problem itself is on the functional area. It is not based on the administrative boundaries area. So if we try to put that as the basic of our concerns in developing the regulations or developing the policies, then to me it is not. It is quite clear why the governors of West Java, Pak Ridwan Kamil, sometimes has a policy which contradictory with the DKI Jakarta. So I think that's one of the problems that I don't see on the list of the conclusions. It is more on the functional areas. Which will deal on the functional areas. Yep.
If I may go a bit further, are you saying that when you show functional, there is a strong linkage between province or district to the national system itself based on each of ministries? I mean, are you saying that if these issues of public work that cannot be solved by one province alone, but it's get connected with the national policy drafted by the public work? That could be for disaster management, that could be environment as well.
Yes, I think that's right. On that perspective, that's right. And for the if we try to go more further into more localized, then it is hard to put the problems into administrative boundaries or the local governments. It should be the problems of more wider areas, or it is functional areas, because it is functional areas, just like you said. Okay. About the public works.
Okay, thank you. I see some, if there is any people want to give, and I also see my friend here, Amy from Thailand. If you are there, you want to give few thoughts, that would be fantastic as well. And others as well. Here we go. Amy, how are you?
Thank you,
Papa.
Thank you, Patri.
Good afternoon, Papa. Good
afternoon.
You.
Been a long time for we met quite some time. I don't know when the last time we met.
I think it's during this session, this seminar.
Digital, that always the digital meeting.
Yes. So what
How's
was the
Thailand
question
now?
again? Thailand is very crazy at the moment.
Now, from your perspective, coming from a government and National Disaster Management Agency of Thailand, and we have discussed about this localization, quite many times. But I'm interested in gathering more thoughts on regulatory impact toward local actors. Would you think that is an approach what we should follow, or is basic? There's a lot of complexity there when we ask government to issue law regulation that have quite a preference toward local actors to grow. What do you think on that?
Well, the thing in Thailand, under Ministry of Interior, we do have the Department of Local Administration that on the DRR's side, we are trying to work together, creating a standards and doing certain rules and regulation for the local area. And I think what we are trying to do now is as the local area and local community here, they have more money and they know what actually is their risk. So what we're trying to do, we are initiating, our deputy minister was actually initiate this MOU between DDPM and local administration department, so that we as DDPM can provide them with equipment or loan them the equipment of in doing any disaster response or whatever it is, because they couldn't really purchase it, and they will provide the worker or the driver to use those equipment. So it's kind of like a mutual understanding, our mutual agreements that we're trying to empower the local area to be able to do their own disaster response and do disaster risk reduction with the guidance and with the, with the expertise from the central government. So I think localization is very important. The only method that I think we actually proven that is working in disaster risk management and disaster response are, of course, CBDIM. We have several projects that we try to establish the one Tambon, one search and rescue team, which is the Tambon is the sub-district in Thailand. So it's like we're trying to focusing on the empowering and enhancing the capacity at the local level. And I think that's the way that, we as the government can chip in and can definitely help with the local government in that aspect. Because sometimes, even though they have money, even though they know their own area, but they don't have the method of doing the risk reduction or doing the coordination. So we as the central NDMO, we provide them with guidance, we provide them with system, we provide them with resources so that they can support their building resilience at the local level. So I hope that answers your question.
I have a quick question. I mean, this is a bigger theme. I think we have discussed this, but I think it's good as well to talk about it again. Almost 2 years now from, we got this pandemic since last 2 years. From your point of view as a government, and I assume that you get involved in pandemic as well, but the initial role would be the disaster management. Any change from this pandemic that impact the way we manage disaster that you have seen it happen again and again and again, and perhaps that would transform the way we manage disaster in the future? Any significant change?
Well, the first thing that changed a lot is that, now we shifting toward more multi-hazard risk reduction and multi-hazard disaster response, because the disaster nowadays is actually getting more complex. What Thailand is trying to do, we're trying to promote the Bangkok principle under the Sendai framework, which actually the consideration of the public health aspect into disaster risk reduction. And what we're trying to do is working very closely with Ministry of Public Health. We're working very closely with international organizations and definitely the NGO, because they are the one who can reach down to the grassroots area. So with those health, and of course, another aspect that I think is really changing is the volunteerism, which can be instrumental to the government and the local governments in managing the COVID response, as well as the responding to the natural disaster. At the moment, we about 17 or 18 provinces in Thailand are severely hit by flood. And we still have COVID spreading in some of the areas heavily as well. So it's very challenging for us as a disaster manager to trying to put in that context of, awareness of being in the complex situation where just authority or just our expertise is not enough. So the integration of effort between organization, don't forget to volunteer, and don't forget the NGO in the local area. Those are the key part that will actually help, and actually changing is shifting our way we think. At first, before the pandemic, it's just going to be like, oh, it's going to be us NDMO responding. So you guys don't have to know about anything about responding. Right. But now with the pandemic, right? We have to do a COVID response. We have to do also the flood response. We also have to do some areas to have, other matter as well as like landslides. So, how can we integrate that into one effort, and how can we as a disaster manager put those health aspects into our context? Got to make sure that our responder wearing masks, got to provide them with COVID tests. We have to, make sure that in our shelter or the area that we're providing the meals for the people who's evacuated from the flood are COVID-free. You know, at the moment, there's the news bringing out that, you know, a couple of our area that was actually providing meal, they were got infected by COVID. So, you know, how can we make sure that will not happen while we respond to the bigger disaster as the flood and other stuff?
Thank you so much. But I have one last question for you. It's interesting. Before I go to Ibu Ida already raising hand, but it's interesting because now people start to mention about multi-crisis, multi-hazard, multi-disaster. From the government point of view, what would be the model in responding to that? Would that be like one single agency, like giving all the authority, capacity, and focus and strength, as well as funding, just to become a multi-disaster, multi-hazard, or multi-crisis agency? Any crisis will go to that disaster and that agency will handle, or a specialized response agency. Health will be by health sectors, environment will be environment response, or maybe a combination of the. What would be your observation, learning from Thailand?
I would say, no, the bigger the monster, when they fall, it creates a lot of damage. So good. I would say from our point of view and our lesson in the past, the COVID response, we as the disaster manager or NDMO has a task in providing the system, in providing support to integrate it, all the agencies that would be involved in this crisis events into one room. And, you know, from my experience in being in this field for more than 15 years is that, you know, what is very important that the highest authority would come into play and the task division need to be in place. One person cannot handle everything. For COVID response, our Prime Minister set up the national EOC, and also he tasked like Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be in charge of the foreign affairs and people coming in from outside Thailand, and also Ministry of Interior supporting them because we're also looking at the border area. He tasked the Ministry of Public Health in providing vaccine. He tasked, you know, the Ministry of Defense and also Ministry of Interior in providing the support for local area. So each part is very important. Managing disaster is just like putting jigsaw. It cannot be just a one mold or just, you know, big chunk, you know, because, you know, it needs integration of efforts. So I would say that, you know, we need to have a very clear system, reporting lines, as well as the clear authority in managing each of the responsibility that we tasked by the leaders. So, and very strong leadership is crucial in this time of crisis. And another thing that is very important is communication. How you communicate to the public is different from how you communicate to your own responder, your own, you know, line of communication. So you have to bear in mind the sensitivity of the data that you provide or information that you provide to the public. So that, because that could create a stir and this also could create a backfire to what the response you're trying to do. And the media is a beast, you know, you need to feed the beast, you know, or else it will just kill you. So you need to have a good alliance with the bees, and, you know, you need to keep feeding them. So those are from our response.
That's very interesting. I think that's a very good lesson from you now, because I still have that thinking, why don't create a super big agency? I mean, but Danish rightly said, you create a super monster, when it fails, it creates super damage. And I think the focus should be an enabling system that allow effective collaboration and coordination to take place, plus a strong leadership in that agency. Thank you so much, Ibu.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Ibu Ida, please.
Yes, thank you. No worries. Thank you, Pak Said. Yeah, I just put some comments in regard to the questions. I'll start with, on how we defining the success of localization. I'll say it's a very tricky discourse actually in defining what's even the end goal of the localization is going to be based on various perspectives from different stakeholders who are involved in the localization itself. But I can see that there are some key elements if you want to sort of like a measure, or you can develop it as an indicators. Probably it involve an equitable relationship or partnership, and then has it, both part, are they being like respectful enough, and do they have like a ongoing and long-term communications and engagement. And then the second is about leadership. Maybe we can have a look, is there any like knowledge or power transfer into the local leader? And then we can, and the element of the coordination and complementary to see like who's doing what and what are the key humanitarian action that's been done by the local actors, and is there any like a complementary part taken by the, let's say, the international or even the national government? So it's not only like the domination of one single entities in the humanitarian architecture system, and then the participatory itself, and how the policy can influence and provide the advocacy for the capacity building between these local humanitarian actors. And then, of course, it's very interesting always to look at the funding. It's not necessarily just transferring the financial resource, but it's about how to remove the barriers and allowing more local actors to access the funding, and then not seeing it as a transactional relationship, but rather than having an agreed and joint approach on what you want to do, and giving more space for them to decide. And I think it's very linked to the points of how we're framing a collaborative ecosystem. It really helpful to nurture the humanitarian ecosystem that we imagine can support the localization itself. And then on the question about the regulatory framework, I think it's a bit, we need to be conscious as well, not to frame the localization into like a technocratic approach. We want it to be very grounded and see like what are actually that they mean, that they define and they need on the ground to support. Because I think eventually we agree that all we want to achieve is an improved humanitarian support, right, to the community. So that should be our visions, and I'll say that's the aim that we want to get from the localization. Hope it contribute something. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you so much. It contributes a lot. But I have a few follow-up questions because it's interesting point. So I keep thinking about it. So I might seek your thoughts to avoid that I'm still thinking about it after the event. So one of that would be on, if I can summarize what you said, the first part. It's about creating a collaboration with mutual respects, mutual understanding. I mean, in Indonesia, we have a term that gotong royong, but this is like about, we need to have a collaborative approach, but the foundation of that would also be a mutual respect where the equitable partnership will take place. But in your experience, or in your observation, why is it so difficult to get into that direction? Working together, but respecting each other. Is it like too ideal, or is it very much, it really depends on the parties involved? So that one part. And the second part is the thing that you mentioned, the second part of your explanation. Do not follow the technocratic approach for localization. It's better to have a more grounded approach toward localization. Why is it problematic if we go for a technocratic approach where this is very much the government machine will start to get into this localization, and perhaps that could be a good machine, or perhaps that should not be used, that machine. So technocratic approach, or you might want to add academic approach as well on that, it should be used with concern, or we should immediately focus on whatever works on the ground. What would be your thought?
Yep, thank you, Pak. There's a very interesting follow-up question. I think on the first question, why is it, is it so hard for us to build such a mutual, respectful partnership? I think there's this inherent, structure within the humanitarian architecture itself that is making it very hard. Even though there are a lot of, it is mentioned also during the morning session, there are a lot of external change happening, and then there are many local response fill in the gap to trying to fill in the gap caused by the changes that happen. But the main humanitarian architecture, it remains untouched, and it remains unchanged until now. It's very inherent, and there's strong value, and I think it will take like a major reformation within the humanitarian system itself. And the question is linked back: are we ready to go to that part? Is that or not? Are we ready to let's say, to delete all of the logos from our organization to the items that we distribute during the humanitarian response? I think that's a question that we need to agree upon among the humanitarian, as part of the humanitarian architecture itself. And then on the second questions, why is it we should be conscious in not to be getting into the technocratic approach in localization, because we don't want localization being a validation discourse to reinforce the power, over the dominant power over certain groups. And then I think it will lead to a very normative, ethical, and political driven motivations for the localization, which is something that we don't want to produce throughout this localization. I hope it's answered, Pat.
Thank you. I think it's very interesting, because what you mentioned is very much about when we talk about localization. It's not only about giving a local actors to give more space to lead, but actually there's a bigger thing behind that. That is like, it could be the evolution of the humanitarian system as a whole. It could be what we call a transformation of humanitarian system. It could be a disruption, or at the end, a very strong approach toward localization could also lead to a revolution in redesigning the global, national, and local humanitarian architecture. So, thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Before I ask for more hands, I'm going to check my teammate here, Ibu Yusnia. How much time do we have left?
Our time is until 2:40.
Okay, 2:40. We need to close this 2:40, and then we have about 20 more minutes.
2:40, you have 20 minutes to pull the conclusions together for a 3 o'clock hard stop.
So we need to close this by
3. By 3, but you probably need 20 minutes at the end to kind of work with your colleagues to pull this into something that we can present back in the plenary after the break at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So we'll aim about 2:45. Would that be okay, Oliver?
2:45 to start summarizing and 3 o'clock to stop.
All right. Thank you so much.
Fascinating conversation, by the way. Thank you.
I might ask your opinion. Are you allowed to give a thought, Oliver?
I don't know. Let's ask the group if I'm allowed.
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you because I mean,
okay.
Let us not forget who you are, Oliver. You're spending like, I don't know, 30 years in these humanitarian sectors.
You shame me. Yes, it's more. I'm afraid it's longer than that.
So I think we should, get your thought as well, sharing to many people here. And you have very interesting background, working with international and being a close partner with a regional organization, helping countries and moving around sectors and organization. Now, we have discussed a lot on this one, and this is about the transformation, change. I've read a lot of initiative at the UN, at many events about transformation this, transformation that. Why is it so hard to happen? And why are we continuing talking about this again, again, and again? What is it behind this?
I think Adelina told us this morning. Fairly. I mean, I think the arguments that Adelina put forward this morning are quite clear. I think it's about. I think there are two things. I think one is perception. There is a perception that there is this kind of big international humanitarian system out there that is somehow preventing national and subnational organizations from having greater profile, having greater control over what happens. And I'm not sure that it's that cut, and I'm not sure it's that tidy. My sense is that this apparently very coherent, cohesive international humanitarian system is probably less coherent and cohesive than we think that it is, certainly from my experience of working with it. And I think, Adelina's key message in her paper and what she said this morning was basically, do we need to wait? And I think there is a little bit that sense of, when are you going to pass the baton to us? And indeed, the answer to that almost is, well, when are you going to take it? So there's this slightly interesting piece somewhere in the middle around who thinks they have ownership or don't have ownership, and that's kind of theoretical, because if you listen to people like Pak Puji and others, from Indonesia and colleagues from other countries, you talk to colleagues in the Philippines, it's done. Localization is happening, and the value added of the international humanitarian system is to basically support that and to come in if and when asked to supplement what is happening at national and subnational level. So you have, I think that change has already taken place. Maybe the narrative hasn't quite caught up with that, and the messaging from national and subnational entities probably needs to be a little bit stronger. So I think we're probably further down the track than we are. What I'm slightly surprised by is that the incidence of COVID-19 hasn't driven that process a little bit faster than it has. That we still have two sort of, how do I describe this? We have two almost parallel narratives. We have the international humanitarian system narrative about this is how things work, and we have an increasing regional and national narrative. And at some point, those two narratives need to come together. And I think we've, some of the work that has been done, let's say, for example, by ASEAN and the UN in this region, have kind of started that process of coming closer together. And organizations, a lot of organizations working in the region who are not from the organization, have aligned themselves with those sets of processes. But I think there's something around the narrative as much as there is about the action that needs to be addressed. And COVID-19 may have driven that. And one of the conclusions of our discussions here today may be that needs to be driven a little bit harder and a little bit faster. And that's something to take to GPDRR.
That's very interesting. For Gabby and Adelina, I hope you're still here. Just on standby, might call you at any time to just continue the talking. But listening from you, Oliver, there's two thoughts, right? One is give me the authority for, to take a lead. The other group will say, prove whether you can deserve this ability to take the lead. And the real task would be during the emergency response period. And suddenly if disaster is quite significant, then suddenly we are in a situation of joining what we call the race of being relevant. Every organization is about being asked their relevance during the emergency response. International organization will be asked, what have you done? What will you do? ASEAN, when I was in ASEAN, the standard question is, where is ASEAN? What is ASEAN doing? No matter, you've been there or not. So national organization will be asked that question as well. Local organization is say, you should be upfront. So there is a race of being relevant, and usually the spotlight is there. And suddenly, each of organization are telling their stakeholders that I'm relevant in this event or in this disaster. Now, if we continue in that measure, the success measure of any organization of being relevant in any emergency response, how do we see a model that allow the collaborative partnership, collaborative ecosystem, collaborative governance, when we say, okay, when your success is also my success? Would that be possible? Oliver.
That's a very big question. It's a huge question. You always ask these big, difficult questions. It's interesting. I mean, I have the privilege in this symposium today of hopping from room to room while you guys are talking, and I'm doing that. So now you've caught me. I'm a little bit distressed. But in the next door room, in room 2, they're talking about this as well a little bit around partnerships and the need for partnerships to be collaborative rather than competitive. And I think what's interesting about the way that both the international and national systems are structured is that when it comes down to it, it's all about resources. It's about all sorts of different. It's resources to get assistance to people, which are that's a laudable use of resources. It's also resources to pay salaries for your staff and to make sure that your organization thrives and prospers, and that you get visibility, as you've said, Pat Said. I had the same thing. Where's the UN? Whenever there's a large disaster, where's the UN? When I was working for OCHA. So there's something around trying to promote a kind of changed narrative or a changed way of partnering and organizing ourselves. We have very much this kind of like, either the international system or the national system or the regional system. And my sense that is that a little bit in Asia, we've managed to kind of deal with that a little bit. If you take, I refer to what I know, but if you take the 2018 earthquake in Sulawesi, you had a very pragmatic approach by the government of Indonesia, who basically said, we're going to do this our way, which I think was great. Number one, locally led, very clear, locally led, local staff who know how to interact with people who've been severely traumatized by a disaster. Let them deal with it. Number two, let's have our regional organization. That is an important part of the way in which we work together, coordinate the resources coming in from outside the country. So let's use the AHA Center. And number three, other partners are quite welcome to provide us with resources. These are the 6 things that we need. Now, it wasn't a perfect execution by any stretch of the imagination, but boy, did it make us all partner in a far more positive and collaborative and collegial way than had there not been that considerable clarity and guidance provided by the authorities. So I think it always comes back to, it's interesting to hear what Gabby was talking about this morning. If you've got your legal frameworks and your regulatory frameworks and your advisory frameworks, right, it's an awful lot easier for everybody to understand where they fit into those. What that requires on the part of governments is to understand what's available in terms of capacities and resources. And for any country in this region, the first line of capacity for any country in the world is its people and its own institutions, supported by its neighbors, supported when necessary in extremis by international organizations. And that's the way it should be. Something somewhere along the line went wrong with that. Something somewhere along the line sort of, I think, a little bit kind of overbalanced towards international, and that's now being redressed. I think the World Humanitarian Summit, which everyone says is dead, I don't agree. I think the World Humanitarian Summit is still doing its job. I think the grand bargain is slow, it's being revised. We shouldn't just sort of toss the baby out with the bathwater. All of these things are kind of aiming at right-sizing how we respond to disaster management, how that good quality of partnerships rely on effective governance and effective laws and structures. Now, what does COVID, I mean, I keep trying to bring this back to COVID-19 because I'm very conscious that our symposium is about how COVID-19 has impacted that. And I'm not sure that we're going to get to a really firm conclusion on that by the end of the discussions that we have today. But there's definitely been an acceleration because of COVID-19. Now, how do we embrace that and use that to further those improvements that I think, frankly, everybody wants, really? We all recognize the importance of getting disaster response and humanitarian response right. The question is, how do we make sure that the interests, the regulatory framework, the legal framework, and the partnership models are right for that?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oliver.
Thank you. Can I go to another room now?
No, you go to another room. I'm going to tell them, please ask question to Oliver. Oliver, thank you so much. I learned from you that there's several elements that need to be in place. So we talk about this, localization. One is that when we talk about leadership role, institutional leadership, there is a need to have a capacity for that, because capacity and leadership is in a package. And then we're talking about, you can't just have the capacity, but also we'll need to have the regulatory framework, clarity of who's doing what and what role do we have in that arena. So that number two. Number three, in between of number one and number two, would be the partnership that need to take place as well between the international, regional, and the local actors to ensure a smooth transition, if the transition will take place. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. I have questions, two hands here. First from Pa Ahmad Faisal Perdaus, a good friend of mine, and also another good friend of mine, Pa Fakri Karim. Pa Faisal from Malaysia, please, time is yours. And then after that, I'll go to Pa Fakri.
Thank you, Pak Faisal. I just have a short one, which is adding on to what. Sorry, just lost you. Adding on to what Oliver was saying, I just have one point, which is interesting to talk about regional organizations and also networks. I think where some of the narrative is not being delivered, as Oliver rightly pointed out, there needs to be stronger narrative. There also needs to be smarter narrative and correct narrative. And perhaps also we need to be smart. Those of us who are advocating for localization, for more empowerment, for local actors, etc., be they local government, civil society, communities, etc. The who to deliver the narrative is also quite important. And I think sometimes we have to accept the fact that while half of the time national actors are the best people to actually deliver the narrative and deliver it well, especially if they have good leadership and leaders with credibility to deliver those narratives to government, to international organizations. Sometimes, however, it will be better if there are networks, there are coalitions. And in Indonesia, there are several civil society NGO coalitions already, and coalitions add strength to the narrative. And sometimes, however, national coalitions are not good enough or are not able to, simply because of certain constraints or limitations, yeah, or certain perceived conflicts of interest. Sometimes there are, you know, it may not be right for me to say something because I may stand to gain from it directly, yeah, in terms of maybe a grant or a funding directly to my organization, etc. So sometimes it's better if it's delivered by a network of civil society organizations, sometimes inside a country, sometimes from outside a country, a regional network. Regional network of civil society organizations would be even better. So here comes, and basically a supplementary important institution within the ASEAN framework, yeah, intergovernmental framework. What we need is also stronger voices and more able voices from the NGO coalitions and NGO networks who are present, both in countries as well, to send better narratives also. Them clearly and with a little bit more substance, and I think the regional coalitions, NGOs, please step up to the plate and actually contribute. What is probably not, that is probably not happening enough, and that's why we see some of the NGO networks, NGO coalitions, especially at the regional level, not being able to fulfill some of their true potential. Thanks.
Thank you. Now it's interesting, Faisal, if I could have a bit of sort of a follow-up question, is for a clarity. Are you suggesting that we should draw the line, or when that what we call time, that we should draw the line on what would be being ideal, what would be being pragmatic or practical in this localization? Because at the end, there is a market mechanism behind all of this. And, you know, we could continue to discuss the ideal solution, or there's a time now we said, okay, the ideal will remain ideal, will take like some time, but there are practical solutions that we should focus on in this localization. What would be your view on that, Faisal?
Right. First of all, that wasn't the point I was trying to make. I was more trying to make the point of who delivers the narrative, and like I said, a smarter narrative and more substantial in this country or from an organization else without principles. So that's number one. But I get what you mean as well, which is a slightly different thing. I think, no, in the first place, no, we should stick to the ideals, yeah? We should stick to the ideals as much as possible. And as even Ibu Adelina replied to my question earlier on in the morning session, you know, who is local? I mean, we should stick to our guns and say that, you know, international organizations masked as local organizations shouldn't be considered local, yeah? But you are right also, sometimes there are solutions that are more practical, which serves everybody's interest, including localization. Then perhaps, as long as there's equitable factors, those are the times perhaps in certain circumstances when we need to be more practical and pragmatic than idealistic. But we shouldn't forego our principles and ideals, because otherwise the same arguments will, the same basic arguments will always be there.
Okay.
That local actors are not capable. Local actors are not up to standard. Local actors are not the best delivery. We shouldn't succumb to those narratives. Yeah. But there may be extraneous, extraordinary circumstances. For example, maybe not so much in ASEAN. Yeah, but maybe in some other parts. And the government of the day, etc. It may not be so easy. Yeah. For things to be local 120%
Professor, I think you're breaking up. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Faisal. And I think if I can summarize your point, I think a very good point you make at the last, that, let's take it to ideal. That's just the, something that we don't negotiate. But at the same time, we need to do it smarter as well. So let's stick to ideal and let's do it smarter. I'll go to Pak Fakhri, and then I will go to Ibu Adelina Kamal. And then I will go ask Gabby as well, if there is any thought before we, wrapping up the session. Pak Fakhri, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Faisal. Just to add a little bit, I don't know if, sorry if this had been mentioned, because I was kicked out by internet connection and then I come back. So I think Pak Faisal's question, is it possible to do this collaboration and how? I think yes, it's possible. And yes, of course, collaboration so far, what happened, we saw everywhere where everybody doing together and then everybody doing everything together. So that is not really collaboration. That grouping people and doing planning, all doing distribution, all doing the same thing. It end up a competition within that group, or we didn't realize, because we say, oh, we work together. So collaboration should be able to find the role and function, as mentioned by Oliver, and put it in good complementary as part of the whole system. So it's not everyone should do everything, but everyone should do one thing that they're good at as part of the overall system. That is, I think that if we want to measure collaboration that way, we will see then somebody who good on planning should not do distribution. Somebody good on distribution should not do supply the product. All those kind of things. That is, I think if we lead our collaboration that way, that will have more. And then add a little bit on localization. Localization doesn't mean that international NGOs or international actors can't play locally. No, localization, again, how all actors can play at the local level according to the process of the disaster risk management was planned and processed locally. Everybody have a part of the component of that process. So sometimes everybody doing locally, but it's not through a local development process, for example, or not local response. So then everybody at local, we have to wear a long boot because we walk in whatever muddy that we call local. In fact, we react as international through international process. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Fakhri. And that's a good point as well. And again, this is lots of discussions on how do we define local. That is mentioned by Adelina earlier. So that is something that we will seek the thought of Adelina Kamal. Ibu Adelina, thank you so much for still joining us and giving your presentation in the morning. A lot of interesting topics. Any observation listening to our discussion?
Thank you so much, Pak Said Faisal. I learned a lot from the discussion as well. And I'd like to add two more based on the discussion. You mentioned about people are struggling and also competing to become relevant. But I like to challenge that further. I think international partners and anyone coming from outside of the country need to should do more than just being relevant, but also adding values. And I talk about it in my paper. And how would you know that you are adding values? Then you create. Then there should be these success indicators that not only the international partners agree, but actually the national and local government, right? And without this commonly agreed success indicators, then you will just be, saying yourself and tapping to yourself that you're doing your job well, and you're flag planting and all that. At the same time, we also need to understand the goodwill actually from the international humanitarian system. When I had this dinner with the Korean ambassador, because he wanted to a bit farewell party to me, and the wife said, "Do you know why BTS went out? Because the market, the industry, the market within the country got saturated, so they had to go out. The same thing as the international humanitarian actors, they had to go out, right? But I think we need to, the customers, the audience actually could shape, how these suppliers of music industry, how BTS or whatever it is should play. And that goes to my suggestion that it should be us, the local national actors, that shape how the localization should be played in our playbook, in our own playing field. Now, second point, I learned this from the climate discussion. And this is actually applying the economy. It's not only but when we talk about governance, it's not only law or regulatory frameworks, but also applying economy. But because after all, we are homo economicus, right? We're driven by incentives. There is this within the climate system. The economists they actually put up this quote by President Robert Kennedy in 1968, 3 years before I was born. And he said on GDP, GDP measures everything except that which is worthwhile, and what is worthwhile to human beings, our happiness, are, values that actually are not presently measured by the GDP. So now within the climate world, economists are now trying to come up with different success indicators. They call it like metric, right? Metric to measure GDP, and this groups are countries like New Zealand and Norway who really value sustainability. They form a group of countries and organizations that that are trying to come up with this metric and success indicators to define what Robert Kennedy said about what is worthwhile. Because Amazon get listed as the most valuable company of the world, but Amazon forest only get get recognized in terms of economic advantages after they are extracted, after they are burnt, right? So by having these competitive indicators, created by this group of countries, we all, it's called we all, then it actually opened up people's mind that, look, it's not only about economic developments that matter. It's the same concept that I'm trying to offer here. The local national actors do like what this we all, organization do. That is to determine how we want to create our level playing field, our own playbook, by defining our own success indicators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Adelina. No, this is very interesting when you say we should not stop of being relevant, but also what value do we add? What value do we bring to the table? I think the issue is about, also as you mentioned, is about redefining what success looks like. I mean, the way success being measured, for example, in crisis response, emergency response, like who came first, how big is the support that being given, and the capacity, the improvement of the capacity of local actors after that response is being less measured. It's not getting into the equation of the value equation, because the value equation is about how many tents, how many, all the relief aid. So redefining success looks like, would that be include the value that international actors bring in a crisis that impact the capacity of the local actors? Would that be something that, in a way, that in line with your thinking?
It's in my paper. In fact, adding values is one of the two formulas that I offered. One is building trust over time. Second is adding values to partnerships, and the values should actually progress over time. It should not be the same for over 10 years. Otherwise, then you are creating a reliance. And this actually have been tested in a research in Africa. And we should learn from Africa in a very complex situation, in conflict. So then the researchers said, if this could work in conflict, this could also work in politically, in a less politically sensitive environments. So yeah, it's very difficult to apply, but I think these are among the two ingredients. And we will perhaps listen more from Dr. Jamilah later on about the trust deficit. Is really an issue. And it's not only about system, it's also about mentality. And the mentality can actually be tackled if we use regulatory frameworks again, and the economic instrument, the economic formula, knowing what actually are the incentives and disincentives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ibu Adelina. Now, we have 7 minutes to go, but before I conclude, it's difficult to conclude anyway. I'm gonna check whether Gabby is still with us. I think it's night already there. Oh, thank you so much for staying, Gabby. Any thought from your side? I mean, we have discussed a lot. Perhaps you can give additional observation from your side. Please.
Sure. No, just to say it's a super interesting discussion, and that's why you've kept me here until nearly 9 p.m. New Zealand time. So yeah, no, just a few observations, and I think really kind of like linking into what others have said as well. I think, you know, when we talk about localization in the sense of that kind of international, national system, I think, you know, I really do agree it is there for the taking. I mean, the underlying premise of the international humanitarian system is national sovereignty. So really nothing can get done around this disaster risk management area without that clear control of the national system. It's ultimately the government of that country's duty to protect its own citizens. So therefore, it is the duty of that country to develop and to be very clear about how it is going to work and how then it wants to work with the international system. And also just to stress, you know, I've talked a lot about, you know, the importance of laws and policies. I mean, obviously it can't just stop there. I'm not so naive to think that a law or policy is going to fix everything. But I think it is like an important process to work towards. So I'd even say the process of getting there and having those discussions with your international partners, with your regional partners, domestically as well, is just as really important, getting that understanding as the end product itself. So it gives, you know, it gives all the stakeholders something to work to. And I think the other interesting thing I've heard about is, you know, we've heard about localization, international to national, but we also heard a lot of important stuff. You know, Amy from Thailand was talking about that importance of decentralization or localization from the national level to the subnational level. And it is really critically important. We see in the countries where this stuff works really well, it's because they've got a highly, highly decentralized system. So there's a lot of not just the responsibilities going to the subnational authority, but the trust, the authority, the resources and the capacities. So I think, you know, localization breeds localization. So I think when international partners are going to want to work more and give more, you know, look to have more trust and authority with countries, they're also doing that when those countries are proven to also be able to work in a very localized way as well. So that would be my kind of key thoughts from this discussion.
Thank you so much, Gabby. I would love to explore more, but I understand we have like few minutes left. Thank you so much, Gabby, for staying up late to engage in the discussion. We have about 3 minutes. I will let you know, have a minute or two to summarize, because I really want everyone to get into the main plenary room and listen to the speech experience from Dr. Jamilah Mahmood from Malaysia. But before that, I'm going to check my teammate here, Ibu Yusniar. Anything you want to show or want to share?
No, Bapak, not yet.
No. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, everyone. Few things. I think it's difficult to what we call summarize all the discussion, because every point is an interesting point. And actually, we can go for another hour to discuss a lot of this issue. But I think some of the important points that when we talk about localization, we cannot only focus on the you know, the international, but also the local government is very important, because they are the front line. But then we have other person as well saying that, you know, there should be an interlink between local government and the central government. It should not be a what we call administrative boundaries approach, but it's also functional. Line ministers might affect the local organization as well. Then we also have a lot of discussion about collaboration, and this is like somehow become a recipe in terms of how do we mix putting everyone together. But at the same time, we have different models of this collaboration. Should that be a specialized collaboration? You know, I collaborate with someone where my strength become the weakness of that partner. So it is like integrating between strength and weakness of local actors or international and local actors. We are also talking a lot about respect, trust. This is very interesting because we've been shifted a lot into the structured approach in partnership, SOP, agreement, you know, all of these written things. But the foundation of every partnership, again, it will come to trust, partnership, trust, respect, and so on. There's also interesting views about don't go so technocratic approach in terms of localization, because things are happening on the ground. Have a grounded solution. So that is also interesting. And in terms of this localization, when we being posed questions, should be practical or not, it should be ideal. Stick to the ideals, and then let's do it smarter. So at the end, we need to redefine what success looks like, because change is about redefining what success looks like, redefining our narrative. Thank you so much, everyone, for this breakout session. A very interesting discussion. Thanks so much for your input. Thanks so much for your time. I'll see you again soon in the plenary session. Thank you.
To focus this morning primarily on the lessons and recommendations that they have drawn out from their analysis. As the purpose of today is really to try and reach an agreement on, you know, what are the key issues that we need to take forward, either as lessons that we've already learned or as lessons that still need to be learned. As I say, the format for the session is that the two speakers will speak first, and they will speak back to back. And once they've finished, we will go into a Q&A session, and we'll have about 40 minutes for discussion. So I'll remind you again later, but you don't need to wait till the end of the speaker presentations to start sharing your questions. So please feel free to use the chat function to share your questions or your any kind of comments you want to make as we go along. And obviously the facilitation team will be gathering those as we go along. So once we've finished the presentation and we go into the discussion, the discussion segment, there is a raise hand function in Zoom, which you'll find in the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. So please use that if you want to come in with a comment or a question, and we will be able to kind of take note of that and then come to each person in turn. So the purpose of this morning, just as a reminder, is that in the first session, we're not driving at fully formed conclusions and recommendations. So we can really have a free-flowing discussion. Don't hold back in asking your questions or sharing your comments. And then the idea is that the discussions from this morning will shape the topics discussed this afternoon. And this afternoon session will focus more on gathering a sort of concrete set of lessons that can be taken back into the final plenary session at the end of the day. Before I introduce our first speaker, does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. Right, well, we'll move on then with our presentations. It's my great pleasure to introduce Ibu Ashinta this morning as our first speaker. Ashinta has more than 20 years of field experience in humanitarian work and community development, including membership of both the UN and ASEAN emergency response teams. And she's currently serving on the board of Red Art Indonesia as well. As a former director of Yakum Emergency Team, or YEU, for 10 years, she has led YEU and managed more than 50 disaster responses in Indonesia, including the mega disaster of the Aceh tsunami in 2005, as well as supporting disaster responses in Yakum's network in Timor-Leste, Philippines, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka. In 2015, she was assigned as director of Yakum Rehab Center, steering it to be more engaged in national and global advocacy for disability inclusion. She served the Global Alliance of Action of Churches Together in its capacity building advisory group, humanitarian advisory group, and as a member of its governing board, representing Asia for 2 terms. From 2019, she was promoted to lead all Yakum's humanitarian development units as the director of Yakum Extramural. And this included their community outreach units, including disability, disaster management, and primary health care. Ashinta is kindly going to lead us through the paper entitled Contributing Factors to Strengthening Local Partnerships, Lessons from Bethesda Yakum Care Center, Yogyakarta. So the floor is yours, Ashinta.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and also distinguished guests and also participants of this room. I would like to have my presentation screen, please. Colleagues from IT. Yes, I started with a few glances. All of you, of course, are very well informed about the impact of COVID-19. But I would like to emphasize, next slide, please, emphasize on how it impacting the context in Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta was the second worst affected province during the second wave after Jakarta for some colleagues from other country, with the positive rate of 53%, which is very, very high. The isolation's occupancy ratio, because Yakum is coming from health organizations, from the data from all hospitals that Yakum managed, stood at 90%. Even in the ICCU room, it's go up to 95%, far overstretching the healthcare system in the city. Many health personnel were exhausted and also affected. We have hundreds of our staffs at the hospitals positive, infected positive, and mostly it's not happening from the hospital, but they are infected from their neighborhoods. And at the community level, interestingly, we have so many volunteer network for frontline. We call it frontliners task force, which who are working around the clock to provide community level support. In addition to that, in Yogyakarta, we have a very active volcano and called Merapi, and it is escalated. The status at the end of 2020 escalated to what we call watch level, and it forced hundreds of people from surrounding villages to stay in the temporary shelter. That case, such displacement, of course, happening in time of pandemic might lead to a complex emergency. This is the setting, the context where Yakum was in, and that it is the things that leading us to the decision to build our platform called Bethesda Yakum Care Center. Next, please. Bethesda Yakum Care Center, it is started in February 2021. It is a joint established platform operated together by representative of management and staff from various organizations under Yakum. So it consisted of hospital, health education institutions called Stikas Bethesda, as well as the community outreach unit, the primary healthcare office or organization called CD Bethesda, the Yakum Rehab Center, as well as Yakum Emergency, which is focusing on disaster response. At the time, even though you may say that, oh, this is all organization under Yakum, but under non-pandemic situations, those offices or those organizations are operating like separately or independently. So this is to have something jointly done or formulated to provide integrated service during pandemic is something new. So that's why we call it a local platform newly established. In the beginning, the services that is extended or offered by Bethesda Yakum Care Center is to provide hotline services. These hotline services managed by our team is actually to provide consultations and also referral for treatment of positive COVID patients to our hospital. It is also combined with online capacity building of various topics we provided, and it is mainly attended or utilized by community-based organizations, community volunteers, and as well as also some health professionals. When the situation is escalating, approaching to July, we decided to have additional services. Those hotline services and capacity buildings are maintained, but we then complete it or combine it with supporting COVID patients who are staying at home, as well as the ones that are staying in the isolation shelter. Isolation shelter means shelters that are voluntarily managed by kampung or villages, as well as by institutions like churches, or even by our own institution like the School of PTSD, as well as Yakum Rehab Center. They are open for to be a shelter for persons with disability as requested by local government. We also distribute some logistics like PPA, vitamin to the volunteers. And one strongest point within this platform is that we together, not only internally us, but also together with external stakeholders, do advocacy for access to vaccines, especially for at-risk groups, because some of them, like person with psychosocial disability, person transgender friends, some of them do not have identity card. So we collectively work with the DRR Forum Yogyakarta, IT practitioners groups, and also daily engagements from the at-risk group to do this advocacy for access to vaccines. Next, please. The paper then, what we before, yeah. The paper that we presented here aims to describe the dynamics of this partnership, the BICC model, the PTSD model, and we have like 3 guiding questions. We would like to see what are actually the contributing factors, what are the challenges, and as Lucy said, what are the learnings and possible recommendations. And to explore those 3 questions, we do like 3 methods. The desk research, the focus groups discussions, and interviewing some key informants, and also collecting perspective through survey. There are 2 groups that we are engaging or consulting during this learning. Internally, we approached and also having discussion with the board, the management, as well as the staff that are operating this platform. And in the external stakeholders, we are grateful to have a very supportive network that are willing to be part of this learning. Our colleagues in the DRR Forum in Yogyakarta, the CBOs and CSO that are working together with us in the specific issue like transgender group with Yayasan Kebaya, the older people in the intergeneration group, as well as the DPO, Organization of People with Disability, as well as colleagues from the Asian Disaster Risk Reduction Network, as well as members of the Global Network for Disaster Risk Reduction. So we have quite plenty of perspective that we are collecting and analyzing into this paper. Next, please. The findings of contributing factors, we cluster it into like 4 elements: vision and values, the management of the partnership, the interactions or communication or partnership, and the process itself. In the first place, the vision and values, actually, one thing that we have internally, like in Yakum, we have partnership put in the strategic plan. So it is one of the key strategic issue that is mandated from the board to all the directors, all the management of Yakum organizations to execute it. And it takes place in the right moment, because when our strategic plan is endorsed in the beginning of 2021, then we decided to establish this PTSD platform, and it is also combined with the fact that each organizations under PTSD Care Center has their own mandate, or we call it branding as well. Like the hospital, of course, they are mandated to provide health services within the hospital. The health education institutions, they have to maintain good quality educations for the students. The what's so-called outreach unit in disaster, in disability, in primary healthcare, they also have their own mandate and in sectoral issue. But we have one value, organizational value, which is to provide inclusive services, and it is also be part of the strategic plan. And with those two components, then we have like strong executive buy-in sets from the top, and it becomes like the big energy to set up this PT Daya Care Center platform for responding COVID. That's from internal analysis. From the external analysis I mean, like external stakeholders, there are also some additional insight what are the contributing factors to vision and values. And one of it saying that to build shared visions, it is important to interact with like-minded potential partners. Not only partners are actually, but also like members and stakeholders on regular and predictable basis. So it is good to have like networking or also sharing discussions, etc. And then it brings us into the second point about investing in networking and building the capacity of staff in developing networking and maintaining the networking. This is something that we cannot only done in one night. That's why, but also it is important because then after organization have such ability to develop networking and to maintain networking through their staff capacity, then a shared vision, the shared vision in time of pandemic will be relatively easier. Also, there is element of celebrating achievement. This is, to be very honest, colleagues from Indonesia maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but at some point I feel that celebration is not really something, celebrating achievement is not something in our DNA, but then we have to also understand that celebrations of achievement is important because after such exhausting work, a very stressful situation, this is something that really boosts the energy and the values of our team. Secondly, partnership management. As you see, the PT Daya Care Center platform is managed under, like we call it ICS. We adopted from what we learned from ASEAN, from UN OCHA, etc., from the NPB, this ICS structure. This is a common approach to command, control, and coordinate emergency response. And why we choose this? Because joining different offices, different organizations, and ICS is an evidence that approved that coordinating multiple organizations during emergency response is effective. We use it. We agreed that the Yakum Emergency Unit, because this is their main mandate to lead and to manage the disaster management, then we put the director of Yakum Emergency commander, and then all the functions within ICS structure is filled or is managed by different staff, like the senior staff, junior staff, but we also do it flexibly, because then we know all this staff, even though this is her or his excellency or expertise, but because he is quite occupied, then we switch him or her with other persons. So it's kind of a combinations of using quite a hierarchy approach structure, but also with some flexibility. And this is to build collective trust. We also within our reflection and learning, we feel that one element that contribute to effective partnership is that we do have like robust situation analysis, and this robust situation analysis is happening because we are engaging participation of at-risk groups. They are invited and become part of our process to make some decisions, to implement the services, etc. One thing that also important to mention here is the diversity in the leadership. In the leadership mean diversity in our team, because to have the person with a different background, to help the medical doctor, the dean, the professor, the social worker, then with their various network, then make our platform having a possibility to have wider network, and it possibly enhance our services. It leads us into interaction with interfaith and churches network. It leads us into our networking with the transgender group, with person with disability, etc. Next, please. The third so-called cluster or issue or subject is the partnership, interaction, and communications. And there are some elements that contributing factors to this platform, this partnership, is that networking and this is not only from Yakum, but it is also contributions from many respondents that are contributing to this paper. Networking as organizational capacity is actually producing quality communication and trust. So management should see networking not as something that's spending was wasting our resources, but indeed it actually enhance our quality communication and trust, because before pandemic we already have outstanding cooperation with disability people organizations, with various organizations working on transgender and reproductive health, as well as disaster management. One thing also besides networking is effective advocacy skill. This is should be part of communication strategy, and within our experience, this is strongly helping us producing effective distributions of roles among stakeholders, because then people understand, oh, this is my role to be the one that manage the service. This is my role to be a critical voice from the grassroots, etc. Blending is we call it an express commitment and promise, because Yakum is known as a health organization, and because we also are committed to provide inclusive services, then when people are interacting and working with us, they know that they can rely on us to have quality health service, quality inclusive humanitarian provisions of aid. And one thing that also contributing in such element of interaction and communication is effective and simple communication itself. Internally we use like regular coordination, WhatsApp group, but in time of conflict, usually what we do is to have people-to-people high-level communications, approaching the decision makers to have their buy-in and their voice or their perspective of possible solution. The last one about partnership processes, we do not have, at the first place, at the time, we didn't have many resources. We do have like manpower, but everybody is stressful. Everybody also has their own target and work. But then because we presented the reality in our hospital, the reality of the persons that we are working in the grassroots level, the students in our health schools, it boosts the solidarity, and this is something that we mobilize. So when we call about resource mobilization, it's not only about fund mobilization, but also solidarity. In terms of capacity building, at first we thought that, oh, we do the online webinar, online training, coaching for persons that we are working, person with disability, this and that. But then we know that actually this capacity building is actually utilized by our own staff as well. Also the management, because when they are doing the coaching, when they are doing the networking, when they are doing advocacy, one example that I should mention, the students, the university students in our health school, they didn't know, previously they didn't know anything about inclusion, they didn't know anything about person with disability. They used the term of cacat instead of person with disability. Then when they are engaged in our hotline, they know, oh, this is the correct paradigm, this is the correct terms to be used. So it actually built the capacity and then eventually built innovations. And what we call innovations, not only fancy innovation, because we are, as part of the DRR Forum Yogyakarta, we are working with IT practitioners that very genuinely build, supporting government in Yogyakarta, build the so-called anti-FAC, applications for managing database for vaccines, but the very casual like innovations in our term also how we build the SOP for managing inclusive hotline service, etc. Next, please. In terms of challenges, we of course all have many challenges. There are at least 4 big issues of challenges. One is challenges in aligning interests, and everyone know Lucy has elaborated this issue in the concept note of Siap Siaga. And it is not easy, and one of the root causes why it is not easy to align interests is because in our leadership, in different actors, we have different capacity to see opportunities and to spot significant gaps, and also different understanding of the sense of crisis. And if these challenges are not addressed properly, some implications of these challenges is that we have a lack of buy-in from the executive, from the leadership level. Also, we could have difficulty in put the right person in the right place with the right competence in our response structure. Also, such challenges possibly lead us into a situation with no clear roles distribution, as well as not easy to make people aware. People means policymakers about the value of networking. And one solution that we reflect from our learning is with such challenge and such implications, having a hands-on model like British Diagum Care Center, as internally we call it a pilot model. It gives us so many learnings, and then the board see, the management see this is good, then we should replicate it in other setting with some adaptations. And also importantly, important to mention that some stakeholders that we interview suggest that building networking, nurturing partnership should be embedded in the system of key performance indicator of management and staff. This is something that we as British Diagum Care Center may carry forward in the recommendations. The second challenge is resource mapping. Resource mapping is something that of course help us to mobilize and to manage resources, but in our reflection, it is done organically, not a well planned. So there is no thorough resource mapping before pandemic, and the implication of this, then we might be unable to meet the identified needs from the at-risk group adequately, and it also could lead into ineffective coordination and for advocacy during the network. And one of the solution is to attend actively the coordination meeting according to the mandate of each. We have a hospital network, we have CSO network, we have education institution network. We have to utilize such network to do proper resource analysis, and also shared findings, informations, update within those joint coordination internally, so that we could have a proper mapping even in times of a pandemic response. Next, please. The third challenges is difficulty in increasing outreach of our scope of services in timely manner. There are two reflections within these challenges. Because while people are responding to COVID, we are also have to deal with stigma and violence. Particularly, this relevant to at-risk group, transgender colleagues, people with disability, and also the active participations of those groups in COVID response is not automatically happen. It is in our paper, we mentioned it. Colleagues are invited to also read it in the complete paper. It happens that some groups are actually exposed to stigma and violence even when they are about to access vaccine, access aid, etc. And the implication of these challenges, if we are not able to address it, of course, lack of trust from the at-risk group, and they are also important in our service. Increased stigma, violence, and discrimination in the community if we are not properly manage it. Also, information and educations about COVID do not reach the most at-risk group. There are some reflections from colleagues, friends from the transgender society that that friends who mostly in the street actually cannot really or do not know or do not access information or education about COVID at all. Solutions that we apply on those challenges is that we utilize the community volunteers. Maybe I should go back where they do not access proper educations or informations, because some of them do not have access, they do not have a cell phone, and most of educations about COVID protocol, etc. are provided online. So what we do is that we utilize the community volunteers with some basic COVID protocols. They are still maintaining communications with the constituent, with the at-risk group, and also we ensure our communications with specialized CSO working for transgender, working for reproductive health issue, working for disability, for sharing information and education about COVID. And also we, as much as possible, try to provide reasonable accommodation to ensure the participation of at-risk groups. So in vaccine accelerations together, not only YAKUM, of course, but with all elements in the society and in the government, we try to mobilize some vehicle, some information, some possible support to ensure the reasonable accommodations for this group. The last one, among other challenges, is interoperability gap. There are some phenomena in Yogyakarta that the dynamic regulations for handling COVID in provincial level from time to time is changing. I mean, like in the first place, we have emergency fund, we have emergency structure, but when situation breaking, COVID is prolonged, etc., then it becomes like a regular structure with maybe less resources. And also at some point we observe absence of systematic coordination mechanism for responding COVID. And this, if we are not addressing it well, could imply to situations that stakeholders working in silo, lower speed of work, and also less coherence between regulations for COVID, as well as the need and the importance of protections of at-risk groups. And the solutions, of course, collaborating with multi-stakeholders forum like CBO, as well as multi-stakeholder forums like the other forum, but also ensure that they are part of regular monitoring and evaluation functions in the future. Also, one thing that coming up several times in our discussions is the we call it Javanese language Wonge. In English, it's like people-oriented approach in advocacy. So we do not use like hard advocacy only, but also ensure that all elements within the structure also see the importance of engaging at-risk group, but also involving at-risk groups so their voice are adopted in the policy level. Next. Some recommendations, of course, like Lucy correctly mentioned, that the recommendation here can still be updated with some reflections from the floor. This is the things that coming up in the discussions to civil society organization. Conduct stakeholder analysis to identify potential allies with which include local organizations and government which have aligned missions and added value, and it should be done before COVID as part of the preparations or anticipatory effort. We also agree upon external communication protocols. This is something that also relevant to YAKUM internally, because before this we may be busy with like logo things, but having proper external communication protocols can help us to deliver our commitment to to our quality service, inclusive service, and to avoid misunderstanding or complications in the future. Do not rely partnership on project funding goal, but try to identify existing resources within our network. Resources are not limited to financial support only. It can be any form of technical knowledge and expertise, credibility and legitimacy of our brand, strong networking with key actors, etc. And also establish fit-for-purpose partnership structure with clear roles and responsibility for effective collective leadership. The structure of British Diakom Care Center is one thing, but I believe colleagues can also observe other structure like multi-stakeholder forum, DRR forum in provincial level, or any other structures. But point is that it needs to fit the purpose and continue to promote gender and social inclusion. This is maybe because this is one of our values in our strategic plan. But then we need to continue campaigning it, particularly in the campaign for at-risk group, to ensure that they have access to their basic rights, eliminate barrier and discriminations. And one thing that we do occasionally is before meeting with executive or with stakeholders, we formulate talking point, get along with them with the agenda, so they have some confidence in voicing their own issue. Next, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've only got maybe sort of 2 or 3 minutes to finish up. I'm sorry.
This is the last one.
Yeah. Great.
Thank you, Lucy. There are 3 more recommendations to local government, regional actors, as well as donor funding agency. Pretty straightforward. For local government, please involve CSO and most at-risk group representation in the COVID response mechanism, not only ad hoc solution, but also part of the disaster mitigations structure in the local level. For the regional actor, please continue amplify local voices and capacity of local actors in regional and global platform, and continue facilitated learning like what we have today through assisting local actors in developing case studies and documenting its practices, as well as building leadership in the local level. And to donor or funding agency is to establish long-term partnership and investment in local capacity strengthening despite absence of project funding. Thank you, Lucy.
Well, thank you so much for that, Rochinta. That was really, really interesting, as was the paper. And I think you did such an excellent job of outlining not just the kind of practical and programming kind of challenges and learnings, but also just that kind of softer stuff around trust and celebration of achievements and you know, the kind of the buy-in of leadership and so on, which are, you know, also, you know, real drivers of success in partnership as well. So thank you very much for that. We will move straight to our second speaker before we get into the discussions and the Q&A on both presentations. It's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Ngia Trin. He has over 17 years of experience in program management of social community-based development, disaster risk reduction, and environmental management projects with international non-governmental organizations. At present, Ngia is working for Plan International in the Asia Pacific Regional Hub as a regional resilience and school safety specialist. In his roles, Ngia has both provided program and technical leadership, management and coordination, safety implementation and resilience building activities for at-risk communities. Ngia also coordinates the Asia Pacific Coalition for School Safety, or APCSS for short, of which Plan International, APAC, is the current secretariat. Today he is kindly going to lead us through Plan International's study entitled Increasing Adaptation Capacity of Children, Adolescents and Youth in the Context of COVID-19 and Changing Climate through Partnered and Participatory Engagement approaches and feminist principles. So the floor is yours, Ngia, and thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Lucy, and good morning, everyone again. Selamat pagi. My name is Nia, as Lucy already mentioned, and today I'm very happy to be here with you all and sharing with you a snapshot about our papers within these symposiums. Can I have my presentation, please? And great, thank you. So about this paper, it is. I hope that you can see the presentation. Yeah. Great, thank you. Okay, so our paper with the title Increasing Adaptation Capacity of Children, Adolescents and Youth in the Context of COVID-19 and the Changing Climate through Feminist, Partnered and Participatory Engagement Approach. This paper has been crafted by a group of authors, including myself, Wanda Lenko from Plan International Asia Hub, Catherine Phillips from Plan International Australia, and Bridget Rudderm from Plan International Global Hubs. So we are happy to share with you what we are finding through this paper, as well as some recommendations in an angle from Plan International's perspective, which is an organization that is advancing children's rights and equality for girls. And yeah, next please. Next slide, please. Okay, great. Yeah, so within this presentation, we are sharing with you some backgrounds about the papers, where we are standing in terms of findings. And next, we will be sharing with you some key findings and our analysis about the findings, as well as some implications that we are based on it to share the recommendations. And just a bit of acronyms to share with you so that you can be familiarized with all terms within this presentation and the papers. So we have CAY, which is Children, Adolescents and Youth. CSO means Civil Society Organizations. DRM and DRR, I'm sure that many of you are familiar with these terms already, which are the disaster risk management and disaster risk reductions. And the last one is SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, next please. Next slide, please. Wonderful, thank you. Yep. So about the background of this paper, our author groups, we are seeing that the Asia Pacific regions are among the most disaster-prone areas in the world, where 3.5 million children are at risk of death, injury every year due to the recurring and intensifying disasters. As you see on the slide, that the region is also home to the 750 million young people aged 15 to 24, while 25% of the region's population is under 14 years old. So we have like a large proportions of children, adolescents, and youth in our Asia and the Pacific regions. We are currently living in a world with increasingly impacted by these different types of disasters. There have been significant growth in the number of reported disasters such as drought, floods, and cyclones. So these regional challenges include various forms of emergencies such as disaster, armed conflicts, and violence are also threatening our life, especially lives of children and youth. So from this context, Plan International, we have been implementing programs that foster and strengthen the partnerships that enable meaningful engagement of children, adolescents, and youth to support the agency in, and also to demonstrate young people's initiated as shared decisions with adults as a top form of our young people's participations. This includes their practical involvement in programs that ensure opportunities for them to develop, practice new leadership, advocacy skills, and they can do it on site and then also exchange it with other networks as well at the regional level and at the country level. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yep, so since 2020, which is last year, with the outbreak of the COVID-19, we see that the pandemic already posed a significant challenges for children, adolescents, and youth, particularly girls and young women in the Asia and the Pacific regions. And these challenges has reversing our decades of efforts that We aim for improving the lives of vulnerable youth in our regions and also in the world. So from this perspective, international examples that we are sharing in this paper explore the existing and potential stakeholders and initiatives active in the field of children, adolescents, and youth that involving climate and health through child-centered climate change adaptations programming and partnership works. The children and youth, they have been able to work closely with us and also collaborate with us to withstand these initiatives in multi-risk settings, and what actions different stakeholders need to take, continuing strengthening the capacity of children and youth in the community to overcome shocks, stresses in the fulfillment of their human rights, which is what we are doing in Plan Internationals. Next slide, please. So the key findings that we already had and on the screens, you can find some key ones, but in the papers you can dig into the analysis as well that we based on that for our key findings. There have been a consultative and robust research agenda on child-centered risk reductions and school safety developed in the regions, in our regions, Asia and the Pacific, which has generated a framework and roadmap for evidence-based practice and also practice-based evidence together. This provides an evidence-based foundation for extending dialogues and building advocacy skills and communications outputs toward enabling a meaningful engagement on children, adolescents, and youth in our disaster risk reduction works. In these regional challenges, including various forms of emergencies, as I mentioned earlier, there are barriers for vulnerable children, adolescents, and youth in sustaining meaningful participation of children, adolescents, and youth for maintaining the gender equality and inclusions in disaster risk management, including the COVID-19 context. The resulting of lockdowns, health effects, and changing needs of communities are increasing in the risk of child, early and forced marriage, gender-based violence, sexual violence, sexual trafficking, early pregnancies, and withdrawal from the education's online abuse. These are particularly for girls are the main challenges during the context of COVID-19. So the pandemic is also has indirect social economic effects that are likely to be extensive and long-term, potentially reversing decades of efforts dedicating to improving the lives of vulnerable youth in our regions. You can also see on the slide the key findings that we already highlighted, that over 1.5 billion learners have had their education disrupted, including 700 million girls. This is a part of our Plan International's index that we already draw from our research and studies recently. Next slide, please. So apart from the outbreak of the COVID-19, there have been lots of challenges that children, adolescents, and youth, particularly girls, have been enduring during the past years. Disasters render many children who are unable to realize their rights. And also, we are also focusing on the rights to education as well. When their schools are damaged or destroyed or closed during the outbreak of the COVID-19, and teachers cannot fulfill their duty and lose students' contact hours as well. Apart from that, natural hazard events may not only cause immediate direct impacts, but also have indirect impacts on the learning environment in the medium term, particularly as a recovery and reconstruction going forward. On the screen, you can also see some highlights about the challenges in terms of socio-economic impacts and also the increase of both frequencies and scales of climate-related disasters in our regions. Millions of people, especially children, adolescents, and youth, are struggling to access education and healthcare alongside other rights due to these shocks, ranging from localized severe weather events to major disasters, including droughts, floods, storms, and cyclones in many countries in our regions. During the pandemic time, we can also see and highlights that at least 11 emergencies that Plan International has been responding during the period from March to December 2020 last year. And as another highlight is between the October 19 and September 20, UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, which is UN OCHA, also monitored 88 rapid onset disasters. And also these disasters are at the largest scale worldwide. This condition has put more pressure on the regions where millions of schools-aged girls and boys are still deprived from full primary educations due to the lack of access to schools and high dropout. This finding has also led, next slide please. This finding has also led to our activities at the regional level in terms of collaborations region-wide to find out some analysis based on the context that we are sharing here. So one of the key points that we analyzed and also share here is based on the findings, we came into some points. Number one is the lack of information and limitation of knowledge among children, adolescents, and youth. On the slide, you can see that these numbers or the percentage are drawn from one of our regional collaborations within the Asia Pacific Coalition for School Safety, and the task force already built and set up a series of consultations with children, adolescents, and youth in Asia Pacific countries, and we found out that 77% of children and youth have noticed more climate resilience, more climate-related disasters locally in the last 2 years, and 23% reported that they experience extreme temperatures, while another 30% of the respondents among the children, adolescents, and youth experience floods or more severe rainfall in their countries. We can also see that children recognize themselves as the most vulnerable during disasters, which followed by the elderly, people with disabilities, and pregnant women. In the past decades, disasters continue to rise across countries in Asia and the Pacific regions. And children and youth are identified as vulnerable and suffer from the consequences of disasters. Children and youth from the countries in our regions admit that they have little knowledge on the global agreement on climate change and disaster risk reductions. However, given their experience in disaster risk reductions, the children and youth have suggestions and recommendations to the governments, policymakers, and other stakeholders to improve and strengthen their resilience building in the communities. So although the climate crisis is among the top concerns among all ages of the respondents of children, adolescents, and youth that we are having the consultancy with, having our consultation with, except children and the youth age from 16 to 18 groups, all of them emphasize the priorities of access to work and employment, as well as to knowledge and information on disaster risk reductions. Next slide, please. The next findings that we also link to our analysis is that the limitation of engagement and participation of children, adolescents, and youth in our disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction activities in the country are also something that we have been addressing, but also we need to improve our engagement of their engagement in our activities even more. And we also see that being empowered and equipped with knowledge and disaster risk informations, the children, adolescents, and youth will be able to provide important inputs for disaster risk reductions for themselves as well as for their communities. And this will contribute towards identifying the solutions for both protect themselves as well as increase the adaptation capacity of the communities. With that belief, Plan International, we focuses our activities on disaster risk management effort in strengthening the collaborative relationships among stakeholders to foster children's and girls' rights through peer-to-peer engagement and partnerships in tackling the climate crisis and strengthening community resilience in the pandemic context as well during the past years. highlight of the numbers from our findings during the consultations with children and youth showed that 45% of children and youth felt that children, adolescents, and youth with disabilities are not given enough support to prepare for disasters. This is also one of the highlights and the key areas that we want to emphasize within our findings and analysis to encourage more engagement of children, adolescents, and youth, especially those with disabilities in the disaster risk management activities. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yep. So the third areas that we also highlight in our analysis is the limitation in mainstreaming and localizing children, adolescents, and youth voices in climate discussions. We also link our studies with others peers organization studies in the regions, and we found that 60% of young people believes their views are not ignored when important decisions are made. And 21% of children and youth indicated that formal education is a major channel for learning, for them to learn and also to get more information about climate change and disaster risk reductions. We also wanted to emphasize that children and youth are in the urgent needs to empower themselves and to be given the opportunities to be heard and involved. Children and youth also recognize their potential as agents of change among peers, and they can also definitely contribute towards community resilience building and also averting and mitigating the climate crisis. And we also wanted to emphasize another analysis based on our findings that the governments and stakeholders should strengthen the opportunities for communities to hear children and youth voices in policy processes, including setting up more formal platforms and communication channels between policymakers and children and youth. This will not only enable their meaningful participations in disaster risk reductions, but also increase their capacity in terms of sharing their voice in the process of decision making. Next slide, please. Yep, so what are the implications of this analysis and findings? We wanted to share with you the points that ensuring the participation of children, adolescents, and youth in climate change adaptation and disaster risk reductions is also an opportunity for us to strengthen our community's sustainable development and empowering our next generations for leaders to be aware about the environmental risks. These are also in line with the Sendai framework of disaster risk reductions and also the Sustainable Development Goals. Gender equality is also one of the key implications that we found out from the studies that we had. And with that, gender equality and inclusive participation have always been a high priority in our list of concerns for children and youth. And there are strong calls to the governments to collaborate with different stakeholders to include the most vulnerable groups, especially children, adolescents, and youth, and those with disabilities, in addressing the negative impacts of hazards, including the climate crisis in every country. With that, we also wanted to share an implication that we found in terms of strengthening resilience, that adaptive capacity of vulnerable groups, especially those with disabilities, to climate crisis and natural hazards, will result in social and environmental improvement, with special focus on supporting and protecting the poor, the most vulnerable groups, especially girls and young women. This is also one of the urgent needs for empowering them and also enabling them to be given the opportunity to be heard and involved. Next slide, please. In addition to this, the ongoing conflict and insecurity in our regions, in some countries in the Asia-Pacific regions, are also resulting in increased development challenges, including food crisis, violence, especially gang-based violence, and other child protection issues. These are all the same term having effects to school environment and hinder the rise to the safer education among girls and boys. So, in the context of climate change and its consequences, which affects to the children's well-being. We are seeing the alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals number 4 and also Sustainable Development Goals number 13, which we are also targeting in a world in which children and youth can have an access to inclusive and equitable equality educations in lifelong learning opportunities. And in terms of SDG 13, which is part of the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are also hoping to strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity of the vulnerable communities to climate crisis and natural hazards. And also, we hope to result in a social and environmental improvement against shocks and disasters, with a special focus on the support to protect the poor and most vulnerable groups. And these are the implications that we want to highlight, which build on our analysis and also lead to our recommendation in the next part. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yep. So with the findings, with the analysis, and our activities that we have been doing together with children, adolescents, and youth in our regions, that PAN International have been collaborating with other peer organizations in the Asia Pacific Coalition for School Safety, as well as other network from stakeholders and especially the civil society networks at the country levels. We wanted to share our recommendations with these papers, that there should be a more focus on children, adolescents, and youth, and in order to promote and ensure the engagement of the communities, including the local leaders, families, and caregivers, and particularly the girls and women, in all stages of the overall responses of the disasters, would also want to be highlighted. And the following actions that I'm sharing on the screen now, as you can see on the slide, the recommendation to the power holders with the ideas that the governments must continue to engage children, adolescents, and youth as the frontliners for disaster risk reductions, and also in the COVID-19 response as well. We also hope that and also recommend that the government and policymakers will take robust measures to safeguard all children, adolescents, and youth, and particularly to protect girls and women from gender-based violence in the disasters, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still taking place in many parts of our regions. We highlight the areas where the government and also policymakers can make to ensure that all relevant data about disaster risk reduction, but also about disaster risk management in general, will be able to enable the successful partnerships between children, adolescents, and youth, and also other parties as well. All the data should be disaggregated by gender, age, and disabilities, and include other gender equality indicators as well. This will ensure that the gender equality will be enabled in all the data, as well as to take place in the next step for developing any programming in the future. The fourth recommendation that we want to highlight is about the priority in the long-term investment, which will need to be an essential part of the health service, so that the government can invest more in these areas and to ensure that the health care for children, adolescents, and youth will also be invested as well. And the fifth one would be increase the protections and support to young women in terms of economic empowerment, to ensure that they have the chance and opportunities to increase their life, as well as to improve their well-being. Next slide, please. Continuations of our recommendations to the government and policymakers, we take this as the highlight and focus on the fight against the COVID-19 situations. We also see that although children and adolescents tend to have more mild disease compared to adults in the COVID-19, however, the government should still address the severe long-term consequences of the pandemic on children, adolescents, and youth by improving the maternal and child health nutrition services, as well as their coverage, especially for the most vulnerable children. And this support should include the priorities for long-term investment in essential health service, as I mentioned earlier. We also emphasize on the recommendations to the government so that they can prioritize the learning continuity in the period of school closures, and to ensure that the adolescent girls' needs and those who are living with COVID-19 should be supported and considered for their needs, to be able to assess and also to include the distance learning so that they can continue their education during the pandemic. And we hope that this will reach to the most marginalized groups and also those who are with the limit inequalities in the education system as well. Another point that we want to recommend to the government and policymakers are about safe reopening of schools after the COVID-19. This will make sure that the risk of COVID-19, which is exposing and transmissions and having the transmissions among the communities, will be minimized in school settings. The government should take more precautions and steps to limit on the class size, for example, and also alternate the school days, or having a ban on assemblies and other group events, so that the arrival of temperature checks will also be ready and also available in the school site. And we also encourage the government to use face masks. Encourage the government to increase the use of face masks and hand hygiene in the school context as well. In addition to that, decision making should also be included for parents and teachers and communities who are following up on actions with or without children in their activities, so that the school children will be able to enable a full return of schools for children at all age. The provisions of the effective training for teachers in communicating about the COVID-19 pandemic should also be prioritized as well during and also after the COVID-19, to make sure that the change within the schools will be smooth, as well as to ensure that the children who are getting back to the school will be kept safe in everyone context. These are our recommendations to the government and policy makers. Next slide, please. Apart from the recommendations to the government and policymakers, we are also expecting to have a stronger engagement from the civil societies and the humanitarian agencies, including private sectors, international cooperation agencies, and multilateral partners who will be able to contribute further in terms of not only effort, but also financially to support children, adolescents, and youth in the fight against climate crisis and disasters. The recommendations having our recommendation having some focuses on ensuring no child and youth are left behind. We also emphasizing on the ensuring all children, the adolescents and youth will have adequate access to relevant information on disaster risk reductions and climate change. We also highlight our recommendations to for every stakeholders here to increase funds and investment for children, youth activities, especially the child and youth-friendly activities on disaster risk reductions and climate change adaptation programming. And lastly, we also wanted to highlight our recommendation for all stakeholders to allocate more budget for risk-informed development programs, including infrastructures like schools and healthcare facilities. This will enable a safer environment for children and youth during the time that they are getting back to schools, but also during the time that they are being engaged and also involving themselves in the disaster risk reduction activities. And we hope to ensure that these activities from the stakeholders will ensure that children and youth, especially girls and boys with disabilities, and those who are living in the poverty and other vulnerable groups will be included and prioritized in every program that seeks to address and mitigate the negative impacts of climate crisis and disasters. And we hope to We hope that your engagement, your actions will provide the need-based interventions to girls, boys, and young people in disaster risk reductions and climate change adaptations by consulting and involving children and youth in your designs. With this, we hope that all the intensifying awareness raising efforts to reach all girls, boys, and young people will be able to widen and also to strengthen the capacities at the same time. We believe that tapping children and youth organizations who are sharing like-minded activities like us will be able to support children and adolescents and youth to have more informations, educations, and communications initiatives at the community level, so that they can increase their capacity and also engage with our activities to ensure the resilience of children and youth and their communities in general. Last slide, please. Yeah, so those are the findings and recommendations that we already put together in the papers. And we also thank the opportunities for being part of this symposium, and also thank Lucille and the organizers of this symposiums so that we can share our findings and recommendations. We hope to collaborate with you all in the coming times and build more capacity for children and adolescents and youth in the context of COVID-19 and changing climate. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih. Back to you, Lucy.
Thank you so much, India, for that presentation. Really valuable reflections there, and obviously in the paper as well, which has even more analysis in it. But sort of really importantly highlighting not just the really kind of disproportional impacts on children, adolescents, and youth of the pandemic, but also this sort of perspective of children and adolescents, not just as stakeholders or even participants, but real partners in the management of disasters. And I think that's a really valuable set of learnings to share, and I'm sure will prompt a lot of discussion from our participants as well. So thank you so much to both our speakers. I think we'll all agree that this is a really valuable set of reflections to kick off the discussions. Just a reminder, Mira is gathering questions in the chat box. So we'll be using the chat function to read out questions, but also please do raise your hand if you have a comment or a point that you'd like to raise as well. We'd love to hear from you directly. So I think we did have one question quite early on that perhaps we could start with, because I think that participant was waiting for a while, and then we will perhaps move. I've seen a raised hand or two, so we might move to one of our participants, and then we'll go back to the So the first question I've got here is to Ibu Ashinta. The question is, BYCC is a church-based organization. How do you collaborate with MDMC and LPBINU or the other mainly Muslim-based organizations? Also, how is your strategy in reaching out to transgender and other marginalized groups amidst the present increased hate and prejudice towards these groups? I think you touched on that second point a little bit, but yeah, yes, over to you.
Thank you so much for the relevant questions. Indeed, YAKUM is a church-based organizations. We are established by church, and the practical questions, the substantial answer is that before COVID, before the pandemic, YAKUM is part of strong multi organizations within what we call Humanitarian Forum Indonesia. In fact, together with Muhammadiyah, with NU, with Caritas, and many more, we established this back in 13 years ago. And I saw here, there are some colleagues from Humanitarian Forum Indonesia. And in practical answer is that we, during the the setting during the service. For instance, online training, online webinar, the capacity building that are provided by this British Home Care Center is actually collaborative. In some parts are collaboratively done with them. I like not particularly organizationally, but some colleagues from Muhammadiyah in Yogyakarta level and colleagues are part of the resource persons that we invited in our trainings or discussions as part of capacity building program. And interestingly, some shelters that are managed by churches that are asking support from us into of capacity building, how to serve, how to set up inclusive shelter is actually we connect them with some person with disability as volunteers, and some of them are Muslim. So it's very, because inclusion is part of our strong values. We by intention, by design, since the beginning, put it into a practice. So in our training, we involve them as resource person. Some of the volunteers that are willing to be the volunteers in some shelters that managed by churches, we connect them with the churches. And for the person, the transgender groups and a person with disability, in my sharing in the paper, we actually say that that's the result of investments for networking. So before pandemic, actually those groups or organizations are part of our, we call it strategic partners. They are within our list of strategic stakeholders, and some of our ongoing or previous projects within community development programs or primary health reproductive health programs, or in the disaster management trainings. Some of them are part of the project, or we call it participants of the project. So the relationships are nurtured and invested before the pandemic, and that become strong foundations for our inclusive health services during pandemic and within the platform itself. I hope I'm answered it, Lucy.
Yes, that's great. And briefly, there was a second part of the question on reaching out to marginalized groups, and what's your strategy been in the midst of prejudice towards these groups as well. I think you touched on it a bit in your presentation, but maybe just could briefly respond to that as well.
Yeah, that's not easy. That's tough, especially during what's so-called restrictions or PPKM. I mentioned about the importance of having good coordination with what we call volunteers. Ones that even before COVID, they are part of the network or the cycle of those at-risk group. Mostly they are the cadre, we call it cadre of volunteers of Posyandu or cadres of the elderly group. They are the ones that actually connecting us with the at-risk group when some of them do not have mobile phones, or some of them cannot really access online trainings because they do not have access to Wi-Fi. What we do then, some of them, of course, with maintaining the COVID protocol, if we invited them to the online trainings, then we invited them to sit in the hospital hub, and then together with the volunteers, with the cadres, and they are the ones, the cadres, the ones that maintaining, sending the invitations, ensuring their presence in the training, and also the ones that also helping us identifying the at-risk group that needs the what so-called like logistic aid, like the nutrition and vitamins and PPA, etc. So the importance of volunteers, not only the health cadres, but also what we call frontliners. In our bahasa, we called it Satgas RT. The volunteers, the COVID task force volunteers that is formulated voluntarily by so many networks in Yogyakarta. Part of them are like formally established by a kampung or village, have as what we call SK, like the decree, but some of them are just voluntarily set up themselves. The volunteer, the churches volunteer, the mosques volunteers. They are the ones that really becomes the strong bones of the response and ensuring the at-risk groups are part of our strategy. I welcome if we have more time, then we can have more technical conversations around that, Lucy, I think.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give the floor to Avianto. You posted a question, but we'd love to hear your voice as well, so please.
Hi, Lucy. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for two interesting presentations. I have two questions quickly for Nia. It's lovely to see you again, Nia, and really interesting to see your presentations. Nia, the lessons from COVID response and also in our previous emergencies is that we are not just battling the hazards, earthquake, disasters, pandemic, but also we are battling misinformation, disinformation, and hoaxes that makes our life becoming more complex and makes much harder the response. Yet you mentioned also that 60% of the children think that they are being ignored, though they are 1/3 of the world population now. The majority on our population is children. They are the most connected group in the world. They're becoming the most digitally literate in many communities, and many of them has become influencers, thought leaders, and agents of change themselves. So I think my question is, how do you think the best way to equip these children and youth to become forces of good in building resilience, especially in battling misinformation, disinformation, and hoaxes through educations or other means? I think that's my first question. And the second question to Basinta is that the BYCC model looks really interesting because it's being managed internally in Yakum unit, but we also have a lot of groups, networks, clusters, CSOs, different agencies. So what would be your advice to agencies who is maintaining networks of among external groups, external organizations? We have cluster coordinations, we have coordinations that being initiated by the different ministries, BNPB, Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Coordinating Welfare. So all of these coordinations, how is your lessons, how is your learning from maintaining BYCC would be useful for your advice to these agencies who is also facing challenges in doing collaborations, promoting joint collaborations, and sharing information. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you so much. Yep. Who would like to go first? Neil, would you like to go first?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Lucy. And hello, Mas Avianto, and thank you very much for your questions. It's an interesting one, and I think it's also a key one that we already tried to address during the presentation as well as the papers, because when you ask about how, it is like a very systematic ways of identifying the solutions for the children, adolescent, and youth engagement in disaster risk management. And it leads to our sharing right now that we would also encourage not only the traditional ways of encouraging involvement and engagement of children and youth in the disaster risk reductions, especially in the context of COVID-19, as you mentioned. But sharing information with them is one way, but also to create or to enable an environment where they can have access to the information is another important task or duties that we are also doing, but also for the government and other stakeholders who are in the support to the children and youth should be doing from now on, as well as in the previous time as well. So for the how, I would also wanted to share that Traditionally, we already had children activities. We already engaged children in our school context activities. We also brought them and invite them, involve them, we consult with them in different networks, in different activities at the both grassroots level in the community, but also going higher to the national levels, national platforms, and now regional and global platforms. You can see that a lot of children and youth, especially girls, have been voicing up during those platforms strongly, and also addressing their concerns, raising their questions, and having dialogues with the policymakers as well. So those are the channels that we have been doing together during the past years. However, given the context of COVID-19 and taking advantage of the technology that we are living in, the future approach that we can do together could be taking more initiatives and innovative measures to support the children's engagement through online and virtual systems as well. That means while we are being aparted due to the COVID-19's isolations, we can still get connected, we can still have access to the internet. And this also required the investment, as I mentioned in the presentations, and our authors groups, we already identified that the governments together with other stakeholders should be investing more to support the children, adolescents and youth, especially young women, girls and boys, in the effort to access more information, to access more channels, so that they can not only learn, but also they can provide their ideas and interventions from themselves based on the experience to support the adults and the policymakers and other communities members to build a more resilient communities together. This is also a challenge that we are facing in terms of how to sustain their engagement as well, so that they are not only joining with us in one activities or in one-time platforms, but we are also trying to foster and promote for longer terms engagement with children and youths who are the future generations. So we hope, and we not only hope, but we are actively working together right now, so that we can support the government and we can also support other stakeholders in this field, so that we can build a stronger networks together, so that children, adolescents and youth, especially those with disabilities, can be actively part of our activities, actively be part of the policy making processes. And by doing that, I'm sure that we can also find the future with a brighter engagement of the children, adolescents and youth in the disaster risk management field. Last point, to address your concerns and questions, Avianto, is about how other stakeholders, especially those from the private sectors, because we have seen their engagement, we have seen a lot of their contributions, but more contributions, more active engagement, and the sharing of financial support would also be encouraged, so that they can, because they are not only the one who are also being part of this game, being part of this disaster risk management field, but also they are maybe the one who will be endure from the disaster in the future, for example, because of the economic loss during the COVID-19, for example. So their contribution in the future would also be needed, and supporting the children and youth in this process would also be highlighted. So traditional ways and also innovative ways are very much recommended in the process going forward. Back to you, Lucy and Avianto. I hope that it addressed your concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Pat Avianto's given us the thumbs up sign, so he's obviously very happy with the answer. There was really interesting set of points that you've just made there. Shall we go to Ibu Shinta to respond to the second question?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mas Avianto. Having that kind of questions coming from you, I should prepare myself, because you are such updated persons for those many structures, and I know you very much understand how complicated the situations is. I think I should invite thinking in two different levels, in the practical levels as well as in the more like substantial level. In the maybe started from the substantial level first. having a shrinking space of CSO in some countries in the Asia, still I could say that today we are very grateful that the role of CSO in many countries are getting stronger, or even very strong, and they are present in all different stakeholders forums, even with governments. And at some point, I think to have contribution and participations of CSO in different levels in the humanitarian mechanism as well as in development mechanism become a very strong sign that the need to have a quality response, the need to have inclusive response, the need to have quality participations from all stakeholders is a key. And I think that will be a strong modality to have a stronger or shared visions. And in practical level, I speak from the local context, so maybe could be not very relevant, but what I see in the government structure, for instance, a government structure mechanism in the local level, usually the multi-stakeholder forum, the structure of the task force in government is sealed by what we call letter of decree. We call it SK, surat keputusan or decree or agreement, which is very like administrative, saying, oh, this is the team, this is the structure, you have this assignment, this and that. But there is no like expressions, a document that saying that this is the expressions of our commitment, our values, and this is something that usually are the DNA from the CSO. So if in the long future or in the next phase we can promote such approach, that we have we value the participations of civil society and have their own like their typical approach to have like more thinking on values, more thinking on commitment, and express it into like strong documents that become the foundations of the work of all different structural organizations can be one thing. And this will lead and contribute to set visions, to certain target or certain values that we would like to deliver. One thing that in practical level, I think that should be done and has been done, I believe, in some parts of the countries and network, is that invite regularly, not in time of pandemic, of course, but not in pandemic situations or in pandemic, even with online, invite those various groups, the at-risk group, all voices, even the parliament, even the executive, speaking with us, having them share their visions, the importance of their roles in joint response, their expertise in joint response, and this will be the material or the basis of analysis when we are about to develop documents of values or the expressions of commitment. That one thing. Secondly, it is no secret that competition is very strong in the humanitarian sector. We are competing about we are always talking about whose logos are put in those, and then that's a sign of competitions in a positive or in negative aspect. But today we have like the pandemic is too big to be faced alone. So there is, I think, there is a firm belief that partnership, collaboration is one and only choice to face this too big challenge in front of us. This actually then we can alter, we can transform the old days thinking that our presence, our logo, our expertise is the best, and alter the branding into the brand of commitment. Our brand is CSO, our brand is as government, our brand as academics, our brand as business is this, and this. this is something that we can use as a collective promise, collective blending, so that we can face the pandemic together. Practically, then what it means? Practically, then I think it's important to analyze the expertise, various expertise, various resources that we have within this niche of groups or forums or stakeholders, and use it to build a scenario what we'll do when disaster happen, when a pandemic happen. Colleagues from humanitarian sector, of course, are very familiar with contingency plan, but today I think with the experience with pandemic, we can develop like scenario buildings that in contingency plan mode, but really based on the expertise and resources, and then building the scenario to have like divisions of roles. You play this because you have that expertise, you become the leaders of our forums, you are the ones that setting the agenda, and we together we support you. This like combinations of using the brand, combinations of using the expertise analysis, and make it as component when we build a scenario, then with clear job descriptions, role distributions. And I think by having then having that kind of practical scenario, we can face the pandemic with certain output and outcome and services for the people that we serve. And one thing before I return it to Lucy, I think having analysis, that's also one challenge that we face. Yeah, having not organic but well-planned resource and expertise mapping actually help the government, help the academician, help CSO, help various network to identify the genuine expressions, the genuine voice of expertise group. Because for instance, like in our learning, the IT practitioners, the ones that are very good in IT, saying that we are so confused why the data management for vaccine reception is very messy. We have the expertise and we cannot really talk with government, and we come to GSO network and we see that you help us expressing our interest to help the government. So by having such approach, we actually, as government, as GSO, as different actors, we actually can identify the best persons, the best network, the best voice that express the expertise. And the second, the genuine voice of need, the persons that are most impacted by pandemic. Then it helps us as policymakers, as stakeholders, as the ones that having resources to identify and to target our limited resources to the most need, but not all in the same place, because we have that kind of mapping. I hope I answered you, Mas and Lucy. Thank you. It's not.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of different issues in there as well. So, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
The questions are really mounting up in the chat box, so I want to make sure we get a few more in. We've only got about 10 more minutes. So I'm going to ask maybe Victoria from OCHE. Would you like to ask the question you put in the chat box?
Sure. Thanks very much, Lucy, and thanks so much to the presenters for these very interesting presentations. And I find that the conversation is also extremely informative. I actually wanted to follow up with Ibu Arshinta. She spoke about local sources of funding for the COVID response. And I was wondering if you can maybe elaborate a little bit on how these were raised, how they have been used, and if you can maybe share your views on how you think or whether this could be used in the future for sudden onset disasters, especially, considering climate change, flooding, or even an earthquake event. Thanks so much again. Over.
Thanks, Victoria. And over to you, Ibu Shinta. I'm going to ask if you can keep your answer as concise as possible, just
Yeah.
so that we can get to a few more
Yes.
questions as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Lucy and Victoria. That's not an easy challenge, to be very honest. The one thing that we explored could be one recommendations and learning for the future is that for every development agencies or development donors, and it has been done actually in some donors, that they could allocate resources so that they could utilize it together with their partners to safely respond to given situations like disasters or pandemic. That one thing, I forgot the term, but we, some partners that we have also have already that kind of mechanism. But in the public level, because we also mobilize not only donors funds in our existing development agreement, but also mobilize funding through individuals and publics. And one thing that of course everybody knows that accountability is one key issue, one key element. But I think besides a report, like accountability report, is also to bring the voice of persons that really benefit from our service, the one that will speak out on behalf of us, saying that the service that they got from development actors, humanitarian actors, are really helping them coming out from the pandemic. So two sides, the development arrangement as well as the public setup fundraising. Victoria, back to you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much for that. Unless Victoria, you had anything you wanted to add, we'll move on to another question.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so maybe we'll just go to one of the hands up. I think Van der Lenghoff, you had your hand up for a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, thanks, Lucy. Hi, my name is Vanda. I'm from Plan International. And again, thank you for this wonderful session. Really appreciate also the sharing from Ibu Sinta. Long time no see, Mbak. So I have 2 points. So number one is basically just also to add to what my colleague Nia already responds to Avianto, because I also joined in writing the paper. I think when we talk about children and young people and the youth, when they are addressing hoax and mixed information, we also need to involve them in risk communication and community engagement activity. In Plan International, we have a number of concrete examples in Indonesia, in the Philippines, where youth they themselves become the communicator. So they become a youth reporter when they sharing information through digital, because we also need to follow the trend. Young people, they are really so on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, and you name it, Instagram and etc. But what also Plan did is trying to making sure that when they are online and they sharing their information, they are also safe. And they also been supported with a clear information and a correct information. So if you go through our full paper, you can also able to see a very concrete example on how we involve them. And we need to be flexible when we working with children and young people, and also follow the trends because they are very up to date. The second one, Lucy, I would like to ask a question to Mbak Sinta, and basically follow up also to the other person who already asked a question. In one of the recommendation of Masinta talk about solidarity and resource mobilization. And we know, like, not only in Indonesia, but also in Asia and the Pacific, there are also some competition, we like it or not, no, or on how to get the COVID-19 funding. So from Yakum experience, Mbak, can you share some of your lesson learned on how you able to address and dealing with this kind of competition in resource mobilization in order to help a Yakum, but also at the same time fostering your relationship and not working with your local partners? Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, Mbak Sinta.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Van.
Directly answer it, Lucy. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mbak Vanda. This our concrete experience saying that resource is not many, but also what from our experience, we observe that we have to understand our limit as well, because there is situations where we cannot always mobilize, become mobile to different places. So what we do what we mean by solidarity mobilization is that we agree with our network that we this is our limitations. What we have is that we have expertise in inclusive approach. We have health protocols in managing shelter. We have this and that, but we are limited by our situation. So what we do is we inspire and also motivate them to also do what they can do in that context. For instance, when we see a church that has the capacity and also willingness to support and to provide, to open their space as shelter, we then share with them, this is the protocols we are able to train you, but you have to manage it yourself so that you can serve your people, your neighborhood, because there are many people are infected and that. So that's what we call base solidarity. We share our what we have, our resources, our experience, then offer them to utilize it so that they can also open up the shelters themselves and manage it. That's one example. Another example is because we are able to mobilize such solidarity, I think everybody get the feeling that they are also important and they also have the capacity, and that in that sense I hope in the long run also reduce the nature of competitions, because the challenge and the impact of COVID is just too big to face it alone. That's why I think in terms of resource mobilizations and also I did what I already respond to Victoria, is that it is a common approach nowadays that donors are asking for consortiums or coalitions of response, and I think in long term it also reduced the competitions, the tendency of competitions, but then because people are motivated and also are requested to also see others' experience, other strengths, other resources, other capacity to put in one agenda, one scenario, one plan. So I hope I answered it, Mbak Vanda.
Yeah, you've got the thumbs up from Amanda. Thank you very much, Rushinta, for that. Oh, I'm so sorry because the time is just galloping on and we've got so many questions. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to all of them, but I did think that it might be nice as our sort of final question to both our panelists, as we need to sum up in a second, to draw on a question from one of my colleagues who says in the chat box, thank you for a great set of presentations and papers. You both make a series of really useful but quite broad recommendations, and they've asked, what would be your most important recommendation, the one that would be of the highest value to drive the change that you're looking for? So maybe we can ask you both that question as a sort of a sum up for this session. So maybe we can start with Nia. Would you like to go first?
Thanks, Lucy, and thanks for the questions as well. I think it's hard to really raise only one most top priority about the equally important points that we already raised. But on top of that, I think the key points and messages that we wanted to share is basically to ensure the investment from both the governments, policymakers, and everyone's, every stakeholders in our communities to have more focus and the investment on the participation, engaging on children, adolescents, and youths participation in the disaster risk management, as well as climate crisis the fight against climate crisis. And this will surely take like a holistic approach instead of just a single action. So the key point is to ensure that we keep them in our mind, and also to have our robust measures, both in a traditional and also in innovative ways, online, offline, virtual activities, that we can bring them in our processes of the disaster risk reductions from the beginning process, like sharing the policy making opportunities, and also to involve them in the implementation, in the activities at the grassroots level, so that they can also share their capacities, increase their capacities, and also raise their voice and concerns as well. So those will be the key messages that we want to. And the last point is taking into account the feminist principles. We also wanted to highlight the points about the gender equality and the inclusions in every activities in disaster risk reductions, and that should also be one of the key priorities for the engagement of the children and youth activity. Children and youth in disaster risk reductions activities moving forward. Yeah, so I think those are the overall theme for this. But we cannot just like make one standalone priorities for all this. It takes, I think, the larger and the wide holistic approach together. Thanks. Back to you, Lucy.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Iwashinta.
Yeah, helped me a lot to summarize it in one full pack recommendations. So I only need to add one point, is that I think we are all in a very historical moment, colleagues, that the challenges are just too big. The pandemic is just too big, and experts say that deals will be even more worse in the coming times, in the coming years. I think we do not have any other choice, only one, that we need to focus ourselves to that we have to overcome this situation. That's the visions that we should have, and the channel, the methods of working to achieve our visions to overcome these situations by no one in that kind of process is partnership. And all the elements that Nia has already mentioned it very well has to be put into our efforts. And one thing that I think we need to put our commitment is that we need to contribute in the partnership. Whatever you have, whatever resources you have to put it in the partnership with strong commitment, with visions that no one left behind, and we have to overcome this pandemic together. Thank you, Lucy.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I think that's an excellent note to end this session on partnership on. I'm so sorry we weren't able to answer more of the questions, but please do keep them. We will also kind of keep the questions in the chat for this afternoon's session, because obviously we'll have more time this afternoon to discuss more issues, and obviously those of you with your hand up as well, you know, please hold on to that thought. Don't let it go away. We don't want to waste all the inputs from today. So you know, I mean, gosh, we covered so much in that session, but just a couple of things, I guess, that stuck out for me. One is this whole issue of, you know, partnerships take time to form, and they're not just about structural things, you know. So this idea that, you know, partnerships really need to be nurtured and grown outside of kind of disasters, and that they also require, you know, capacity of all our staff and across our organizations. They're not just about arrangements and operational you know, agreements. They require engagement across the whole organization, especially from leadership in terms of setting the tone, and that there are all sorts of elements of sort of you know, intangibles around sort of trust and shared vision, for example. What can we do as a community to sort of nurture those things, or, you know, yeah, make them kind of more, make those things better understood and more accessible. We also talked about you know, I just think this whole issue of youth engagement, you know, I think, you know, the pandemic and climate change are two issues that have just highlighted that so much. And whilst we kind of, this evidence is kind of emerging, and I think there's more recognition about the role of youth, has it yet actually kind of been acknowledged in the kind of formal architecture of our system? And is there something that we can do as a community to work on that, rather than, you know, simply kind of impressing on our leaders and stakeholders and the importance of that kind of approach. Similarly, I thought, again, the point that was raised by, I think, Avianto, in terms of, you know, what is the connection around some of these local level partnerships with the formal system? So, you know, we know that there are formal initiatives around localization and local level partnerships, but actually these partnerships emerge in a kind of very in a much more ad hoc way, and you know, are those bits of the system coming together? And also some really interesting points on the challenges around resource mobilizations and the competition that we face, and how is that either a kind of catalyst or a barrier to participation as well. So thank you so much for your participation this morning. I think we really got a lot out of this session, and these thoughts and inputs will be kind of shaped into discussion points for this afternoon's session as well. So that really brings us to the end of this morning's panel discussion session. So again, really want to thank both our speakers for two excellent presentations and for answering all of those questions so well. While you're enjoying lunch over the next hour, can you reflect on what you heard this morning and start to think about how we can articulate those findings both into lessons and recommendations this afternoon? So I'm sure you already, you know, some of these questions are already articulating thoughts around this, and I'm sure ideas are starting to emerge on your side. So if you could give some thought over lunchtime, that would be great. So if you could come back to the working groups after lunch and not to the plenary session. So if you can come straight back to working to this group 2. And if you're staying in the room, obviously just mute your mics and turn off your camera, because the team will be setting up their virtual space for this afternoon's session. And Oliver, I understand that there will be a video played over lunchtime. Is that going to be in the plenary?
If people would like to go back to the plenary room, we did a little film at the beginning of this year, actually, just kind of looking at some of Tiago's initial learnings from working on COVID-19. Might be interesting for people, and that's playing in the plenary room over the lunch break.
Brilliant.
So you just click down at the bottom, you'll see a leave room thing, and if you click that, don't click leave meeting, because then you'll be tossed out of the meeting, but leave room, and that will put you back into the plenary.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Oliver.
Okay.
And thank you all. See you this afternoon.
Thank you all.
In this afternoon session, welcome back, and I hope you had a very enjoyable, hour before with the presentation from our two speakers, and as well ready for the next approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes to put your mind to the task ahead. So my name is Mia Marina, and as Oliver said, I work for Siap Siaga program as the lead for subnational program. I was quietly listening as well as taking notes from the morning discussions, and it's been a very interesting presentation as well as discussions indeed this morning. And Lucy has been moderating the session as well, very well. There are so many highlights, inputs came out from the session. So while we largely sat and listened to the two presentations, this morning, the sessions is all about getting feedbacks from the participants, and perhaps, mostly from those that still have, like queries or as well as, of course, like ideas and inputs, so that we can really capture them within the next 1 hour and 20 minutes. And so Melissa and I will be working with you throughout this session, and then first of all, like we will share with you the key findings from this morning session, and after that, like we can discuss of these findings, as well as like get your feedbacks by answering some of the key queries that we already prepared as well. So without further ado, Mbak Bari, can you share the PowerPoint, please? Yeah, can you go to the next one? Okay, thank you so much for that. So from this morning sessions, what we can conclude, or as well, like already shared by Lucy, as the moderator for the morning sessions, there are like 4 really big areas related to the partnerships model that we can highlight from the discussions. The first one, the two speakers, really say that, like as well, like highlighted that the partnerships takes time to form, and like partnerships needs to be nurtured, but as well as it required capacity, and it's also like required internal shift in many different levels, like within the organizations, and as well it's required investment. So in other words, partnerships really need to be formalized within the organization system, or like in our system. The second highlights that it is recognized, that the partnership is being recognized in the system itself. However, it's also like understandable, or like realize that most of it is still pretty much at the administrative level. So it's being like recognized only when there is SK or decree, like as well as within a more like formative manner, but at the same time, like it has not yet really showing or able to encourage the commitment, the shared commitment, as well as the shared interest or the spirit of the partnerships itself. So there is a need, like for us to look, like deeper into how we can make sure this to happen. The third thing is about recognizing the power of the children and youth, but as well as the marginalized and at-risk group, including but not limited to the LGBTQ group, minor ethnics, and others, as agent of change for a broader partnerships. And like they can be leveraged, like to draw attention to the specific needs, and as well as to safeguard the interests of this group, but as well as to address the global challenges that we all like recognize and facing at this moment, particularly in the area related to disaster risk management, climate change adaptations, and others. And like we also can recognize the power of these groups to amplify further of the change needed or the change required, but as well as to encourage the different stakeholders to further engaging these groups into into other partnerships or into any existing or future partnerships as well. And the last point from our discussion, that partnerships also require a long-term investment and as well as flexible resource mobilizations. But what this means as well is that there's a need to change the paradigm within the different stakeholders, within the different organizations, entities, from what the term being used by the speaker as a competitive resourcing into a more shared commitments, collaborations, and of course partnership. So so those are the key highlights or or high critical points that we concluded from the first session. But we definitely open for any further inputs throughout the discussions. But as well, we would like for our discussions to be able to answer the following questions. Mbak Bari, to the next slide. So there are these 5 questions that we put together to help guide our discussions. So with all the points that we shared before, so let's discuss within this group, how can we really ensure that the values, spirits, and shared commitments on partnership can be recognized in the system. But in the same time as well, considering the point said that this that although partnerships already been recognized in the system, but but it's still more on the administrative level. We also recognize there are those practices of partnerships outside the system. So how can we also recognize them and then use them to strengthen the system itself? And the next questions as well, to guide us. So what are the important ingredients required to make partnerships more effective and be able to recognize and amplify further the groups that we mentioned before, the children and youth, marginalized, as well as the at-risk groups, so that we can do or we can really make and achieve the change needed. And the next query as well is, so what can be done then, or what can we do to ensure that that there will be long-term investment and capacity building as well be supported or provided to ensure partnerships, but of course to ensure partnerships to in place to solve the issues or the wicked problems. And the last query or guiding questions that we will use for today is, how can we use and reserve the paradigm shift that we learn from COVID-19, listening from all the speakers, and of course your own experiences, and then as well as program implementations that that your organizations or entities delivering so far. How can we use and reserve that paradigm shift about partnership to further leverage this partnerships model for a change in broader disaster risk management, but as well as are we seeing an emerging parallel system in disaster management through the partnerships models. So those all the questions, and then I will keep the questions here for everyone to refer to, but definitely feel free if you have any feedback or even additional queries that you can that you want to throw to the room to others, so that we can all discuss here together. So I'll stop there and we'll start the discussion. So feel free for anyone that would like to provide feedbacks or have any inputs to both the conclusions as well as the questions. Raise your hands or put your queries into the chat box, and then we will keep monitoring the process. The process. Okay, let me see if there is any one to start. Yes. So we have sorry, is this Bapak or Ibu Zul Asfi Mendrova? Do you mind to unmute?
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator, for facilitating these discussions. I would like to give my concerns on the slide number 1. If we can just display it. Yeah, regarding partnerships, I think it's a very good point. Partnership needs to be formalized in our system. I think we should advocate for the policy about partnership. For example, what is the policy? What's the policy for international NGO? When they have partnership with local organizations. So, for example, because many issues, for example, like local organization treated as subcontractors. So, what is policy to be put in place? This is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Zul. Would you be able to elaborate further? What do you mean with putting putting that into the policies for the local organizations? What do you mean on that?
Yeah, for example, whenever international organizations come to the country and they are looking for the partners, so it should be a fixed policy there. For example, like how about the partnership mechanism, for example, what is the modality to be used? It's fully partnership or semi-operational, or, for example, or etc. So this has to be sounded earlier, so to accelerate the partnership in the country.
Thank you. So if I correctly quote you, then so what you're looking for here is there should be a policy already in place related to disaster management, and or perhaps what you're referring to more on the emergency response, on this what will be the specific roles of the different entities in disaster management, and specifically you want to raise to leverage the role of the local organizations through that policy.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any one like to respond to to Pak Zul's opinion or feedback, or even perhaps give recommendations on how that can be done. We can go Miranti, is that? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to respond to that, Miranti, or you want to give another opinion or feedback?
Yeah, actually, I want to share my opinion, or maybe it's also
part to respond the previous comment. I have two things like to share in terms of partnerships agenda. First, yeah, we need to considering the political and power dynamics at local level. We're talking on Indonesian circumstance, yeah, and it's in some extent it's very it's quite important to find the right actor, the best approach in the local level to building the partnerships and also how to engage all the stakeholders. And the second one, it's about recognizing the local values. You know, just talking about the youth or people at risk, and but community as well, including the indigenous people. Somehow, we still need like knowledge to be shared in the common room in the public area about the local situation. Mostly, we come up with the birth analysis about the situation, but somehow we need to also recognize that all the Indonesians level situation is quite different from one another, and this is also need to be considering to recognizing to gather up to make sure to address the local value at the some communities to be part of the approach of the strategic of partnership. I think that's all, Mia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranti, for that. So yeah, so what you mentioned, it's pretty much as well like aligned with what Pak Zul, like mentioned before. So there is a need on the like to recognize the partnerships like agenda, and then this is something perhaps as well aligned to the need like to have the policies and all, and then like it's the importance is as well to involve and then to go to the right actors, and then that's aligned with what Pak Zul said. The policies like perhaps needed to ensure the different roles and responsibilities of the partners, but as well what you mentioned on the recognizing the value of the indigenous people and making sure like to address the local value, and that's also aligned to what we concluded under the point 3 there. But yeah, perhaps like as well it's needed to recognize that into that. But then like the questions from there as well is that how can we really make this like happen or happen more, and then like how can we really ensure that it's being recognized as well to the system. Do you want to like further give your opinion on that, or yes?
Regarding to the government or local authorities, it's not just a policy that we needed, but also a proper approach actually due to the dynamic, the power and political dynamic in the local level. And yeah, today to the recognizing the local value, maybe we need to address it at the early stage of the program to as part of the strategic program implementation involvement of the maybe to address that kind of issues at local level. That's it.
Thank you so much, Miranti. That's very good and very helpful. So I'd like to invite then if they any other that would like as well to share their feedback or even responding to the to our first two participants. Yeah, and of course like our speakers feel free to respond to any like of that as well. And I can see now Nia, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Mania, and thanks very much to our colleagues who already raised the points about partnerships. So I
Sorry,
agree.
Nia, can you speak up a little bit?
Can you hear
Now
me
it's
better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry,
Thank you.
I put my mic closer to my. Okay, so what I wanted to echo actually, not directly response, but echo on what your points already shared, and I think one of the way that we could bring a more formalized partnerships in the community is based on showcasing that this is going the right way. What I mean would be to present more evidence-based examples that as what we already shared in our papers, we wanted to showcase all the good examples that we did together with different stakeholders. So it could be a partnership or collaborations with the children, adolescents, and youth, but it could also be in another format like having the platform for not only children, adolescents, and youth, but also with other stakeholders like CSO, civil society organizations, or having the collaborations or the dialogues between children, adolescents, and youth and the government's peoples in maybe different platforms and at different levels as well. So with these examples, we can make a strong proof, saying that we are having the right way, going the right track, and then having that to be kind of leveraged and also to be replicated in other countries as well. I'm sure that in, for example, Indonesia, there are so many good examples that have been done by different organizations and also entities in our countries here, so that all those can be documented. And then when we have like a series of good practices, good documented practices, we can bring it up and share it widely, and then multiple it widely, so that it can be kind of formalized gradually in the future. So that could be one of the way that we can continue this partnership engagement with not only children, adolescents, and youth, but also with other stakeholders. Just want to echo some points to what you already shared, and that could also be addressing the questions like how we can do that together, that Avianto already raised this morning. Thank you. Back to you, Mamia. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nia. That's very helpful. And I think that's really good, like directly not only giving the recommendation, but already as well like the examples, like what already been done and what can be done as well in like in other places, like to replicate this in other places or with other programs or organizations as well. Anyone else like that would like to jump into this, or perhaps like I can invite the one that like asking the question this morning, Mas Anto. Do you have any feedback or inputs like related to the queries that we pose in the presentation this afternoon? Mbak Bari, can you go to the second? Mas Anto, do you hear me?
Hello, Mia. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right.
Can you hear me?
So, yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, I just like jumped directly into you, but because you pretty much asked a very good question this morning. So now like is there like any inputs that you can provide, or even like some sort of additional feedback like to help the thinking like in this group related to the needs of like encouraging further the partnerships?
I can say that I love the first conclusion where it says clearly that partnership takes time. It cannot just happen overnight, right? Or instantly. I think that really captures what the how we strongly value relationships, understanding about each other and other contexts before, prior to the partnership establishment. But also, I think it needs resources. like it or not, it will take time. Is also we consider resources, right? But it's also energy, our thinking, our human resources. It's not just about finance, but also it's about how we can allocate these precious resources that we have in order to maintain those partnerships. The other part that maybe I would like to highlight is that that the right now relates to my second question to Masinta earlier this morning, is that there's so many networks happening right now, and so many. I think it's people really starting to value about coordination. People really see that this is a really important thing. But what my concern is that what is the big picture? How do you see? How do we see now that there's so many different groups? All of these groups can work together hand in hand, complementing each other without overlapping. So maybe before we see that agencies are maybe overlapping with each other, so that's why we do coordination. But right now we see that maybe coordination groups are overlapping with each other. So how can we resolve that, or how we can tackle that? I think maybe that is our next challenge, especially. But also seeing that as a challenge, but also seeing that as an opportunity, knowing that it's already good that people now have started to see that this is really important thing, like coordination. And then touching base to what Nia's mentioning as well, is that how can we include the outsiders, the people outside the groups? How we can include the children? How we can include the people with disabilities? How we can include women and everything, and other groups? What will be the best way to make sure that people are up to date? If they have the ability to engage, can they engage? Can they have access to those coordination groups? And what would be the most easier or the best way for us to do that, especially for people who, like for children, obviously will have different mechanisms or different strategy on how to engage with them, similar with other groups as well. I think I'll stop there. Hope that can trigger more discussion. Thank you, Mia.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. I mean that's very helpful. But like let me just as well follow follow up on that. That's very comprehensive. Mas Anto. But anyway, maybe not necessarily just to Mas Anto, but as well to others perhaps. So listening to all of this so far. So if we want to look back into ourselves. So regardless our entities, so what is really that needs to be changed then first, or what is what is the highest critical things that need to be changed now, that will help us to really able to realize a better, effective and of course impactful partnerships to tackle all these wicked challenges so far. So let me as well then post that questions and then go to the next one. Takeshi, sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name well. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, so this is Takeshi speaking. Hi, everyone. I'm from Asian Disaster Reduction Response Network, ADRN, and based in Japan. One of the things that from our perspective, I think is very important in this discussion or in this topic is that I think we need to move away from a call for proposal sort of approach and take more of a adaptive management, co-creation of the problem analysis and solution building together. So, doing this early stage exploration, instead of like I decide what we need to do, and I'm just going to call for people who can implement together with me. So instead of that kind of approach, take the joint exploration approach. Maybe some international organization colleagues as well as the local organization colleagues, they can merge, they can do the joint research, analysis, planning. And if these things are done in partnership, I believe that the implementation, partnership and implementation of the initiatives will be much more common rather than now. We treat something like this as like something special, but I think it will be something normal if we take such approach.
Thank you very much, Takeshi. That's really, really good point there. Like I'm just highlighting that really. So take, like move away from the call for proposal. And I like what you're saying, like on the joint explorations approach, or like what we as well like often say the co-creations, like process. So and then that should go, like within all the different cycles, perhaps, and if you are talking about disaster risk management, and then like we're talking specifically as well, like in COVID-19, response, then like how we can really do this together, like joint explorations, joint research, like and co-creations of solutions to the issues. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to Fanda.
Yeah, thanks, Mbak Mia. Basically, building on what Takeshi-san just mentioned, I think my personal reflection, as also you mentioned, how we need to be also honest in our conversation as disaster management specialist or practitioner. When we talk about partnership, we tend to always speak about equal partnership, right? But then how equal is it? How we reflect in the sense of whether we already share the responsibility and risk equally, or basically we just use partnership, quote unquote, to transfer the risk to our partners. And again, always the discussion between the donor and the recipient, right? In whole discussion of disaster management. I remember Mbak Sinta mentioned in her presentation about the trend of a donor who more looking into the consortia approach, for example, but also how we see it as equal opportunity for example, the CSO or national NGO compared to international NGO, how we transfer the knowledge, how we build the capacity among others, which might be able to kind of like really answering the question number 2 in the slide, right? How we better see that it is an equal a partnership, equal opportunity, but also consists of mutual respect and listen. So how we transfer the knowledge from the international NGO to the national NGO or to the CSO, but done it in honest way, in the what you call it, with the objective that really to build and strengthening the capacity, and at some point is a let go position as well from the international NGO, for instance. The second one is about also looking into the clear defined objective about the relationship when we work in the partnership, and also be aware on what are basically the negotiable and non-negotiable component that we have to think about or think through in fostering or strengthening the partnership and the mutual growth. And I think we've done this a lot in Indonesia, how we keep talking about localization, but how we basically practiced it and documented all the important achievement, but also challenges and how we can able to address that. The last one of my end is just to kind of like reflect back on the slide one, Mbak Mia. I think one observation that also I saw and then listened since the beginning, when you talk about point number 3 on recognizing of the power of children and youth, marginalized group, I think it's also important in terms of amplifying further the change is to use institutional campaign and then the digital platform. Because again, as I mentioned in the beginning, in the morning, on how we have to keep up also with the trend, and the digital technology is something that being used quite widely at the moment. So we also need to making sure that we are up to date and making sure it is being integrated or embedded into the strategy that we have when we are recognizing the power of children and youth as well as the marginalized group. I'll stop there, Mbak Mia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fanda. I mean, yeah, that's very, rigorous and then really interesting as well. But I can also see there's, of course, some again emphasizing on on other feedbacks as well so far with the equal partnerships, looking into all the different entities and roles as as well, but making sure that's a share of risk and mutual respects in there. So if I can go back to you on that point, then do you have any experience or what do you think can be done then to ensure that happen? What can you share with us here in the group? Any recommendations or any input to ensure what you've saying can be happen, and as well help others to learn as well from there.
Thanks, Mamia. In Plan International, we basically have our guidelines on partnership, what we call strengthen or building better partnership. And then this is, we keep updating it almost like every year, because we have, 77 country offices, which always different challenges in each of the country when come to the partnership. And as of now, because we are promoting or advancing girls and working with young people, we also like to walk the talk, right? So we are now really working with the youth organization, girls organization, a woman organization, as Nia already mentioned in the presentation in the morning. So what we did is basically we documented as well our failure, as well as we documented how we're going to address that. The other way of also looking at is really to having a common understanding among our staff. Starting from our leadership, because like, for example, country director, program director, who basically, they the one who agreed on agreeing for partnering with local entity or a young people organization and etc. And also, we be honest that we are not able to working only with already a, a ready organization, right? Because we working with, we would like to working with the young people organization or women organization. So we also need to invest, and we done it. We invest a lot in capacity building. We do mentoring, Mbak Mia. We do coaching. We share learning from one country to another country. For example, our partners in Timor-Leste can able to share their learning with partners in Myanmar or partners in Vietnam. We facilitate an avenue, a platform for them to talk to each other. And again, as Nia mentioned, we document our lesson learned and we share it across the organization. Lastly, we also translate, because in Plan International, we are not only talking about one language, right? We are not only talk about English, but we also translate into French, translate into Portuguese. So what we learn from Asia and the Pacific and be able also to share in the other region and vice versa. So that's some concrete example, Mbak Mia, on how we make it, we walk the talk. And again, it's an investment. It is. I'm not saying that in Plan International everything's perfect. We are still having some issues and challenges, but we also commit to address it, and again making sure that we are not doing harm and just like in the name of partnership, but we are not really do an equal partnership. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's it. That's very, very interesting and encouraging, Vanda. And as you said, that's why I walk the talk. And being honest within the partnerships. So definitely that's what you said as well. Not not afraid to to share the failures as well. Not always the best the practices or the successes. Perhaps if we can say it like that. So that can help, and then that's an actual, that's a real learning experiences that funders share, and I think that's very important to to note down. So moving on, then, do we have any others that would like to share, or or as well answer the query that we put in the questions list, and maybe like one of the things as well, and following up from what Vanda said, because it's needed a long-term commitment, and as well like investment. So it started from the internal, of course, change and like shift that will definitely influence external, and then how we can engage with partners through equal partnerships and all. But the question is really is there a way where we can do it using the existing system, or or do it then by strengthening the existing system, or should it be done then through a parallel system instead? Lucy, do you want to come in? I see your hand.
Hi, yes. Yeah, as just a sort of quick follow-up thought, really, rather than a point, but I love so much of what was being talked about, and it just is making me think that, partnership is not something that is a sort of formally recognized kind of output or in our system, if you know what I mean. We do talk about partnership a lot, but it's not kind of recognized formally in terms of what it means to be a good partner, and what does that mean. And so it's really interesting listening to Plan that has put in place kind of formalized mechanisms. And I think also in Ibu Shinta's paper as well, there's also a recommendation on this has to be a kind of explicit explicit kind of desirable, or something that we're driving towards. And that the moment, whilst it's happening kind of sporadically, it's not something that's necessarily sort of recognized in our system, and in perhaps the way it is in other industries, those sorts of values. So again, I thought that was really interesting, and I wonder if there is potentially a recommendation around the kind of formalization of what it means to be a good partner, and maybe some collective standards around that.
Thank you, Lucy, for posting that. And we have now Mas Anto hands raised. Do you want to respond to Lucy additional query there, Mas Anto?
Yes, I was just looking at the participant list and trying to find Oliver. Because I think that same question was posed before when we were talking about coordination, right? In the past, I think it has coordination used to be not being regarded as an output or a deliverable, but through over time we recognize the value of that and how that can save time, funding, money, people, and everything, or vice versa, or the other way around. So I think then that's a really interesting question, Lucy, on that partnership, because sometimes also, if we look at the first premises, partnership takes time, then projects or funding agencies need to also recognize that maybe we have a grant duration or project durations that maybe even building partnership can take time more than that project duration. So yeah, I think this is not going to answer Lucy's questions or remarks, but I think it's really something that is maybe something it's important for us to consider as well, knowing that the world is changing and we are working in different ways, and the pandemic is also accelerating us to work in different ways as well. I think there are still blind spots, there are still gaps that where things not recognized or not being valued as a significant contribution or a significant deliverable. But yeah, just wondering how we can capture that or how we can change the system itself. Yeah, I think that's my response. Over back to you, Marina. Mia.
Thank you, Mas Anto. Yeah, I like to pick up on on your feedback related to the partnerships. Need time and then of course investment, and and then this is need to be work out with the with the funding agencies, right? And then talking about the project durations, and then also talking about the investment, perhaps on the partnerships. I think I'm trying to check, whether we do have donor agencies within our, and I think there is. Henry, are you there? Can Henry hear me? I think it's I think for me it would be really good as well to hear from the donor agencies, whether there is a shift within the donor agencies to
Can you hear
recognize. Now we can hear you. Yes, good.
Sure.
Can you share with us, Henry, on some of the opinions, feedbacks as well coming in today related to the funding, funding opportunities, and perhaps the shift needed, with the funding agencies, with the donors to support partnerships.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just very interesting thing, because I totally agree with the partnerships way of working things. I mean, I really support that. So the donors to recognize or sometimes make kind of like long-term partnerships with the traditional partner and or the new partners. In the donor's perspective, I mean, I'm not trying to representing the government, yeah, because I'm not in that place. But hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yes.
No, my computer is kind of like, yeah. As I said, that I'm not representing the government here, but yeah, talking based on my experience working with the donor, I think that the modality is working with a partnership is one of the very important things, and that's the way the donor can learn from each other, and then because the donor is basically they understand what happened in a certain country, for example, but they do want to know the details as well, and that that the way they get the information is from the partners. And that some of the donors is also have the standard of partnerships. So it's not just about that we want to have a partnership with the certain organization, but we also want them to understand the way of working of the certain donors. And there's some restriction into that as well, and there's some limitation on that. But yeah, totally agree that working with partnership is good. And for example, like Australian government is now having a long-term partnership with some of the national organizations here in Indonesia, and also for sure that long-term partnership with the government of Indonesia, for example, like the BNPB in terms of disaster management, and the NU and the Muhammadiyah as well for the disaster management and response, and DRRs particularly, and also expanding the partnerships with the Australian Humanitarian Partnership through the Australian NGO that has the link with the organization here in Indonesia. I think that that's kind of the modality or the strategy that Australian try to expand the partnership, and also definitely with the Siap Siaga, and the through Siap Siaga, the Australian government is expanding partnerships with the partners of Siap Siaga program. So I would like to underline that the partnership strategy is one of the basics that that we have been doing so far. Over to you, Mia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Henry. I think that that's really good to hear, you know, like about that, what's shifting within, especially, you know, like within the Australian government, and also, you know, like it's not, it's already been shown as well, you know, on the actual implementation of it. We have, you know, like another 10 minutes, I think, like for more, you know, for our discussion. So let me just go back again to the questions that we have here, and invite, you know, like others to share, especially, you know, like if you do have feedback, you know, like recommendations on how can we really make sure, you know, like an effective partnerships, or, you know, like, or if there is any sharing or learning from partnerships models that your organization have been implemented that can be, you know, like shared here or recommended here for, you know, like for our learning. Feel free, and I, you know, like pretty much open the room for anyone to join in, and again, you know, like go back into that specific query that I, you know, like I posed before. Any recommendations, you know, like on how we can, you know, like recognize better the partnerships within the existing system, and, you know, like, are we, you know, like more like maybe not necessarily expecting, but, you know, like are we now like looking more on an emerging parallel system than rather related to the partnerships, than, you know, like working on the existing partnerships? I hope it's clear. So yeah, so anyone want to respond to that? What can we do, you know, like better, or what extent can we, you know, like can we do then to recognize, you know, like better partnerships within the existing system?
But Mia?
Yes, Ibu Sinta.
Yes, I do not know whether my point will address or respond to your last questions or points, but I am thinking because in the same time now we are working on with discussions with humanitarian advisory group and also with other network, we are working on the importance of nurturing capacity building or leadership capacity building to ensure that a more diverse leadership in place in the local level. So I think one of the indicators of effective partnership is to have even diverse leadership capacity in the local level, because then by evidence, by initial research done by humanitarian advisory group, if you are more diverse, if your leadership structure and your within your leadership capacity is more diverse, then you are stronger, and that will be one initial or one foundations for having stronger partnership with anyone, with any network, because then diverse leadership is a symbol or a sign of your commitment to engage everybody and also to facilitate and to put their visions and perspective into building common vision. So I think building leadership, diverse leadership capacity will be one of the things that we will be parallel with the partnerships mechanism or approach.
Yes, thank you so much, Ibu Sinta, for that. And then, it's pretty much as well like reminded us on the recommendation that you put before, on your presentation, on the diverse leadership, and assuming as well this, and as you said, within the local level, it's across the different sectors, I would say. So that's also like engaging all those different leaders across the sectors to work together at the local level on the issues.
Thank you, Mbak.
Thank you for that. Yes, Takeshi, I can see your hand raised.
Yes. So maybe as one example, recent example, we can offer, I think, on this point is we have this program called Community-Led Innovation Partnership. In short, we call it CLIP. And actually, Arsinta's organization, YEU, is a team member in that partnership. And the one thing that's unique about this partnership is that initially, it's a 3-year program, but initially we had this inception phase, which is sort of like a planning phase, but which is also budgeted. That there was a budget for all the parties involved in the program to do the analysis and plan and strategize and create the program design together. So I think that inception phase really enabled this localization push in that program. And the country focal point, such as YEU, has a significant authority in this partnership to design the program and run the program. And stakeholders like us, ADRN at the regional level. At the global level, we have colleagues from UK like ELRA and START Network. Regional level and global level are there to support, not to control. People who run the program is really at the country level with local organization like YEU taking the lead. So I think that's one example that we can provide. It's also our aspiration in this localization, in this innovation, in disaster management. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Takeshi, for that very actual recommendations, and then and then drawing definitely from the best practice that your organization have. Do we? How many more minutes do we have? 3 minutes. Okay. So, maybe I'd like to invite one or two more.
Mia,
sorry.
Just to interrupt, you have another 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry, 20
but you
minutes.
You need to use the last 20 of those minutes to just pull together your recommendations and conclusions to take back to the plenary.
All right. Thank you so much for that clarification,
You're
Oliver.
welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so you like in that notes, then let me just wait for. I need some sort of technical help here. So we'll stop the sharing and then you can share from yours. Okay. Right. Go ahead, Melissa. Can anyone see the screen? Or maybe it's too small, yeah?
Yeah, can I
Yes,
add something?
of course.
So,
Please go ahead.
Since we are discussing about the partnerships here, we do understand that the partnership is something that kind of like it's very important, yeah, and because it needs to be understanding about what's the commitment in the partnership as well as the mutuality agreements and that, and also the outcomes of the partnership. So those kind of three things that also is the most important part of the DFAT partnerships. Just want to ask the other colleagues whether they have the experience in the broken partnership things and how to mitigate this kind of thing, because we're talking about the good things. I mean, everything is good and very easy to understand and very easy to talk about the partnership things, particularly the good things. But if there's any experience on that the broken one or the not really going well partnerships and how to mitigate those kind of things. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Henry. I think that's a very good questions. And of course, like I welcome anyone who'd like to share perhaps their experiences on maybe not failed partnership or or unsuccessful partnerships. How are you solving that or mitigate that, and perhaps as well that can be used as one of the recommendations from this discussion. Then anyone would like to come in, maybe from one of our speakers, Nia or Ibu Sinta. Okay, I see a hand there. Hold on, I cannot see the person.
Ma'am, yeah, this is Leah. I can share some things.
Oh, sure. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to raise a hand. Thanks. Well, thanks very much, Henry, for the questions, and also it's a good point to raise. I'm not going to share like a failed examples, but I think I'm happy to share like a challenge in terms of setting up a partnerships, which we already work and also experience in the past. So you know that in many programming, it become we have like some sort of requirement from the donors side, and also from the requirement internally as well in terms of the policy and procedures. So before we enter into the partnerships, there will be like a long process for like assessment, and also digging into the analysis for the potentials as well as the capacity of the partners, or internally reviewing ourselves as well as reflecting ourselves on the capacity to enter a partnership. I'm talking about the partnership with like entities, not the partnership in terms of the collaborations. Yeah. So I mean collaboration with children, adolescent, youth. So in those processes, there will normally be a challenge given to the fact that we might face sometimes with the donor requirement where we cannot work or partner with some maybe potential partners in the field or at the country level, for example, because of their entity. For example, if we wanted to work with a private sector company, then that might hinder our capacity in terms of entering a formal partnership with them, because the donor requirement will not allow Another example is, for example, if we wanted to have a formal partnership with CSO, civil society organizations at the country level, that might also be a challenge because sometimes they have not registered themselves as an entity at the country level. So that pose challenges for many, maybe not many, but at least for us in the previous experience, that we had to find some sort of side way that we can go forward in terms of collaborations. One of the way that we already tried was like to still having the engagement through the activities and implementation, but not having a direct or bilateral formal signatory partnership with the potential partners. Although we really wanted to have that kind of formalizations. So that is something that we already faced in the previous experience. And it also linked to what I think one of our dear colleagues, Takeshi-san, already mentioned in the past, because we already involved and invited Takeshi-san in one of our webinar previously, who already shared that there have been like increased roles of private sectors, which is also part of this SF, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction Priority Action number 3. Please correct me if I may mention it wrongly, Takeshi-san, but I remember this point because you already shared that in one of the webinars on the roles of CSOs in our previous examples. So we hope that like this kind of challenge could be overcome together, like in a collective way, so that both from the perspective of the donors and also from the perspective of the fund recipients or the grantees, we can also find some like compromised options so that we can still take advantage of the investment, but also leverage the capacity for the local partners, potential partners, to be part or to be engaged in the programming together, instead of like being seen as participants, but still not having like a very strong sanitary partnerships in papers, for example. Because normally when you can put it together in a very strong paper or sanitary partnership, that means it is formalized and it will be like stepping forwards in the longer terms partnerships. And it shows also the commitment and ownership from both sides as well. So that is an example that I could share in terms of the challenges in the partnership formalizations. Yeah, and thanks back to you, Mania. Thanks, Takeshi-san, for sharing the points earlier. And I really like the idea when you said about the automatic or the autonomy of the formulations when it becomes something like commonality. Thank you. Back to you, please.
Okay. Thank you, yeah, for for that, and as well emphasizing on some of the recommendations as well, or feedback from the previous participants, and also specifically from Takeshi. So we have I think 13 minutes left then. For us, to go through what Melissa has already put or pick up, on the potential recommendations. But of course, we will need your help again to refine this list, or even add any critical recommendations that we may might miss from the discussion. So the first thing that being picked, there's a need for showcasing the data, and then of course present more the evidence-based example to the different stakeholders on and making strong proof of the process, and this relate to not only to the partnerships itself, but as well as using the different groups to as our agent of change, to address the global challenge and to address the issues, pretty much the points that we put on the conclusion before. And with the with the things that partnerships takes time, the recommendations is to use sorry, cannot really. So with the partnerships, takes time to use the examples that already happened, and then the processes that already in place. And of course, with the fact that partnerships takes time, there is a need to put more investment and as well capacity building, and the need for the internal shift within the system itself, and how that can be done. From some of the inputs we can do the ensuring the diverse leaderships, ensuring that there is within internal the guidelines for partnerships, which also flexible and can be changed within the within the changes of the context, but as well as working it out with the different partners to keep identifying the interests as well as the commitments, the spirits with the partnerships, and the other things as well. Move away from the call for proposal approach, but more into the joint explorations, more of building solutions together. And this is as well what is being put specifically just now by Nia, emphasizing what Takashi said, is there should be an automatic formation for partnerships, and it should be become as a commonality within within our works. And the recommendations to emphasize, and then also some of the samples, real examples being shared on making sure that there is an equal partnerships, and and not only mutual respects, but as well the share of risk, as well as the honest partnerships, which will help with the good way working together, collaborating within the program, and committed to document the lessons, and it's not only about the successes, but as well as around the failure or unsuccessful stories, but as well as creating the platform for these learnings. And and then this as well can be followed with the investment on the capacity building, with with the different partners in place. Yeah, I think those are the key recommendations that we could pick up so far. Anyone else would like to add more, or or amend, or
Hi, Mbak Mia. Can
yes,
you hear me?
Sure. Sorry, who's speaking?
I'm Riri, Mbak Mia.
Oh, hi, Riri. Yes, please go ahead.
Jakarta. I just thank you so much for listing all the recommendation. I'm sorry that I didn't attend the morning session because I was in other rooms, but I want to comment on recommendation, in particular number 3 and number 5, but I think it's also related to the whole recommendation or discussion. Actually, what we discussed in this room, particularly more relevant to the context of long-term development program, which has different contexts with, for example, humanitarian response. So for the long-term development program, it is expected that we do joint design, robust stakeholder mapping, and also like capacity building and things like that. Unfortunately, we most of the time won't have that luxury during the disaster when we are prompt to respond to urgent need from the community. So actually, that's my comment. Like, we probably can differentiate. This is the recommendation for the long-term development program, but in the sense of emergency response, like we have to respond now, like for humanitarian actions, it's a bit challenging to do all of those recommendations. Thank you, Mbak.
Thank you so much. Really, to highlight that. I think that that's very interesting. And although, like personally, I'm not necessarily agree with that. We do definitely can do, like partnerships within, like short and rapid, like emergency response. And I can as well like see some hands raised in here. Maybe first I go to Lucy, and then we go to Fanda.
Thanks a lot, Mia. Thanks. I think the recommendations are shaping up really nicely. I just wanted to put in there somewhere, it might be in there and I might be missing it, is sort of recognizing children, youth and adolescents, and maybe other stakeholder groups as well as partners. Because I think, generally in the disaster management and humanitarian action field, we do talk about participation, but I think what's been really highlighted this morning is actually what we need to move to is partnership. So it might be kind of within one of those recommendations, but just sort of somewhere sort of, drawing that out is one of the things I wanted to say. And yeah, I guess this isn't really a recommendation, but there was somebody made a point earlier about like overlapping, the kind of the desire for partnership, the coordination has evolved. Partnership is a bit like where coordination was maybe kind of 15 years ago. And in fact, this desire for partnership is it potentially creating lots of overlapping networks, or some overlapping networks? And I guess it's not really a recommendation, but I guess it's something that might be kind of interesting to look at. Are we actually emerging with sort of parallel systems effectively to try and meet the gaps in engagement and partnership? So, but that's not really a fully formed thought, but it's just something, I guess, floating around in my mind.
Thank you, Lucy, for that. But while you are as well like here, do you have like any feedback then on Riri's point related to the recommendations more on the long term rather than the short term or rapid response?
Yeah, I think what Riri's highlighting is the kind of age-old challenge, and I think for me what came out of the presentations this morning was that partnership outside, we need to build those partnerships outside of disaster so that they are there when we really need them most, which is when we're faced with these massive challenges. But that partnership is an essential ingredient in meeting the needs of the people we're trying to help, and meeting them in a way that is appropriate and inclusive and is led by the needs and capacities of the communities we're trying to serve. So for me, I think that's kind of really sort of what we're trying to get at is, how can we do that in a way that is meaningful and sustained, even, especially and most especially when we are we're really up against it, I suppose.
Okay, thank
If
you.
that makes sense.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. That's really makes sense. And I think like it would be good as well, like to hear if there's any direct experiences, because we do have quite a lot of experts here, I believe, like on rapid response or emergency responses.
Hi, Mbak Mia. It's me
Yes.
again. Just want to, as you asked for the example, I just want to give some example when we have this Central Sulawesi earthquake and tsunami and liquefaction in 2018. We promptly seek for partners, right, who can deliver the response to the community in need. But it's at that time it's very difficult to find a partner that are ready to support the like we have several partners, ongoing partners, but none of those partners like we have at that time is actually having like partnership or activity in that particular area. And that's why I think at that time we then ask for proposal if there is any agencies that are not in our list of partners that have work in that area. So in that context, I think we aim always to have a partnership with as many partners as possible. But there is in terms of emergency, there is always a case when we cannot like build the partnership like previously because the situation is really not forbid us for doing that, because as mentioned during the discussion, partnership building partnership takes time. So yeah, you cannot expect you have partnership in 1 or 2 days or 1 or 2 months, right? So I think that's one example that I can give on and share with the forum. Thank you.
Thanks so much, really, for that addition. So we're pretty much like as well like running out of time. But before that, then I'd like to hear from Fanda.
Yeah, thanks, Mamia. It's basically only 2 things. So I think I would like to respond to what Riri just mentioned. I think the recommendation 3 and 4 could also happen during the humanitarian work, but then also being prepared in advance. And I think I'm sharing the same maybe thought with Mbak Mia. I mean, the importance of prepared as well. And just to share a concrete example from Plan International, we do basically have a long-term partnership with number of agencies before the emergency, and to prepare whenever there is an emergency, then this partner will be ready. And then during the normal situation, then we do capacity building, we do activity that, to build common understanding about the operation, about the system among both sides in order to fostering the mutual respect and relationship, as I already mentioned in the beginning. So I would just to emphasize that this can be happen in both situations as long as we prepare in advance. So the importance also of preparedness. The second one is just to look into the recommendation number 8 that just been added now. I think it's not only about recognizing, but also I think we need to continue start thinking about promoting and working with the existing youth group or youth organization. Because I mean, like in Indonesia context, there are a number of very eligible youth organization that already working or engaged in disaster risk reduction, climate change, and even during the COVID-19 response. For Plan, we have experience working with Youth Coalition for Girls, for example, when they helping us in doing risk communication and community engagement through, as I mentioned before, a digital platform, webinar with YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok in order to share information about COVID prevention and mitigation message, as well as vaccination promotion. So again, it's not only to think them as the potential partner, but we need to reach out to the existing youth group or girls organization, and we have to invest in building their capacity in order for them to have a mutual respect as well as equal partnership with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Fanda. That's really good. And I hope as well like that help response, and then give the actual best practices as well, from the query from Riri, and then there's something that we can definitely take as learning, and then see how can we leverage that then in the future. We're pretty much out of time, so thank you again for all the feedbacks, the discussions, responses, really a lot, and very good, interesting. So I would like to invite you to please now return to the plenary session, where we are now very lucky to have Jamilah Mahmud from Malaysia to joining us for the discussion on the subject of impact of COVID-19 on disaster management. So while you are listening to that, then we will be working with the moderators and as well as speakers, to conclude and consolidate all the results from our discussion, and we'll share on the plenary session as well later on. So please do leave this breakout room and join the plenary session. Thank you very much again for all your engagement.
Thank you, Mbak Bari. But the others are still in the last room.
Okay.
Yeah, here we are.
Okay, now we are in a different room before. All right. Lucy here. Okay, now everyone here. Okay, let me just share screen again. Okay, so been looking into this and just just started to rearrange. So I think the first recommendation, really the highlight, will be about these partnerships takes time, not only happen overnight. So the it's needed. Yeah, it needs it needs energy, resources, finance,
and commitment.
Yes, and commitment. So
actually one concrete proposal from ADLR and network, Mbak Mia, is that put partnership as one of the KPI of staff and management performance. So then it will be kind of cultural, organizational culture.
Okay.
I do not know whether it's too technical, but this, I think, good proposal.
We also talked about, maybe kind of at a more kind of general level, is there recognition of partnership as a kind of output within the system, or as a kind of prerequisite? And so whether there's some, some kind of, maybe that needs to be more explicitly recognized in the system somehow. And I think what you're talking about is that kind of, at the kind of individual and institutional level.
But the general one is also nice, Lucy.
Yeah. It's needed to recognize partnerships as part of the system.
And become one of the outcome, like outcome indicators of, but that's good.
Okay. And then the second one is that
you just deleted the bullet point, so I think it's just gone into the first one.
And the showcasing
data has gone into the first one.
Showcasing. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Showcasing data. And present more evidence-based example to different stakeholders.
Just kind of, yeah, building the evidence base, I guess.
And building more.
Yeah.
Evidence based. Yes, Nia.
Yeah, sorry, Mamia. Yeah, I just wanted to, because you deleted the data in the right way. I think it's also one crucial point there. I mean, yeah, if you want to make it more specific, it could be data disaggregated by gender inclusions and so on. If you think it is okay, because if we take out the data in the right way, so that means we already provided data in the past, but in terms of gender equality and inclusion, we wanted to make sure that the data is clearly or explicitly mentioned about the gender points over there. Yeah.